YouTube, Brian Phillips. We're gonna open this box right here. Ooh, it's big. So I'm excited for this. It says RS Sky Fly With Us, whatever that means. Made in China. Big surprise.
Shocking.
All new from China Hobby Line. Actually, I don't know if this is all new. And it's being marketed by China Hobby Line, so it's not really by them.
New to us.
But we're gonna see if it's any good, and we're gonna open it up right now. Brian Phillips, RC. As usual, you've come to know what we do here. If you're brand new, welcome. But if you are a returning audience member, you will understand what we do is we open them up, we build them, and then we do radio setup on said aircraft. In this case, this is a new brand for us. I don't know if it's any good. I hope it is. So far, we've been pretty impressed with the stuff that China Hobby Lines is offering. Who would have thought a battery distributor would end up selling some of the coolest planes? Well, not me. So if you are new and you're like, what the heck are you doing reviewing airplanes for a battery distributor? Well, whatever gets the job done. I mean, to be honest with you, I love airplanes, and if I can have airplanes that are sold at the local gas station, I don't care. Just whoever's crazy enough to do this, I'm going to help support them as much as possible because I really enjoy a good plane, especially when our first experience with China Hobby Lines was the Super Tucano.
Yes.
Which is awesome, by the way.
Yes.
That's, by the way, we have links to this plane and any plane. If you ever see one on the channel that we are unboxing, building a radio setup, just buy it from the links. You just follow the link. It takes you to their website. They know we sent you. They use cookies. That's how they know. And then we make commissions on that. So if the thing sucks big donkey balls, then we will tell you that. Or you can make your own decision. But we will be here to help reinforce your diagnosis of its quality. Because China's always going to say it's the best.
Yes.
It's upside down. Dang it. This box is upside down. I gotta flip it the other way.
Okay. I said we still don't even know what it is.
Well, I know what it is.
Wow.
Sounds a little.
Yeah, that sounded a little
scary. When we hear noises and when we flip the box over, it's usually not a good sign. Just keep in mind, at the end of the day, we work with all the different brands. So, well, most of the brands. So we really don't care which one you pick, as long as you pick a good one. Because we want you to have a good experience. And if you're brand new to the hobby, if you have never flown an RC airplane, we're gonna try to help you make a good decision so you can get the most out of your RC dollars, okay? That's what we do here. We try to hold these manufacturers accountable, distributors and things like this too. Of course, we work with, but really at the end of the day, we wanna drive this ship in the right direction. And the little small part that we have, the tiny little bit of impact we have on this RC community, we want it to be for the good. So, here we go. There is no box picture or anything. So this is the Bison. Welcome to the Bison, guys. Okay, so we're gonna take out the tail feathers. That is a big set of tail feathers. The Bison XT, like extra tall.
Extra
I don't tight. Know. That is a pinch hinge. That's weird. Because they have this reinforcement here with plastic and then this thing over here. Ooh, a little bit damaged, gross. That's not cool. So I'm not sure what the deal is. And you can see there is some sort of a tube. Looks like carbon fiber. Could be fiberglass, it's just black, but I don't know. Ooh, that was my bad. No damage on this one. These are gonna nest together and screw in together. Of course, the tail feathers there. We're just gonna keep working our way through the unbox. But as you can see, it's just packed in there. I don't know if this is just like a sample, maybe doesn't have any sort of packaging around it with pictures. I could really care less if there's artwork on the package because most of the stuff we're doing is coming online anyway. And so, Bison XT, it's got a little hinge that pops down there. It's interesting setup. We've seen a million different, it's got a tail light on it. Micro PH1S connector, which is always handy. So far the packaging has been okay, except for that little ding that came through whatever it was sitting on top of. Okay, so we have hinge here. Feels pretty solid. Feels very light. Bison XT. Oh yeah, there you go. So the tail light, pretty cool. So we'll have to plug that in and then assemble that here. As usual, here on Brian Phillips RC, we go through the entire exhaustive process, start to finish, so that you don't have a lot of guesswork involved. Ooh, ooh, sweet. Pneumatic tires.
Oh.
Not just squishy, but straight up pneumatic. Now, one drawback to pneumatic tires. I just want to say this out loud because I don't want you guys to think we're just always puffing up every product we review, because the truth is, sometimes we don't like them that much, but a lot of times we do love them. I don't even know if it's going to come with this, but I'm just gonna whip this out right now because there might be one in the kit, and if there's not, I wanna show you how sweet this is. One drawback to pneumatic tires is that you do actually have to occasionally put air in the tires, okay? So I'm just gonna, yep, that goes in there. But you can make them bigger or smaller based on your desires, okay? So like if you like a really big pair, you can make them huge. If you like a really small pair, you can make them small. But the idea is you can make them different sizes. And I just remember the other day, we were moving all of our planes out of the house to the building.
Yes.
Not all of them, but most of them. And we had that 1.7 meter timber as pneumatic tires, and it was ridiculously not air filled.
Yes, they were very small.
So that's one thing you're gonna keep in mind. So I'm just gonna put a little bit of air in these and see if they hold pressure. Oh, geez.
The other one.
Yeah, that other one seemed like it was losing its seal. I hope it's not. That would be a bummer. Maybe I just didn't get aggressive enough with it.
You're a little lopsided there.
I know, I gotta go more with this. I think I might have not made a good seal on the...
There.
Oh yeah, there we go. There it goes. Now we've got a nice pair. This one's a little bigger, so, you know, like if one's bigger, does that hang lower, or how does that work?
Well, it depends on the reason that it's bigger than the other one.
Really? Well, like if you think it's full of helium or something?
Or something.
Okay. Well, I'm
That's
just
closer.
looking in this direction at the camera crew. It's okay. So we've got the wheels filled up with air. I'm hoping there's a pump in here. So I apologize to anybody who might have sent a pump in this kit. I haven't got to that point, but I got really excited and I wanted to pair with a pair. I wanted to play with my pair. Okay, so let's whip out the wings. Okay, so we have a large Fowler flap.
Wow.
That's cool. Okay, so that's gonna go like that. And then the aileron pinch hinge. Looks like the servos are mounted, but we're gonna have to put control horns on, which is annoying. I don't like having to do that. So we'll complain about that a little bit later. But for now, let's just, oh, look. When you put the tip on, there's gotta be some sort of wing fence or something going on. Maybe it's just the end of the wing, but there's a little plug for the wire, which is sweet. Oh, look, quick disconnects. Carbon fiber, 2 joiner tubes, that's always good. Okay, so this feels pretty sturdy. So of course you get the outboard aileron, the inboard Fowler flap. And guys, I'm sorry, that might not be a Fowler flap, but let's just pretend it's a Fowler flap for the sake of argument.
Okay.
I think it's a Fowler flap. And by the way, if you guys are wondering about how far out these supports go, let's shine a light through it. It goes all the way to the end.
Oh, yeah.
Like right there, about where my thumb is. So that's pretty sweet. So you're gonna have good support all the way down the length of it. It's got good lateral support. I mean, I don't wanna break it, but I do wanna show that. Now, also, I just wanted to point out that these are decals here, but this is paint, jigged paint, okay? Jigged and painted. And then there's gonna be some vortex generators over the ailerons, so that's pretty sweet. I'm gonna actually flip this over so you guys can get a feel for how big this is gonna be. I actually don't know how big it is, but I'm guessing it's probably about like, what, 1,700 or something?
I think that's what it is, but I'm not positive.
We'll find out here shortly, mostly because we don't want to tell you bad information. Okay, so continuing along, I'm gonna cut one more piece of foam. And before we take out the fuse, I'm gonna take out this bag of goodies. This has the spinner, has some LED systems that go out on the wingtips, and there's like, okay, so this is kind of a lot of stuff. Okay, so let's put this over here. So far they're holding pressure, it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's pull this stuff out. I'm gonna actually take a seat because there's like a million pieces. Thank you. Okay, so the tail wheel is squishy. That's a foam wheel. Looks like this is just press fit on. Plastic 1.75 inches. Nice. That's really nice. Aluminum. Looks like a nut with like a pass-through. That's going to tie on to the rudder. Okay, so it's got, oh look, it's going to have springs. These feel like some pretty high quality springs too. I can't necessarily say how the assembly is going to go together just quite yet, but I'm assuming it's going to go on either side of this, which is going to spring return to the center, the tail wheel. I mean, I've done this enough times, you'd think I'd know, but I guess I'm just not 100% sure yet. So what's going to happen is that'll translate the movement of the rudder down to the actual tail dragger. Okay, then we have some different extension cords. It looks like this one's for aileron and this one's for flaps. I'm not sure how that's going to come into play just quite yet. I've got some, okay, ball link and some clevis adapter thingies. Might actually, oh, they, look at that. They took a zip, they took a Ziploc bag and then sealed it inside. That's pretty weird. That's like double sealing.
How are we going to survive without that one Ziploc bag in our lives now?
I don't know, I'm pretty annoyed about that. Camera crew is disappointed too, I can tell. Okay, so ball link ends look pretty straightforward. Shouldn't be any big problem. All right, so then they have this other style here, which has this little angle on it. And the way that works is that we'll mate up with one of these parts. And then it looks like we've got some nuts and bolts that are going to be used for the linkages, okay? So while I'm not excited about this, sometimes it works out fine. Sometimes it's a huge pain in the butt. I think right now it's probably going to be more just a lot of steps that I was hoping to not have to do, but that's all right. Not a big deal. If the plane is any good, it won't be a problem. Ah, look. Ooh, I found it. Here's the tip that would be used to fill these tires, okay? But I have a pump here, so I'm not sure if that pump is gonna show up somewhere else and manifest. I think this is probably going to be a retention clip for the wing, I'm not sure. Some screws, some machine screws. These are the vortex generators. There's a singular screw right there. I don't know what that is. Some more screws. More machine bolts. I'm going to kind of put the machine bolts and the screws and then some clips. Looks like 3 of them.
There's some more little screws.
Oh, there's some more little screws. So those ones evidently didn't deserve their own bag. So we're going to find out here shortly how that turns out. A little bit weird that they don't include an actual pump. Okay, so the spinner on a plane this big seems exceptionally small. Okay, so it's aluminum. Sounds cool, like a coin. Came with 2 screws, that's very weird. And then this thing, I'm gonna just rip it to get it out. Okay, so that's gonna go on there and looks pretty sweet actually. We'll see. And then the LEDs. Let's see how these work out. Not sure if these are gonna be adhesive on the end or what exactly. It's a little bit of an unusual setup. Oh, look at that. So it's got double-sided tape. Crap, how do I know which one's red and which one's green? I wonder if you can change it.
Is the tape a different color on the other one?
Nope. No. Okay, so we'll have to figure out how this works. I am not sure how we're gonna know that. Unless it says on here somewhere. I mean, of course, we'll have to turn them on. I hope it's not some goofy, like, flashy light that's just going to do some stupid thing that's not very realistic. Well, we'll find out. I mean, it's not as much stuff as I thought might be in that bag. It's actually not too bad. It's a pretty big plane. It's a lot of steps to put all these things together. We're going to take you exhaustively from step by step all the way through the build. Here on Brian Phillips RC, we won't leave you high and dry. That includes the radio setup when we're done with the build too, okay? So as you can see, we've got the fuse in here. Not sure how this is gonna come out, so I'm gonna just carefully do this. All right, so again, this is called the Bison XT. Okay, so mine is kind of has to roll out a little bit. Okay, so let's lay this down. First of all, let's look at the bottom. It looks like it's sprayed with that high-vis paint and jigged and painted, and then there's decals alongside. Uh-oh, look, right there, more damage. Gross. It's minor, and those are pretty big servos, so I think that'll work fine. And then over here, I like this plastic. I like this plastic glass simulation. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of that. The jigged and painting just looks, why is it so not clear? Kind of weird. Not sure how I feel about that, but we'll get over it, I promise. And then of course, this is gonna give us a place to bring all our wires back to, which is awesome. So super excited about that. Looks like we have a BEC here. Maybe that's a light controller. Then the battery lead is way down there. Oof, this could be kind of weird. So then how does this work? Does this open? Oh, the whole canopy looks like this comes off somehow. Yeah, it just lifts. Oh, sweet.
Cool.
That's pretty cool. Okay, so magnetically attached. Ooh, check that out, look. That lead is coming off. You'll want to check yours. Okay, so I'm gonna press that in. Oh yeah, that had a lot of purchase. Okay, so definitely check that. Looks like an 80 amp BEC. No, it's got an 80 amp with a BEC. 2 through 6S LiPo. 5 amp at 5 volt. That's a huge amount of power for a BEC. And then look, we've got throttle. And then this must be, I bet this is either programming or reverse thrust. Wow, look at that. That's interesting. I'm not sure what the deal is with that. Like, can you plug that into something else to steal power, or is that for telemetry? I am not sure. We'll find out though. And then the flaps here, that is one weird way to do that. See, they've got the flaps with like, you can split them if you want, or you can not. And then look, we've got one that's for the ailerons. And then we've got, okay, so same thing. You can split them if you want, or you can leave them lapped in together. And then I'm gonna actually open the back here before I drop all these cables out of here. So you see we've got one wire that goes in here. I'm not sure where it goes out. Oh, that goes to the tail. And then this is the rudder, presumably. Elevator. And then this one, that would make this the rudder. Yep, it is labeled if you look down there. But guys, be careful. These are extension cords. So if you're not careful, those could be unplugged. So don't pull too hard on the cable, okay? So I'm gonna just pass those through and drop them out the side of the plane. And then there's a huge battery tray down here. But the tray is mounted to the bottom, so I'm not sure how that's gonna work. We'll have to find out. Oh wait, this is actually the battery tray. Man, this cable management sucks right now. It's really bad. So let's just disconnect that. Let's pull this wire out, and then it loosens everything. So the aileron, okay, there we go. Ailerons are reattached. I am not sure how I'm gonna set up this wing type, to be honest. Kind of depends on how we wanna set this plane up. I'm assuming this plane is probably going to call for flaperons and split flaps, so we can do a full length aileron and a full length, well, and an inboard flap. But I'm honestly not sure how I wanna do this yet. I gotta think about this for a minute. Let's talk about wing type for a minute. These only go even, okay? So they're not gonna operate as anything other than flaps. So, but I think it would be cool to have flaperons. Well, I don't know. I really don't care. Do you? Do I wanna set up pro?
I don't care. But if you don't have a flap that goes up, is it worth it?
No, I'm not doing full length. It would just be flaperons.
Just flaperons.
You're only ever gonna have these go down,
right?
Okay? So you could also make these go down and have that droop, but I just don't know if it's gonna matter. You could have crow, where these go up and then continue to act as ailerons, so it'd be a spoileron.
Right.
You could also do flaperons and have it down like this. I'm really torn on that. I'm gonna think on that a little bit. But let's talk about channels and how that would pertain to this. Okay, so we're gonna have throttle, rudder, elevator. Those are easy. No retracts. There might be reverse thrust. Then we're going to have an aileron 1, aileron 2, flaps. What else? Is there anything else?
Unless you're not going to split out the flaps for any reason.
I'm not going to split the flaps. There's no reason to.
Then 7 would be your max.
So if the thrust reverse works, then that's going to dictate if we go to an 8-channel or if we stick with a 6-channel, because an AR630 would do all that if the thrust reverse doesn't work. So we kind of need to know that before we continue. And so that's a good question that we need to answer. The easier way to do that would be to set up the radio type before we even build this thing, figure out what we're using. But the radio can go back here. It should work out pretty good. And then of course, it just depends on if you want to put it in the back there. I would assume that most of us are going to put our receivers in the back portion there. Wouldn't you say, Camera Crew?
I would think so.
So here on Brian Phillips RC, one of the things we pride ourselves in is going through the entire process start to finish so that you don't have a lot of guesswork involved. But we also show you our guesswork. Now that's because there is a certain amount of thought that goes into, are we going to use an 8-channel or are we going to use a 6-channel? And you might be thinking to yourself, it's kind of a no-brainer. You're going to use a 6-channel because that's what the plane needs. And the answer to that is, my answer to that is, it just depends on how you want the wing to work, okay? If you're okay with just ailerons and flaps, then you don't need the 7-channel for sure. You would just need, for that, you would just need flaps, ailerons, elevator, rudder, throttle. That's it, right?
Thrust reverse if it works.
Thrust reverse if it works becomes 6, okay? But then if you want to split out the other aileron, then the thrust reverse or the second aileron might be a factor.
Hey, is there a manual in there somewhere since you have the bottom of it open?
That's actually a good idea. Let's check that. Ooh, there's more stuff, guys. Good catch.
Oh,
there's stuff down here. Look, this is what we heard. This is what we heard, guys. Hear that?
Oh, the wing spars are down here.
Yep, the wing spars. So don't forget to open up the back. And this is also the landing gear. I was gonna say, where is the rest of this crap? Well, it's here. Okay, so with respect to what we were talking about, there's more than one way to skin a cat. We're gonna try to show you usually the more advanced setup if it's possible. And sometimes the most advanced setups are just kind of like, you know, you're gonna know what you're doing if you're really going crazy. Oh, there we go. Battery tray, nice. I'm glad to see that. I was getting a little bit nervous because I don't wanna have to have trouble loading the battery every time. So that's good. So we got that there. Wing spars, tail spar, very nice. Okay, so that's, again, very good because you need these things. Scoochie me. Carbon fiber, yes. And carbon fiber, carbon fiber. Yes, the noise is how I tell. Weight and noise. But you could have a much thicker wing spar on one spar and then it would be heavier. Okay, prop.
Whoa.
This one is a Gem Fan 16-8. That's a big prop.
This is.
And then we have more, these are wing struts. Look really nice, actually, really nice. So that's there, and then, oop, there's one more thing in here. I don't even know what it is. I can't see. I don't even know what that is. The heck is that thing? This is probably the end. This might be wing fences, like the ends of the wings. Because you remember how I said, I don't know how the wings are gonna terminate. But look at this. I bet you that's what this is. They're sharp though, so be careful. Whatever they are. That's the end of the wings, I think.
Okay. That is weird.
It is weird, but you know what? Is that metal?
No, it's plastic.
No. Maybe it is. Maybe it is plastic.
Okay.
So we'll find out how that works. No, the answer to your question, Chem Crew, I don't see a manual, but there is stuff down here.
Okay.
Landing gear, there they are. Sweet. Okay. Awesome. Landing gear. Okay. Those landing gear look sweet. Okay, excited about this. This part's gonna be really nice. I was like, there's no way they have crappy landing gear with those sweet tires. Oh man, it's all welded. Look at that. Look at this machining. It's beautiful. Okay, so excited to see that. And then of course we've got, this is, I don't really understand the whole like killing off the bags. I'm just gonna use that.
I know you are.
Oh, that's so cool. That is really cool. And then look, this thing comes apart too. So I want to show you what's inside. It's a spring. So then you can change that stuff, which is pretty awesome. And then you can put that back in, and then you can tighten this back down. I'm a little bit nervous about that coming undone and then losing that. But as you can see, this is going to be a pretty good amount of spring tension. And then that is going to work with the plane to help splay out the landing gear if and when necessary, okay? And then there's a little bit more hardware here. So we'll just lay this right here. Now, one thing I can tell you is we're gonna have to assemble this, which if you're into the assembly, no big deal. If you're like us, you probably don't want to assemble it, but you're gonna have to, so you just do it. And then cheer the whole time. All right, guys, that is the full unbox portion. Now we just have to figure out how we're gonna do the build portion because we probably are gonna need to get a manual. So we might take just a quick second, grab a manual, and then come right back. All right, so this plane leaves me with a couple of questions that I need to answer. So we use these XBC battery checkers all the time, the XBC 100, XBC 200. I'm just gonna grab whatever random battery I grab first, plug it in so it can turn on. Now, it does not matter if you have the same cell count. You're just running these things, and we're gonna use the built-in BEC so we can run this test. On the XBC 200, you can use any of these sizes, which is nice. But I did run into one complication, just so you guys know, as we printed off the manual. So we've got the manual, 1750 millimeter wingspan. This runs on 6S, 3300 through 5000. So of course, we're gonna be using 5,000 milliamp hour 70C packs, which I have left them charged for a long time. So they're turning into balloons. That's not a good thing. Should probably order some new ones. But that being said, my only issue is I've got XT90s on here. XT90s are not inherently compatible with IC5 or EC5, okay? So that's a bummer. Now, if you had an XT60 female or an XT60 equipped, ESC, then you could actually plug an IC3, an EC3, or an XT60 into it. It's designed for an XT60, of course. Well, this is an XT90, first of all, and both of mine came equipped with XT90s. And so what we're gonna do is we will work out some sort of an adapter so that we can showcase this plane with a proper 70C pack from China Hobby Lines in a 5000 6S size class. Now, that being said, we also have a few other batteries, but these happen to be smaller. So of course, these are not gonna be 6S, this is gonna be a 4S. And so it is ironically equipped with the EC5, which would be ideal. And then you're probably thinking, just use these. No, these are much larger than what they call for. And two of them are 8S. These are 6S, but these are 6,000. So it's bigger than what they recommend. And so rather than using the bigger than recommended size, because we have the correct connector, we are gonna make a connector work by, I'll pause this, by using an adapter like this, which is an XT90 to IC3, EC3 in this case. And that's going to allow us to use these batteries, not only to charge them on our smart chargers, but then also to work with the connector on this plane. Now, the other thing you can do is you can always cut off the end and do it that way, but I'm just going to use an adapter on this particular plane until we get different batteries. The other thing is, and this is something we usually do for E-flite planes, is we usually fly with E-flite specified equipment, which would be smart batteries. As you know, we work with Spectrum and we work with China Hobby Lines, but we'll be using a smart battery as well in this. Now that one will, ironically, and this is not the way we planned it, it does have the IC5. So it will ironically work with this plane, even though it's sold by a competitive brand. We'll make sure that we show that. So smart battery real quick. turn on the charger, flip up the thingy, get the charger ready, stick it in. This is gonna be auto discharged. One of the reasons that I like smart batteries is that it is automatically discharged for us. And so you'll notice it is charging. One of the things I hate about these batteries is that it is automatically discharged. I set them to the maximum, which is 240 hours. So it's like 10 days from when you charge it to when it's either discharged or when it starts discharging. But either way, it's a long time. You lose a lot of the value of that, but you do protect yourself from this if you don't use your packs a lot. Rule of thumb, if you're not gonna use the packs, safely discharge them. You'll avoid this type of condition. These are almost fully charged. I'm gonna show you that right now on the XBC battery checker, and then I'll show you what I was gonna do with both of these together. So I'm gonna use the balance lead to plug in here. It's gonna come up, show you 97% charge, and you can see that the cells are pretty closely balanced now, which is good. So I can take this adapter and I can come over to my smart charger, which we're gonna use we're just gonna go ahead and use this 2200, the S2200, plug it into the discharge lead, and then go ahead and land your balance lead. And then once your balance lead is connected, you can press play and you can change this to whatever speed. So in this case, this is 5,000. So I can highlight this, change it to 5 amps. Now, since this is a 7 DC pack, you could charge much faster than 5 amps, typically 7 times 5 or 1/10 of that rating. Now that's if you trust the rating. I wouldn't trust it to go 7 times. And furthermore, you can't even charge that fast on this particular charger. Now there are chargers that would go faster than that, like this one from Buddy RC would probably charge at full speed and then some, but I'm gonna still go ahead and put it down since we're just topping off the battery. I'm gonna put it at a 1C charge rate, or the rated size capacity, which is 5 amps, okay? And then I'm gonna go to start, and then it's gonna start charging. And we can look at this, and then you can go down and see the internal resistance, which is probably going to be comically bad. Yeah, big imbalances. That's what happens when you let them sit forever, guys, okay? The goal is you want a lot of megohms of resistance between each of the cells, because the internal resistance is an important aspect. And in my case, I just want you guys to understand that sometimes you see us do things that you might not do because we have like maybe 10 times more batteries than the average Joe, but that's still no excuse. So just understand that's the way it is. The other thing too is if you have adapters and you're trying to figure out a way to charge, but you can't figure out how to make this work, there is a trick if you have a lot of motor leads for your batteries, or if you have just regular unused leads, you could build one side and one side. And that's a nice way to cheat. So we're gonna set this up, get this ready to charge, and we'll come right back. So then the other drawback, and by the way, you can order this China Hobby Line battery with the correct end. So we will link to the correct ended battery, just so you don't have to use adapters. But this is an IC5 female receptacle. So like if that was in the plane of an E5 plane and you had an XT90, you cannot make them work together, even though this male pin would fit this. So in a pinch, you could actually disassemble this and you know, take those leads and actually make them work. It's just, you would be breaking the connector to do it. So that being said, you could also build one. So we'll charge both of those. But in the meantime, we're gonna show both of those. Hopefully, I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna use these XBCs for next. And this is to help us make a decision on whether or not we're gonna have access to thrust reverse on this plane. And we're gonna do it without actually hooking up a receiver so we can make a decision, okay? So hopefully this works. I'm not 100% sure if it's gonna work the way I'm trying to do it, but we're gonna try it anyway, okay? So I'm gonna use this smart checker as a servo tester. So I'm gonna go to start, and then I'm gonna do the same thing on this. I'm gonna click, I'm gonna go to servo tester. Now we have 2 servo testers, and oh shoot, we won't be able to do that because this is the ground and the power. I don't think we'll be able to separate those. Oh yeah, we can. Well, maybe. We might be able to do this. I just need a battery that I can actually run that thing on. So I'm gonna grab any battery that will make the motor work. So I'm gonna disconnect this one because I happen to have the correct end. We're gonna energize the circuit without a receiver or anything, okay? Careful, that could still spin, just so you know. Okay, so it's beeping. Now, remember, this is at the top, the middle of the stick position. So we need to go to the min. And then we want to go to this plug, and you can see that it says S plus minus if you look close enough. So minus is away from the camera crew. So I'll put minus like that. Now it's arming. We're going to let this thing arm, okay? I'm actually just going to take this off so it doesn't spin off and shoot across the room or something. Okay, so now we can lay that across on the table. That is a freaking huge motor. Holy crap. Look at that thing. Look from here.
Jeez.
That thing is gigantic. Is that a sunny sky?
Sky.
It just says sky. Okay, so listen. I'm not going to click this. It's going to go to halfway. I'm going to go up. Okay, so the motor is running that way. Okay, so I'm loading it. No big deal. And then I can shut it down. Okay, so we know that that's going counterclockwise. Okay, very good. Now, this may not work because we don't have the common shared between these two circuits. And there is another way to do that. So I'm gonna see if this works. I have to put this in the neutral position, okay? Again, this has a signal to the left and minus to the right. So there is no minus, or this is just signal, but this may not work because we have two different batteries and two different power supplies essentially. So there is no common. So this might not do anything. Shoot, I can't even trust this test. So the only way to do this would actually be to tie these together. So I'm gonna pause, we'll come right back. All right, so there was a small explosion of Y cables here in my lap. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna connect these together, but only the ground and the power, and I'm gonna disconnect the signal, okay? So I'm gonna use this X-Acto knife to lift this pin release here. You can go sideways sometimes and then go like up a little bit. And then once you're up like this, you can actually pull that connector right out, okay? Just pull it out, okay? So now that signal is not actually gonna be shared, but we're gonna share the common, which is the ground and the power. And that's gonna keep our two power supplies, our two BECs now together. And so this will allow us to do the test. Oh, that freaked me out when I did that. I don't know why it scared me, but it did. Okay. So, except I don't know if this is gonna work the way I want it to. So let's just say we wanna get the commons together. I still need to be able to hook into that. So I gotta do one more thing. You can pause it. Okay, so guys, don't make fun of me in the comments. No, actually do make fun of me in the comments. So minus is away from me. This is gonna steal power, ground, and signal. So we're still gonna have control of the motor here. So the brown is equivalent to the black, okay? So now we can control this again. So as you can see, we're gonna be able to control it. Careful, please. So that's all the way down. Now I'm gonna use this to basically tie and bond my positive and negative. And I'm just gonna make sure when I plug this in, it goes into the correct polarity, okay? So that hurts nothing. Then, except I gotta somehow plug that into this. Dang it, I gotta think about this again. All right, guys, so all I'm trying to do is just get these tied together. Okay, so minus is toward my side and signal is toward that side. So now when I plug this in, I can plug this into this, but then all I've got to do is get these two hooked up. So you can see I picked the wrong polarity, the wrong female connector here. So I'll be right back. All right, so this one, I needed a, like this is actually female to female, but it's male to male on the outside of the plastic, let's call it. So signals up. So I'm gonna land this, and this is gonna get us over to take our common power, okay? So now, but we're not gonna carry signal back and forth between these two devices. That's why we needed to separate the signal. And yes, there's like 47 different ways we could have done this. This just happens to be the quickest thing I come up with, okay? So now this is gonna allow us to test whether or not we can control. You need to stay away from that. Go back. Go back like 5 steps so you can see what I'm talking about. See the prop?
Yeah.
There's no prop involved. Okay, so yellow goes to yellow, okay? Nothing should happen, guys. Nothing. Good, nothing happened. So I'm gonna step up to where it's spinning. Okay, so it's spinning. I'm gonna change this. See, I know no change, right? Okay, so that's half speed or half throttle condition. Now it's stopped. Okay, there are some times that they need to be changed while off. So that's definitely spinning the same way. Spinning counterclockwise. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to the max setting. Okay, now I'm gonna turn this back up. Definitely going that way still, okay? So, to test my theory further, I'm gonna disconnect this one, which is my signal, only signal, okay? Oh man, that one's really difficult to unplug. Goodness gracious. So this is basically answering for me if this yellow line is gonna give us thrust reverse or not, okay? Because if I can't command thrust reverse with this, then I can choose a different receiver and go to a 6-channel and still have all the features, okay? I'm gonna turn this back to min, okay? And I'm gonna leave this at min. Now I'm gonna take and disconnect my throttle, and just to prove that my test is a good test, I'm gonna run my throttle on this one this time. Nothing should happen, okay? Okay, yep, it stopped beeping at me. Now I'm gonna turn it up on this XBC battery checker. Oh, I have really small steps on this one. Okay, so it's running. And then I'm gonna use this one to test the signal now. So the yellow is the signal, so I gotta go down with this one. I'm at min, max, nothing. Back to min, okay, nothing. So let's turn this back down. So all the way down, okay? So now I can go all the way up to max, and then we'll turn this back up. And if it spins the other way, then we know that our test was bad, but it's spinning the same direction, okay? So I want to go that way. So I'm gonna turn this back down to nothing. I'm gonna disconnect the power. So why did we do this test? Because I wanted to show you that you can test to see what this pin does if you're unsure. Almost always, when you run negative 100 in Spectrum world, okay? So positive 100 on throttle, negative 100 on throttle, okay? Ailerons, plus 100, minus 100, elevator, it's plus and minus 100, zero is the center, okay? All we're gonna do is I want to see two different signals. I need to see throttle control, and then I need to see reverse or not reverse. So if I send a negative 100, which would be the full back, the minimum, then that would emulate minus 100. Come look, minus 100 would be there, okay, at minimum. This would be plus 100, okay? That would be 0, and that'd be minus 100. So if we need to simulate that, you can use two of these XBCs, but this is critical right here. If you don't have power and ground common between these two circuits, then you're not actually going to be able to have the same reference, and your pulse width modulation could be off because you have a different reference point, okay? That's why I had to hook these together. Now, it is possible you wouldn't absolutely have to do that, but I couldn't guarantee that a floating ground wouldn't change that, so I wanted to rule that out. That being said, we know that this is not going to give us thrust reverse to the yellow port, okay? So that's kind of cool to understand, and now we can make a better decision about what we're gonna do going forward. And I didn't have to actually put a receiver in to figure it out, although to be honest with you, it probably would have been easier to just put the stupid receiver in and go through the process. So if you decided to do that, more power to you. But if you're making a decision on what to buy, 6 or 8, you need to know that before you order it. So we'll help you with that. That's why you have the benefit of Brian Phillips RC. We're gonna clean all this crap up and come right back. All right, so we were just reading through the instruction manual. I know, off camera. It's crazy that Brian actually reads instructions. We don't always do that.
Because he didn't.
We ran into a situation where I don't think we got leading edge slats, and I think they're supposed to be leading edge slats. We did get this bag, which is not yet opened. The instructions said that we had to bolt these together, which we didn't, which is kind of nice. We also did get the wing fences. The wing fences are optional, of course, and they will go on the ends, which they have a milled out area for them, so that should be pretty easy. So we're gonna be putting these on, but we do not have slats anywhere. And so we actually opened up our box again for the third time, and I can't find them. But I also noticed it was weird. Our box was taped wrong. You see this? This is supposed to be taped here, and then this is supposed to be over there. That's the only evidence I can see that somebody had already opened this. Plus there was some damage here. So I almost wonder if this might have been because they sent it to us as influencers. They were like, well, whatever, just send, you know, the one that's got the messed up part in it or whatever, because like they're not gonna care. Which would be one way of looking at it. The trouble is I would like to see what's expected for you as the end user. We couldn't find it. We rotated the cardboard and looked all over. I don't think it's in there. So now, whether or not we would use them is yet to be determined. I have always, historically, on every plane that has slats, I have installed the slats because this is a STOL plane. So it's designed for short field takeoffs. And so slats would typically improve your circumstances if you're doing short field ops, whether it's short field takeoffs, short field landings. I don't know if they changed the design of the plane and it just is no longer included, or if it is a mistake on ours. I think it's a mistake on ours.
And the manual says they're optional, but it doesn't say that they're not included.
But it also should come with these. And I didn't see those. Did we see those?
Yeah, they're in the black bag right there.
Oh yeah, that's right. So we saw these things. Yeah. So this is not what they're talking about. These are not slats, okay? These are vortex generators, okay? So those vortex generators get pressed into these slots, and they're gonna help create actual vortices to make the ailerons more effective, okay? So I don't know if maybe it's like either or, and China Hobby Lines ordered them a certain kind of way, but either way, we're just gonna tell you, full disclosure, we did not get them, okay? And we did our due diligence to make sure that we checked the box and we didn't miss them. So possibly Customs opened this box and dropped the thing out, could be, because sometimes that does happen. We've never had that happen to our stuff, and that might have also been how this got damaged.
Yeah, because it was right on top.
So, I mean, it just is what it is sometimes. And there's two unique marks on this box. Look, right here, where's the two marks? And there's two marks that is like the same exact, see this? Look at that. Mm-hmm. See that? Different size, different thing. So we just share the stuff with you so you can make your best value judgment as to whether or not you think your plane is gonna come in one piece. This is an expensive plane. It's a good plane, we think. It so far seems really nice. And I'm excited to see it fly. I'm really disappointed that the thrust reverse didn't work from this. Now that doesn't mean that there might not be another way to make this thrust reverse work, but I know for a fact if I put an Avian in there, we could do thrust reverse and we wouldn't even have to give up the channel because we could port map the bind plug to do it instead of giving up port 1 for throttle as would be typical. I don't think we're gonna go to that extreme because I don't think we're adding that much to the plane. But just from personal experience, these STOL planes with thrust reverse are really awesome, okay? Because we can land them in just like almost no room. So it's really awesome. We may be able to do that anyway. So excited to continue with this build. Just wanted to give you that quick status update because it's sort of an unusuality about this build. That being said, I think we're gonna have to start with tail feathers, tail wheel, and then main landing gear, which is a little bit of a separation from our normal attempt of totally ignoring the instructions. We are gonna only partially ignore the instructions on this build, and only because we already looked at the instructions and found them to be somewhat Chinese, and I wasn't too impressed, nor was the camera crew. Now, that's not to take anything away from this plane as a whole, but it is something to consider, okay? That's why you have this video. Brian Phillips RC is not gonna leave you high and dry. We're gonna teach you what you need to know. Now, if you're brand new to the hobby and you're thinking this would be a great starting point, then you're wrong. Don't do this plane for your first plane. It's gonna be too complicated for you unless you have past experience and just like coming back to the hobby, okay? In which case you should be fine on something like this, and we'll show you the pros and cons. You can make your own decision. Also, they said the shorter of the two goes in the front. So if you could just let me know which one's shorter. Okay,
wait,
great.
One of them is smaller diameter?
No.
Nope.
So just make sure to remember to put the shorter one in the first hole. So as per usual with some of these Chinese manuals, they suck bad.
Yeah.
This one is actually not terrible, but it's not good either. It's pretty bad, okay? So we don't ever cover for the manufacturers when they have crappy manuals. And this is what kills me is that we work with all these, English speaking countries. Like, why not just say, hey, would you guys mind proofing a manual for us? Yeah. Nobody has ever, in the hundreds of planes that we have done, we've never had one person ask us ever to proof a manual, which is hilarious.
And I've read a lot of them.
Yes. So, but if I was known for something, if it is reading manuals, then I failed as a man.
They didn't ask you to do it.
So look, we've got these hardware pieces are going to be for the landing gear. So we'll just get these kind of laid out. Okay, so we have the penetrators. These ones are going to be the one that mounts, I believe, to the side. And then these nuts, and these nuts are different sizes, as you'll notice. They're going to go with the machine screws. So this is one of the first things you'll want to do as you unpack and unbox a plane is just take a pretty good inventory of what components you're dealing with. Now, keep in mind, this plane can be used with floats. I don't know if China Hobby Lines sells the floats or not, but one way or another, if you follow the link in the video description below, you can answer that question for yourself. There's 5 nuts here and 2 bigger nuts, okay? So you can see part of this assembly is already assembled for us, which is nice, so we don't have to do that. But then this, of course, is gonna go forward. And we're gonna have these things that get mounted to the plane that are gonna actually receive the shocks, okay? And they called them something else, like the dampeners or I don't know.
Some absorber or something.
Yeah, the absorbers.
Yeah.
Okay, so pretty simple stuff when we get to that. I believe that'll be a relatively easy process. And I was correct in my assessment in putting those on to the tail wheel. We'll be ready to do those. And I'm thinking we have to do that after we put the actual rudder on. So let's get the rudder and we'll get this. So in order to actually do this, by the way, let's look at this. The paint was smeared here. That's not cool. By the way, I actually have this color paint. This is like a marker paint. So it's a little bit unusual that they would use a marker paint. But I use this marker for tamper evidence, actually, which is ironic for my professional work. So these two are gonna push down into these, and then I have to hook up this wire, and then I'll be prepared to put that on after a minute. So the negative is black and the red is positive. So it's a pretty straightforward process. I think this build is gonna be one of these where it just sort of like falls together. All at once, like you look up and then, oh, it's done. Okay. So now you're gonna notice that there's a lot of extra lead there. I'm gonna actually tip this on its side. I don't know how I'm gonna deal with that extra lead, if I wanna push it into the wing or if I wanna do something different, but I'm gonna try this first. I'm gonna see if I can get that to just pass in. I don't think it's going to go very easy without a fight here, so I'm gonna have to take and put that in there. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get actually I'm gonna get a toothpick. Okay. So a toothpick is just gonna give me something to press this in here with. Wouldn't have to be a toothpick, guys. But I will warn you, once you get this on, it's gonna be very difficult to do this once the plane is assembled, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave just a little extra, line this up top and bottom, and then I'm gonna get myself in position where the pins can line up and then pass it down, okay? Then I'm gonna push this down. I'm gonna grab and just work this wire carefully into the crevasse. Okay, so now that that's into the crevasse, we should be good to go. Now, we have to put a screw in here before we trap the mechanism with this, okay? So there's a singular screw that goes there, and then there's 2 to go there, and it looks like there's another potential for more at some point in there, okay? So it's gonna go 1 screw here. Don't over tighten that because it won't let the rudder move, okay? So now we just have to figure out what type of screw that is, and that's gonna be the next big challenge. By the way, I took off that nut and washer, so I'm gonna take and put that next to our spinner.
Okay.
Okay, So I know these screws, I believe those ones are going to actually work with these, which is ironic because all the different hardware that's in this bag, they didn't include these inside the bag. So we're going to be having those when we're ready. So I'll put them together, okay? These pins are going to be used later, I believe, on this as well. And so that's going to, what we're doing is we're just ruling down the different components that we need for the assembly. So at the beginning of this build, you're going to have like 4 trillion bags and 4 trillion little parts. Just start working one piece at a time until you've identified everything that has a purpose. And then you can go ahead and put it together. So it's really pretty easy to go through the process of elimination on these planes. It doesn't always go as smooth as you want, but generally speaking, you can get there. And we're gonna help you with that process here on Brian Phillips RC, of course. You'll notice that things are slowly working their way to where they belong, okay? This goes into the battery tray, I believe. And we've seen this exact receptacle before. See this? Look, press it in, turn it. They had that on the Hobby King Spitfire, I think.
Oh, was that one?
Yep, I think that's where it was. Okay, so as you can see, as we're going, I'm slowly but surely knocking things out one at a time. We're making clear identification of the location where each item goes, okay? Because it's not always really clear when you first start these processes, okay? And even if you have a terrible Chinese manual that helps you to understand some things and totally leaves you high and dry on others, at least you got somewhere to go. Now, this is gonna have to get glued on, isn't it?
I would assume so. I don't think that light's gonna hold it on.
Yeah, that would be ridiculous if that was the way they expected that to be. The other thing is, I don't know how you would tell which one's which unless, yeah, these are gonna be orientated a certain kind of way. See, they aren't. They're exactly the same.
Yeah, I don't see any difference.
Okay. And there was no instructions that said what to do with these beyond sticking them on there, right?
Correct.
Jeez.
But if we don't glue them to start with, we should just be able to pull them off and switch them to the other side,
Look,
right?
I'm just sliding this in here. I am curious. And you guys noticed earlier when I was talking about how we're going to do this or that first, there is nothing to hold that in except for the light. So this has to get glued on.
Okay.
Okay. So let's talk about glue quick while we're going through the process. There's a couple of different types of glue that we recommend on this channel. Of course, you can use CA. We like China glue from FMS, and then foam to foam. This comes from Spectrum, or not from Spectrum, but from Horizon Hobby. We have links to both in our brianphillipsrc.com/supplies or bprc.me/supplies, or just go to bprc.me, hit enter, and it's right up on the banner. It's super easy. Click on it, scroll until you see the China glue. China glue is awesome. It's not without its challenges, but it's basically one of the best glues that we use. It's super easy to use. It's cheap. It's cheap, and you'll love it. And it works really good for a lot of different things. But I'm going to show you how I'm going to do this. I'm going to just basically apply it to where I want it. Simple, okay? And then I'm not going to go like totally crazy because there's a certain amount of surface tension that's holding this in place as it is without the glue, okay? So I'm just going to press fit that in. It's got a very nice fit to it. And then once I get that where I want it, then I'm going to peel it off. Watch what happens. See? And then if I decide I want to apply a little bit more, I know exactly where I can apply the glue without causing problems, okay? So that I can go like this, and you could spread that out if you wanted, but you wouldn't have to. Sometimes I use Q-tips to spread this out. Sometimes I just let it sit on there, okay? You can just let that be if you want. That's one option. I'm gonna lay it on top of this battery just to keep it up off the counter. And then I'm gonna go back and hit this again because I pulled off some of the glue in transferring, and this will allow me to get into the tight edges here and go a little bit heavier. As you can see, I don't really wanna have problems with this coming off, but it's not a structural thing. It's not gonna matter. If one comes off, it's gonna keep flying okay. Even if it came out partially, it's likely to keep flying because it's gonna be in line with the front of the plane. Now, we'll do the exact same thing on this side. My suggestion is to dry fit these things, make sure that they fit and there's not like a left-right equation that you had missed. So I can lay that down. I'm gonna take this same thing and just go maybe just a little bit heavier this time, and I won't have to do 2 steps. You guys see what I did there? Just a little bit more heavy. And just spreading it out a little bit with the tip. Pretty easy. You can see that's mostly clear. It's got a little bit of a amber hue to it. Some of the stuff is exceptionally clear. Some of it is a little bit more amber. Foam to foam, I prefer the China glue over the foam to foam because the foam to foam is very like clear whitish, and when it dries it's very clear. But it will oxidize really quick. This stuff stays shiny, and I don't know why that stuff does that. Now it will get a skin on it, and I don't know if that's oxidizing or what, but I'm calling it oxidation, okay? So once I lay this down into the glue, this is where China glue just does a little bit better than foam to foam. That's why I tend to go to foam, only if I'm, you know, marketing some product that Horizon is offering, because you're gonna be ordering it. And we try to take into consideration, you know, like if somebody is ordering this plane, they're gonna wanna order a Chinese or China Hobby Line battery at the same time, okay? So you see that? Now I'm just gonna let that chill. I'm not gonna do anything with it. I'm just trying to keep it up off the counter. So why don't I use these? It'll be enough to stop any little bit of glue from, you know, getting all over the counter. And same thing here. Now with China glue, the best course of action is to just not put them together right away, okay? Let that set up for a second. It doesn't take very long. Where the heck did I put the lid? Here it is. And it will actually set up a little bit. And then when you come back to your other side, you can grab that one, which is what we did at the beginning. And you should be able to just set this on there. Now it's gonna bite like crazy as soon as I put this on here, so I gotta make sure I get it located right. Oh yeah, that's gonna stick like instantly. Okay, so as you can see, we're just gonna line this up and stick it down. Now, if you use CA, it'd be very quick. You could use Kicker and it would be like almost instantaneous. But the trouble with CA is, first of all, it's very expensive. And, you know, like you'll spend like 10, 15 bucks on a tiny little like 1 ounce or half an ounce bottle. And then it always seems like by the time you're using it, it's like half dried out. And it drives me nuts. Of course, yes, I do have it. Yes, I do have a brand new tube. Yes, it would work. It would have been medium gap filling BSI. By the way, make sure that it sits all the way on that plastic. Mine did, I wanted to catch that edge, okay? Now that I've got it pressed down, it's good, okay? So you see that little bit of glue? The other thing I love about China glue is once you get a little bit on the side like that, you can almost always just rub it right off of there. And if it doesn't come off, you can use Kicker and it'll break down the adhesive, okay? So then you just wanna make sure that you get that pressed all the way in place, because it is, after all, a contact adhesive. And so it's designed to best work if you have 2 surfaces that mate together that have the glue on it, and they will be just about dang near permanent, okay? Unless you put Kicker on it, and the Kicker will break down that strong bond. Okay, so now back to the other wing, same exact scenario. We've had a chance to set up for a minute. And you can see, guys, look at this. So just touching it, you can see, you would never do that with CA, but it didn't even come off on my fingers, okay? Sometimes it does, but it didn't even come off on my fingers in that case. So it's just like super tacky, like my dad jokes. Okay, so you see this? Look, press that in. And then if in doubt, even if you leave a little bit of that glue there, you can almost always peel it off. See that little bubble? That bubble, you can let that dry and then you can peel that out. But it's probably gonna take the paint, so I'm gonna try to avoid that being a problem by taking my thumb and just pulling this away. And then it's on my thumb and it's no big deal. And then I can lay this here just so it has a place to dry. One thing too about this glue is, since it's so easy to work with, if you get a little bit of residue on your fingers, you can just work it off, okay? So that's super nice. And you're definitely not going to be doing that with CA, because if you did that with CA, then you would be stuck dealing with acetone or something to take it off your skin, which you can take it off with acetone, but that stuff is hard on your fingers. Okay, so continuing on with the build, again, this is a step-by-step process. We were going to be putting the tail screw in next, but that step requires us to know what size the screw is, okay? And the screws are here in 3 different bags. I believe it's going to be one of these pointy ones, and it's either going to be a big one or a small one, or it's going to be one of these, but I doubt it. And then these are all going to be for the control system, okay? For the control arms. So we don't need to mess with those yet. So it's either this or this. Let's go with small, and then we won't damage the hole if we put in the wrong size. Now you can look at the instructions, camera crew, if you want to help them with that for just a second. And again, this is process of elimination. Depends on where you start. You might not have the same conflict in trying to figure out what this is, because you might have ended here or whatever.
It does say 2.3 by 10.
Okay, that's about 10 millimeters.
Then there's a longer one, so you did pick the shorter one on...
Yep, so the smaller one is going to be the one that holds the actual rudder in. So then I'm going to grab probably, I think this is a 2 millimeter drive probably. Yeah, 2 millimeter drive. Okay, so as you can see, so this 2 millimeter drive screw is now going to go in here, and that's going to hold the rudder. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go till it's tight and then stop and come back. So now it's tight. Obviously that's unacceptable. And now that we're tight, we know where we don't want to be, and I'm going to back it off like a quarter turn. And that feels totally free, okay? That is not very much play. I'm disappointed by that a lot. Why is it so tight? Why does that not move more? I don't understand why that would not move more. That is very weird. I would like more deflection in the rudder. Well, whatever. I guess we'll get what we get. Okay, so then the next move is we need to get the actual rudder or the steerable tail wheel mounted. So I'm going to grab both of those screw bags. See this? We've got those bigger ones and then the smaller ones. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, so I think the bigger ones go on that rudder assembly.
So the bigger ones, well, on the tail wheel assembly. Okay, so we've got 2 screws. So yeah, those are quite a bit bigger, guys. I want to show this because this will help some of you at home. See how much smaller that is? It's a big difference. It's like half as big, okay? So I'm going to just take that one and lay that back on top of the bag. And then you can see there's 2 springs that we already dropped into this in an earlier part of the video, okay? And then I want to get the correct drive. This might still be 2 millimeters. Yes, it is still 2 millimeters. Awesome, it didn't fall. So I'm just going to take this, start it through. Now this is going to be kind of tricky because I got to figure out if I can actually run this in and if I'm going to be able to get these springs on. I think I will. Oh, it'll be pretty easy, but I think it's going to be easier if I don't have it all tightened down. So there's one. Yeah, I don't like the way that's going. Camera crew, can you go to the other side? See this? That probably will work, but I don't want the ambiguity of that popping out. So I'm going to pull this out now. I want this to be the other way. So I'm going to flip this hook. I'm going to go the other direction with the hook and the other direction. Let's see if I can get it like that. I feel like that is a better bite.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm not saying that that's right versus wrong. I'm just saying I get a better feeling about the way that that bites. And I'm going to do the other one after I get these screws started. So 2 screws. Make sure you're seated in there first. Very good. And then without further ado, we'll just tighten this all the way in. Now, just so you know, every single one of these outputs is supposed to be on the outermost hole. And then every single one of the control arms on the surfaces is the outermost hole, based on what we saw in the manual. Hopefully we haven't mistaken anything there, but it was pretty obvious in that regard. Okay. So now you can see why they had you do that one first, because you can't get to it after the fact. Okay. So now I'm gonna flip the airplane over to the other side so we can manipulate that other spring. This is gonna be a pretty easy build. It's just gonna be one of these where there's a lot of steps. And as you work your way through, you're gonna notice, oh wow, I'm really knocking stuff out. And it's gonna feel good as you get further and further along in the build. See what goes on? It like pulls at a funny angle. So I'm actually not happy with that. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna undo this spring, and you're probably thinking to yourself, but Brian, couldn't you just do this other thing? Yeah, you could, but I'm gonna show you why in a minute. Because you don't wanna have that memory of the spring causing you problems, and it will, okay? See how it's biting my finger? So I'm gonna flip this over. It can be a little tricky to do this. Now I'm gonna go that way, you see? Just flip it. Then that allows me to get in there, and actually that is not what I expected to happen, and it's exactly the way it did. So now I'm gonna show you one other trick. This doesn't always work, but sometimes it does, and it can be really helpful because I hate losing these springs. So I'm gonna take a pair of needle nose pliers and just see if it'll let me bend it. It doesn't always work. Like I said, sometimes it breaks them, but I'm gonna take one for the team. See how I just folded that over? That's gonna be incredibly difficult to come undone now. Same thing here. Camera crew, excuse me. Sorry, my plane was popping off the plane stand a little bit. Just doing like a little quarter bend. I'm not trying to make it so that it's impossible to get off. I'm trying to make it so that it's unlikely to pop out while flying. Because I guarantee you, if you pop out while you're flying, you'll never find it. See, just like a half turn. That's all it takes. Just like a half fold. You could still get that off of there with a pair of needle nose pliers, but you're gonna have to work at it, okay? But now as you move your rudder, the tail wheel will move, which is pretty awesome. And that's a nice soft tail wheel. Okay, so now the next move we need to do is, now that the rudder is installed, is frankly, I'm kind of tempted to just like energize the tail light to see if it turns on, because it's gonna be running on BEC voltage. So I am a little bit nervous because we're gonna get really far into this build. We're pretty much too far, aren't we?
For what?
For that.
Fix that if you screwed it up?
If I screwed it up, it's probably too late at this point. Just where you are is fine. Every time, every time.
I don't know why we don't just have two pairs of bent tips.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab this one wire, and that is going to run the two that go out to the wingtips, not necessarily the one that goes to the back.
Oh, there's a little black and white.
Yeah,
okay.
This one?
Yeah,
Black and red?
black and red.
Yeah, so this one's gonna just hook in like Y cable style, I'm assuming. And we're gonna find out right now. So this is gonna take us back to the XBC battery checker. Camera crew, you can stay right there. I'm just gonna grab any run-of-the-mill battery. It does not matter which one. I'm gonna grab the XBC 200 because it is actually a little bit nicer. I'm gonna click. I'm gonna go to servo test and hit start. That's gonna activate this port, which would otherwise be dead, okay? So then I can plug in this wire as though it were a servo. So it is signal, plus and minus. So plus is in the center, minus is toward my belly. So just line that up. You see that negative is toward my belly. Look, white light.
Yep.
Yeah, awesome. So we did get that landed. So I can, with confidence, move to the next step without having to worry about that coming up at the last second after it's irreconcilable, okay? So at this point, we have to probably do the landing gear according to the manual, right?
No, you're already out of order.
Oh, okay. Then in that case, I'm gonna look at the tail feathers because it'd be nice to have these out of the way. The other thing too that's nice is when you do these, big chunky builds, as you take things off the counter, you feel better and better as you get through the build. Okay, so there's screws that are gonna go in here, and then there's a joiner that's gonna go here. So you gotta have that joined, and then this has to slide over that as well. So we need a total of 3 screws, 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, okay? So this is gonna pass through the only hole, and you might be inclined to actually set this up right now before you put the wing on. I'm a little bit tempted to do that. Except I don't know if that's centered or not.
Right.
Okay, so let's, you know that thing I just put away?
Yeah.
I normally wouldn't worry about centering my servos, but the only reason I'm doing that is just for the simple fact that we're doing this. I want to show you the correct way. For once, I'm going to show you the correct way. I decided we're turning a new leaf.
10 years in, let's try something new.
Yeah. So click, scroll down to servo test, start, and rudder. So obviously we care about rudder right now. And so rudder, we just want it centered. So brown is toward my belly. We already established how that plugs in. Okay. Okay, so that's center. So I can just set that in there and then just hope for the best, right? That's all we got to do is just hope for the best. No, we have to actually turn this on its side now and hope all that crap doesn't fall out, which it hasn't so far. So far so good, right? Now our next move is going to be, we have to actually land this connection here, okay? So that's going to be a ball link to the clevis style connector, right?
Yes.
Well, why don't you verify that? Because there are a certain number of lengths here. We have 2 short ones, we have 3 long ones, and we have 1 really long one, okay? My guess is that the elevator is one and that the rudder is the other, because then we have 2 flaps and 2 ailerons.
Yes.
Okay, so camera crew, point over here. 2 short, 2 long, 3 long rather, and then 1 really long one that's ball link. These ones all have the clippy clips on one end. So I'm assuming we're gonna have one like this and then this one. And these are not gonna be used for the controls here. These are short and long for mechanisms that have to do with the assembly of the plane. This stuff is gonna be what actually works all this together, okay? So we'll go around back to the rudder and elevator. You're probably thinking to yourself, but there's no elevator yet, Brian. Yeah, you're right. So let's just see, is this long enough? Nope, too long. So that goes to the elevator. We'll lay that aside. We're gonna come back to the rudder. Okay, so this is gonna go like that. The nut's on the top. I remember that from the drawing. And so these, you can take your fingers and do it if you have really strong fingers or if you've already broke it free. So I'm gonna hold it in my needle nose and then I'm gonna work this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and that kind of releases it so you can get it worked. Now you see how that has a lip on one side and there's no lip on the other side, okay? So that side with the lip is the side that's gonna go into the control horn, like that, okay? So then the head of the screw goes into that side and it's countersunk. That side goes up against the bearing surface of the two, okay? So then this is gonna go to the outermost portion of the servo, and then you're just gonna make sure that you're centered mechanically, which we're clearly not, okay? So we're gonna have to, something's gonna have to give. I'm gonna have to hold this on here because I can't do all these steps at once, correct?
Correct.
So what are we gonna do? We're gonna put this little white thing on here and we're gonna hook it together. So watch this, camera crew, watching?
I'm watching.
So that slides out. Is this supposed to be inside or outside?
It does not say, it just says outside.
Is there a
forward.
picture?
Not a good one.
Let's show the people the not good one. It doesn't even show the right side. Okay, so the thing that you would need to know, it doesn't tell you. So I'll show you how I'm gonna do this. This has a clip, and ordinarily, that's fine. That's good enough for me. I'm just gonna go up like this, and that holds it on. You see how that works? Pretty cool. Then, and only then, we can start making our adjustments in or out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 turns in. And you see, I'm lining up this right here, okay? So what I wanna do is I can hold this where it needs to be, and then I can hold this where it ought to be. And that means I need to come out because it's not aligned, okay? So I'm gonna come out probably 1 full turn because I need that to be up. So here's 1/2, but then that's pointed the wrong way. And then another half. That's gonna probably be as close as we can get. And then the last bit will either be a mechanical adjustment, by moving the spline position, by unscrewing this, pulling this up, lifting it, moving it to another spline position, or electronically in the radio system, okay? So you can see these little screws with little countersunk heads and then the nuts. That's our next move. Okay, so I'm gonna dump this out here because I can't get them out otherwise. One screw, one nut. There's foam on there, and those are Phillips. So I need to step past you, please. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get one of these really small Phillips screwdrivers, 3mm, and I'm gonna do that. Yep, that should work. And then of course the magnetic bit has held on to the nuts. And that is a 4mm nut driver, and I'm thinking that might be about right, but if it's not, we'll just grab the correct tool, which would be a pair of pliers at this point. Okay, so I'm gonna load this on, hold it with my fingertip. I wanna make sure that my collar is up. It is. I'm gonna feed it through. Yep, we have a nice purchase there. Very good. So now this is the last confirmation of the position, and it looks like if I went, come over here, please. See this here, where I'm pointing? This is gonna be, if I went out one more turn, it would go further in the wrong direction. If I went in one turn, it would be further back. I think I'm being forced to try this. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think, well, you've got
I think I have to.
Yeah.
Okay, so while this is off, I'm gonna turn it in. There's 1/2, and then there's one full turn. Then I'm gonna slide that back through the hole, just like that. I think we're closer.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, nylox, the nylon needs to go towards you. See that?
Okay.
So I'm gonna take and grab the threads, hold this screwdriver, and then I'm gonna drop the nut on. I know my hands are blocking you, camera crew. I can only see where my hands are. These things are very small.
Okay.
You're gonna have to move your camera higher so that they can see. Okay. Then I'm gonna take the 4mm drive and see if it is. It is the same, sweet. See 4mm? Awesome. And then I'm just gonna torque that down. Now you can make this totally tight because it's gonna pivot on the ball link. Then if in any doubt, you can take and grab this and square it so that it's at 90 degrees of the actual clevis, okay? So it's really important that you get all this stuff square so you don't have mechanical binding on these joints. Now, XPC battery checker, double click, go through the sweep, and now you can look at the motion. Now, I'm gonna tell you one thing I would do if I was you is I would go to the innermost hole because I want more rudder authority, which is what we're gonna do right now. So I'm gonna click and go back to the center. I didn't even think about this, mostly because they said to go outside hole, but I also think we're gonna run out of mechanical movement because you remember how I was complaining about that earlier? Mm-hmm. So the nut is gonna wanna fall on the ground. I'm gonna hold the screw through. Then I'm gonna tip this back. Now it's held and retained. I can actually put that vertical on the table. Then I'm gonna see if I can go to the innermost hole of this. And let's see if it makes us reposition anything. So rather than being on the, oh, that's pretty dang good. I didn't have to adjust it. Okay, so now I'm gonna take my finger and put it over the tip of that. I'm gonna let the nut fall into the threads. And I'm gonna give it a couple of turns from both sides until such a time as it is tight. And then I'm gonna show you if we can actually move it or if it runs into overloads. Okay, so that's torqued down. Let's look. By the way, I'm just gonna point out one massive problem here. That needs to have a bend in it because it is putting pressure on that movement. Okay, look, watch. Double click. Watch this, come look. See how it says 0 milliamps? Watch this 0 milliamps as I load the circuit. I'm gonna slow this down. Go back way further so they can see both. See? It's not showing any milliamps at all. That's really annoying. See that? That normally shows the current. I don't know why it's not showing current. So if I went to the min, yeah, that should be refreshing us with data. Well, either way, you would normally look at that, and if you ran into the end of your sweep or if you had a mechanical interaction, you'd be able to see that number go up. But for whatever reason, it's not reading it right now. I don't know why. Okay, so that all being said, my concern is that this should really have a bend in it. I think the rule of thumb is that you shouldn't have a bend in it, and I think my rule of thumb is I'm bending mine so that it's square. so that it doesn't break off this shaft, okay?
Okay.
So that tiny little bit of bend, double click, is gonna now keep and maintain more straightness here, you see? The straightness is what concerns me. Now I'm gonna look at it this way too with you. Yeah, I feel like that's gonna give us enough strength. I have no idea about these servos. They don't seem like they're especially like amazing. I'm a little bit nervous about them actually. They look kind of crappy. So I hope I'm wrong. I've been wrong that one time. And by the way, doing that bend, look what happened.
Yeah.
Dang it. Show the people right here.
Yeah, oh, you can see it.
Right here. So here, I'll just help you with that. You guys see what I'm talking about right there? There's a big overlap, okay? And you can tell I'm at the center. So double click. Let's see if there's anything else interacting. I try to line you up exactly with it. So yeah, my little bend shortened up the lever arm a little bit. Dang it. Well, in order to fix that, I'm gonna recenter the control. These are the types of things that make a 20-minute build into a 2-hour build. But I'll tell you what, I'd rather have a 2-hour build of a plane that works right than have a 20-minute build of a plane that sucks. Okay? That bird sounds hilarious. Mm-hmm. So I need to move this that way, which means I need that to come out. I bet we're gonna get more than we want. There's half a turn, there's a full turn. I really hope I'm wrong. That'd be great if I was wrong. Whew, good catch, Magnet. So guys, welcome to Brian Phillips RC, where we make the simple complicated and teach you how to do it too. If you enjoy this type of content, make sure you smash the like button and then click the bell so you can subscribe and be notified of new content. Obviously, if you want to support us, buy the stuff from the links in the video description below. We also have Patreon for monthly support, YouTube members. Thanks for being members. And YouTube super thanks. If you want to throw us a few bucks, you can do that. But at the end of the day, our best help comes from people that watch the videos, smash the like button, subscribe, and click the bell for notifications. And then when you do decide to buy something you like, then you can follow the links in the video description below. Look how perfect that is now. Double clicking on the XBC battery checker, and you can see we have good throws and we have a perfectly or near perfectly centered wing, okay? So that's important. Why does it matter? Because all these details add up to a plane that maidens well. Now, look at that tail wheel. That tail wheel is not square with the assembly. Why is it not? Because I need to loosen this and square it, or I need to make sure that my springs are even, okay? Obviously the springs are not gonna be evened up very easy. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab a 1.5 millimeter, and it's probably not gonna be the right size. At 2, yeah, it's not at 2. I'm gonna grab a 1.5 here. I bet that's right. So let's loosen this. Once that's loosened a little bit, it's gonna have spring tension on it, so it's gonna wanna yank this at an angle. I can bring this down just a hair and then re-tighten it. Now, if they machined a flat into it, it's gonna pull it, and guess what it did? Look at it, it pulled it. So they machined a flat into it, which means that you're not gonna have an easy time adjusting it by the ordinary mechanism. So when you torque down your screw, it's gonna find the flat instead of allowing you to make that adjustment. Every time you put the face of that screw in there, it's just gonna pull it back to the angle it was at, which is annoying, okay? But fear not, there is other ways to make your life more difficult. I'm gonna show you the newest. Grab a crescent wrench. Hold on to this thing. However you can brace it, okay? If you can get that thing, go up above, please. Then you can bend this just a little bit. And then if you look from above and sight over this wing, like this, you can barely see the wheel. which is good because that means that the wheel is now lined up with the actual control surface, which is kind of what we're going for here. Okay. Everybody understand? Great. Good job. Good job understanding. Oh, by the way, I know I'll get this question. Hey, how come the prop is pointed down and to the right? Well, hopefully if you're buying this plane, you understand that, but that's always the case. It's over to the right. Like if you're sitting in the passenger in the aircraft, that's your right side. Why is it down and to the right? Because there's going to be all this weird adverse pulling that direction. They do it on real planes too. It just has to do with the prop and the direction it's spinning and all that crap and all that complicated geometry and stuff. Physics, rocket science. It's not rocket science. There's no rockets on here unless you mount rockets to it, and then it's rocket science.
Aerospace engineering.
Yeah, okay. So wing. If you can't live with that, by the way, that damage, if you just can't bring yourself to tolerate this, get yourself some hot water, put it on there. And I mean really hot, and localize it to just a spot. It might puff up, okay? If you can't tolerate that and that's not good enough, then you can use spackle, lightweight or medium or heavyweight, like what you would use to fix giant score marks in your drywall from hitting it with helicopters. Then you would take that and just smear it in here because this is white. It will blend in perfectly and you'll never know that it was damaged, okay? Which is annoying to me to have to even say that. This one's a little harder because it's right in the middle of a big purple sticker. I'm just gonna like grin and bear it and pretend it didn't happen, but I'm pointing it out to you because that's what we do on Brian Phillips RC is we annoyingly tell the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God, because we know that you guys probably had to pay for yours. And you might want to know about what to expect. So that's part of the deal when we do this with any of the vendors, merchants, manufacturers, whoever it is, distributors that we work with. If you guys send us something and it's broken, we show it that way. Unless there was some weird shipping issue, and then we talk a lot about that and complain about it still. Okay, so that's in very good fitment. It's got rails that actually hold that in. So let's hope this all lines up because we got a carbon fiber rod that's going in next. Now, trick of the day, sometimes you have to take the carbon fiber rod and go into the other side first. It just kind of depends on the plane. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. But I've got it started on this side and I just have to kind of find the hole. I found the hole. Now I'm going in and I have to find the thing that joins the left and right side. Get those to kind of line up. And they did line up, but they are not lining up very good. It went still. And then these rails, plastic on plastic, I love it. Pressing it in, and she's all the way in. By the way, no screws, this thing would probably still hold together, okay? But we have screws, so let's talk about screws. So we have these screws here. We have the big ones, and then we have the little ones, okay? The little ones are half the size of the big ones, right? Yep. I'm assuming we're gonna need probably one of those flat ones here that I thought was gonna go on this here, okay? But it looks like, hey, camera crew, look. It looks like there's only gonna be one and two screws. So that means that the third screw is likely going to be this one right here. Let's look. I bet you it's gonna be that one, okay? And that's what we're gonna do.
Slide the horizontal stab.
It doesn't say.
Well, there's 6x4x3, something.
What now?
No, that's the spar. Then the 10s are the shorter ones.
Okay, well, this crap all goes to the landing gear mounts, so I'm not even worried about that. So I'm gonna go ahead with this.
Okay.
It could be a spare. Now, I will tell you this, the better manufacturers send a spare. For instance, the spinner has a spare screw. This could be a spare screw. You know what? I'm leaning toward this is a spare for the spinner. This is a spare for that thing. I'm gonna go with this is a spare. This is a technical guess. Okay, camera crew, excuse me. I'm gonna put my spare screws over here, okay, to confuse us later. That means that I'm stuck with using these two styles, okay? These two styles are the smaller one and the bigger ones. I usually would prefer the bigger ones, right?
Right.
Okay, so there'll be two on this side and then one. So we already know that this fits with the 2mm drive. So I have the 2mm drive out here. That's a 2mm hex drive, okay? So we'll get that loaded on there and we'll see if this goes. I feel like that's gonna work okay. So let's just go with it. Now, is it possible that you could also use that other type of screw that was included with or likely for the wing spars? Maybe, I don't know, okay? 2mm on this larger screw now. Let's see if they go, and they will very likely go. Oh yeah, that's gonna go. These are very long screws. I'm surprised they included such long screws for this application, because the truth is, I feel like it's gonna come all the way through, and it makes me a bit nervous because I have my finger on the bottom. You guys see my finger on the bottom there? If it protrudes through, I would like to know. And it has yet to protrude through. So I will take back the things I said, and I'm gonna just put those into the memory docket. Same thing here. If this protrudes through, it could cause a problem, but I don't think it is going to. So far, so good. Except that I popped out of the hole. I hate it when that happens. This is really hard to turn. Like, it feels like you could maybe be a little bit too big with this bolt. It has not protruded. Okay, I'll take it. Guys, I'd rather have a heavier bolt that fits tight than have a thinner bolt that fits loose. Okay, now, there's 2 left. I'm assuming they're the same size. And I'm gonna just go with I'm correct, I think. All right, now, show the people this hole, how it's not quite lined up. Can you get the camera on such an angle that you can see that? This one is lined up, so I'm gonna go with that one first. Now, why does it matter that it's not lined up, hon?
Well, it's gonna make it harder to get your screw in there.
Well, the tip is gonna open it up because this is a machine, this isn't a machine style bolt. It's a screw that would be like a wood screw, okay? So a wood or plastic screw, right? So this will actually work really nice to line up those 2 slightly misaligned, and that's gonna pull the rest of the assembly together, okay? So if you're not fully aligned, it's gonna do it right now by tightening this in, okay? Which is pretty cool. But it's also, you'll notice one other thing about this. You see where the screwdriver is? If you don't have a really long deck or shaft on your screwdriver, you end up having this problem where you're sitting here turning, you've got nowhere for your knuckles and your fingers to go. So you have to do it this way, which is pretty annoying. So if you had a longer screwdriver for this step, it might be kind of handy. Now, the other thing that's nice is you can actually take these out. This brand or whatever it is, I think we have links to something like it. You can undo that screw and you can shank this. You can put the shank into your drill, which is really handy because then if you want to use a drill to do this installation, then you can do that. Hey, by the way, do we have a link to the bug assault?
We do.
There is currently a fly. Is it fly assault?
I think. Oh,
So guys, here on Brian Phillips RC, we're trying to give you good ideas that you can help support Brian Phillips RC. The bug assault, by the way, don't buy the cheap one. We've tried, they suck. You got to get the overpriced bug assault from the links in the video description below. You'll notice I did not muzzle flash my eyes when I did that. But we shoot this thing all the time. And by the way, I believe that comes up when it's like charged, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Or does it always? I don't know.
We usually
Anyway,
have it
so you load this thing with
charged.
salt. If you've never seen these things, they are awesome. No, this is not a sponsored thing, but if you buy from the link, we'll make $1 or $2 or whatever it is.
But now we have to find the fly.
Now we have to find that fly. But if that fly comes back around,
Yeah.
we're gonna shoot it for you live
Yes.
on camera. So anybody who defends the fly, I'm gonna unsubscribe you. I'm gonna kick you out of the channel permanently because flies are annoying. Okay, look at this. See this? Oh yeah, that's the right length. Sweet. So now what I need to do is I need to actually turn this back up and let's go ahead and put the XBC battery checker on here again because why not do it again?
Did you put it away again?
I didn't. It's just sitting right here though.
Oh, it's down there.
So guys, here on Brian Phillips RC, we show the entire truth, the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. And the reason we do that is because there's a million ways to skin a cat, and we really want you to get some value out of this. Hopefully you're getting value out of it. This says elevator. So I'm gonna come back over here, and I wish they would silk screen these things. It's so dumb that they don't. When I say silk screen, I mean take a piece of paint and cover over it with a silk screen so that that S plus and minus is easier to read. So minus is to my right hand, not my left. Click, go to servo test, click, double click, and you can see right there if you just duck down for a second, it's moving. Now I went back to the center, camera crew, to the center. We have built a few planes together. It's been a long time coming. Okay, so now that we have this thing here and we have that thing centered, we should be able to make the decision to have that collar going toward the control horn. It's supposed to be in the outermost hole. Now, I would normally go for more throw, but on an elevator, having more throw sometimes just makes the thing hard to control because it will porpoise. Now, we are gonna set up AS3X and safe on this particular aircraft, but that will not always take the porpoise out. So if you find that your plane has a lot of throw and it's too touchy and it porpoises and you just don't want to turn your gains down anymore, then what you can do is you can adjust your center of gravity so it's less tail heavy and more nose heavy, and that will make your actual elevator less effective, okay? That's not a good thing, but it is a way to deal with it, okay? Now, the other way you can do it is make less throw by going to the outer hole instead of the inner hole. The manual calls for the outer hole to be used and the outermost hole. You could also bring it down one of these, and there is a trade-off, and it's a good trade-off. If you go to the inner holes here, you will have less movement, but you're gonna have the same amount of power and strength of the servo's output. So you actually gain something there. Whereas if you go to the outer hole here, you just have less movement. And if you go to the inner hole, you have more movement, but you don't really make a large mechanical difference. But if you go from this hole to this hole, not a huge difference, but there's 4 holes. You go here, you got a pretty big difference in mechanical advantage. And then you go here, you got a bigger difference in mechanical advantage. But you're like, wait, this lever arm's longer. Wouldn't that make the mechanical advantage more? No, because you have the same amount of torque being applied. So it's kind of like you're reading that equation backward, okay? So if you come down here, you're gonna have less perceivable movement from the same amount of throw, okay? Now, does that mean that just because you move this thing with the same amount of voltage and current, which by the way, you have a 5 amp at 5 volts, that's a pretty good amount of power on that. I don't know if it's a UBEC or just a BEC, a battery eliminator circuit. It's a lot of power for the servos and lights, okay? If you do that, by the way, just full disclosure, that plane back there, I think it runs at 7 volts at probably 5 amps. Okay, so it's a lot more power. But this here, if you want more power, the closer you get to the center of that axle, the more output you're gonna get. Physically, the more strength is gonna be manifest and precision. Because when you go out here, you just load the motor more. And then, by the way, when you're countering environmental impact like wind and all the strength of the dynamic loading on this wing, if you move this out further, you're actually feeding back to that, and it has to work harder. I know it sounds almost inconceivable, but sometimes you go from not science to like rocket science, or it's aerodynamic science. Right, so if I haven't confused you enough, I'm just gonna go over this one more time. If the manual calls for the outside hole and the outside hole, you can do that. If you want more control authority, perceived control authority, remember, slow speed is gonna produce less load dynamically than high speed, right? So when you're at slow speeds, when do you need the thing to move more? When you're slow. When you're going really fast, you don't need as much movement, provided you're running at an appropriate center of gravity, which is your pivot point for this lever. So this lever impacts that lever. Are you kidding me, Brian? How do I keep track of all this crap? Just build it the way we do it on this channel. We'll try to teach you along the way you can build on your skill as you get better and better, okay? Not that I'm like some absolute expert on all these things. I have a very small amount of expertise and I apply it as best I can. Okay, so now keep in mind that needs to be in toward this arm, and that needs to be in also toward the control arm, okay? That's not lined up. Now, we know that the servo should be in the center position. So we can assume that at this point. We're not really assuming it, we're driving it to that position. And look how far off we are, okay? So this, when I center it here, is where you center it. Okay, so that would not be centered, that would not be centered, but this would be pretty close to centered. So we can mount this here, or we can mount that there to start with, but we gotta start somewhere. So I think I need to go in on both sides a little bit. Because we know we need to go in on both sides to get it close, I'm gonna hold the center of the shaft and I'm gonna grab it with the textured part of these needle nose pliers. So I can turn this in, one, see how it's spun? There's two, you see how hard I'm having to hold this so that it doesn't move? If you're having trouble, you can sometimes put these into the other side, just don't cut it. I'm gonna put it in an angle. See, it's a little bit too thin. So I have to put this at a bit of an angle to get a better bite, and I have to hold it really tight. So there's two. Now I'm gonna go in on this side. There's one, and then there's two halves. Remember, at the end of the day, we need these to both be working, and if you drive these too deep, you'll break that plastic right there, or it will crack, okay? So you gotta bring it in on both sides, and yes, going back to Death Town grip. Okay, so it's turned in, and it's turned in. So guys, look at this. You want those both pointed the same direction. If that weren't clear, that little edge needs to be the same. Well, it doesn't really need to be the same. It just should be the same if you want it to be right. Ooh, that's really close. I feel like if I go one more turn, I'd be like almost perfect. So yeah, it's probably too much though.
I bet
it's gonna be too much.
I think you're gonna have to at least put one end on it.
We do. Let's do that. Okay, so remember, these are gonna be mechanical mounting, and then these are gonna be what's used. So we have to feed this in, and then that countersink is gonna be almost flush, okay? Like that. And then I have to grab my nuts. Would you mind grabbing my nut and holding me here?
No, you're almost out of time, so you're gonna have to do your own nuts.
Oh, dang it. Okay, so in that case, I'm gonna grab the forceps with the bent tip, and I'm gonna grab my nuts myself, and I'm gonna make sure that that nylon is going that way. And then I'm gonna grab the flat here. And you're like, why don't you use your nut driver? I'm pretty sure you can't get the nut driver in there, okay? Now that we ruled that problem out, I'm gonna go ahead and slide my screwdriver. Where did it go? Oh, I don't have a screwdriver out. So I've got this Phillips.
Yep.
That's number 3. It's not a number 3, it's a 3mm. Because we all know that Imperial systems use millimeters. That's a joke. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my nut, put it behind there. So I have to kind of, okay, so that screw went somewhere. We'll grab it after we run out of battery. So I'm gonna grab just another one, drop that in there. This is gonna be tricky, guys, for reals. Tricky. Oh, I'll just go this way then. So I'm gonna drop that in there, get my nut aligned, get it started, and then I can hold with my third hand. Oh geez, this is awkward. There it is. Okay. I'm gonna tell you this right now, guys. I don't like having to do these steps. There's people that built ARFs and they're like, oh, but you whippersnappers, if that was an ARF, you wouldn't have even started putting the covering film on. Okay, yeah, I get it, but I'm not building an ARF.
Right.
Okay, so this is undone. Let's bring back to perfect shape. I can swing that around. And yeah, look at that. That's pretty much lined up darn near perfect. I don't think we're gonna get any better than that. So. We're gonna have to use trim from the transmitter. So we'll pause while we find the screw. Okay, so I have this clamped on. I have the screw in my mouth. So this screwdriver, the number 3mm, not number 3mm, that's the stupidest thing I've said since the last stupid thing I said. Move it until it falls in, grab the nuts, make sure your nylock is going that way. Reach around, give it a good reach around when you're grabbing your nuts. Hun, could you help me here? You can make me do it all myself.
I am.
Even on camera.
Yep.
Lame. Okay, so just tightening this until it gets tight. Okay, and then we'll just pop that loose. Now, we can move the elevator. Okay, are you ready? double click. Double click, look at the movement. That is beautiful movement. That's a pretty good amount of movement. I'm happy with that. The rudder, I'm not so thrilled with. Also, if you want to test more than one at once, you can actually put a Y cable in here and actually center more than one servo at one time. Or you could just not do any centering and just do that after it's built. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. We're about ready to run out of battery.
Yes.
And look how many pieces are left, folks. This is a lot of pieces for where we are in this build. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take and show one of these vortex generators being assembled in here. And I know you guys, it's burning in your souls. You're like, did the China glue work? Did the China glue work? Yes, it did. And you'll notice that it's working perfectly. And look, a little bit pooped out here. Watch this, watch this. Boop. You can just grab it off and just roll it up in a ball. If it's dry, even better. It'll come off with pliers or needle nose. And I want to see what these look like sticking in here. See, pins. I think it's pretty obvious which way this goes. So I'm going to just stick this in to the pins. And I honestly don't know. Like, I mean, they have that double-sided tape. I think we just go ahead and stick them in, and then I'm a little bit afraid to throw caution to the wind because...
Yeah, I would not.
Like, I don't know. I'm saying I don't want to accidentally forget the double-sided tape.
Oh.
So...
Really?
The only way to test that is to wire it up. Well, I guess we're just going to have to throw caution to the wind. If I forget, these things are coming off. I guarantee they're going to pop off. Eventually. There's a pretty good amount of bite, but... I don't think I'm going to remember that.
I mean, it's not a painted surface.
So in that case, we're going to put those on at the end then. That's just the way it's going to be. It's going to be over here by the prop.
Okay.
So we got to put a couple of these in. We got to build landing gear. But what I was thinking is I'll build one of these off camera. So you poor schlubs don't have to watch me do this twice. Is there a protective film? Please don't be a protective film. That would suck so bad to have to peel that off of. Oh God, there isn't protective film. I think there's the protective film. Guys, there's a protective film. I can already tell. I just got to get an X-Acto knife.
I think there is too.
So that means that on every one of these, I have to take my X-Acto knife. What is going on with this? Oh my goodness. Can you pause, please? All right, so now I'm going to take the back side of my X-Acto and just pull this on the deep part. I believe this part's going to go in. And I am actually not 100% sure that we have protective film on that because it's not peeling up at all, hon.
No, I see that.
That sure looks like protective film to me.
It does. Okay,
let's just go with it's not protective film, okay? So let's look at this. These vortex generators are going to be probably, I wish I knew. Definitely not that way. Maybe it goes this way. That couldn't be. That's not it. It's got to be this way, don't you think? That's got to be. That's the only option I can come up with that would be right. You don't have to install the vortex generators, but I suggest that you install the vortex generators. All right. If you guys are wanting me to elaborate on a vortex generators, maybe I should start a podcast just talking about stupid things that nobody cares about. That would be terrible.
Oh. As long as I don't have to be there.
What if, well, I'm going to need somebody to hold the camera.
Not for a podcast.
Yes, you will. Somebody needs to.
You can have a tripod for that.
What if you can't read my mind and point it at the right spot? Can we simulate that? See, it's right there. Don't cry. It's okay. It's all right. I'm not doing it. It's just a joke. It's just a note. Don't cry.
Mute me.
Oh my goodness. See this? Okay. All right, so we're back. Had to recharge, sorry. The camera died about the time we were sticking in these vortex generators. So you saw the first 3 or 4 and then I just finished off the rest. And the only other thing I did off camera is I took these out of the bags. And I will tell you, it took me about 14 different tries to actually get these to line up so that the holes lined up right. And these things both folded the right direction so that they could be adapted onto the wings, which I'm going to show you that now because it was not immediately obvious. Also inside the bag, I found these 2 small screws that I thought we had to use these 2, and there was a spare, okay? Which that might still be true, but I just want to point out the fact that I didn't notice there was another bag in there. So that happened off camera. Now we're back up to speed. I'm gonna flip these over and show you what I was talking about. I did investigate with the plane sitting upside down. It was a little bit tricky to kind of understand that the wing is here and it's going to need to go past the center to the front. So when you're looking at the upside down portion of the wing, make sure you understand which one you're looking at, which it's sort of hard to tell. So just remember, inboard would be the flap. So then you take one of these 2. Once you figure out how these are lined up, then they set into these little saddle things. Boom, 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 boom. And they go forward, okay? So these will be mounted. That should be in front of where the wing is. So then get the other wing, have them both going forward, or whatever direction makes sense to you. And then make sure that these brackets all fit down. I did not have to actually flip any of these, but don't get excited and try to do it. If you are, you did it wrong more than likely, okay? Because like I said, I literally did it like 14 different ways. And I mean, it only takes 3 seconds to try it, but I could not figure out how to get it to go so that these holes would line up with the holes here. And I thought, I mean, I've done this a million times. How can this take me 14 tries? It did, okay? But the benefit to you is that the battery was dead. So those can be screwed in at any time. In fact, we'll probably go ahead and do it right now. So let's talk about which screws we need to use. We have all these machine screws here. Some of them might be the correct ones. Some of these might be the correct ones, or some of those might be the correct ones. I tend to believe that because this is plastic, it's gonna be the same style that we had been using. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then down here, these are gonna be held on by the clips. This is a very obvious part, so that's easy. And we're gonna be left with a spare clip, okay?
Okay.
So again, through the process of deduction, the process of elimination, we're gonna go ahead and continue to do the process of elimination. So we can take one of these and put them aside with our spare parts. This is gonna become our spare parts bag. And we're gonna take one of the spare parts that we know to be true because it goes with the spinner. And we're gonna take this other spare part that we had been holding back for the plastic connection point. I am not sure if we're gonna need these 2 to hold this in down here on the other side of that, or excuse me, it's down here, or these 2. I genuinely don't know, okay? So again, process of elimination. I'm gonna have these started and ready to go so I don't have to search for them, okay? And that's gonna make it quite simple to grab those. I'll probably have to pull them out. And also the landing gear will be going in here. So I'm actually going to be putting the wings on before the landing gear because look how the plane's sitting. It's easy to do that. If I put the landing gear on, then I have to worry about being able to reach all this stuff with all this crap hanging in the way. I don't know if there's a better way or a worse way, but because of the process of elimination, I have to figure out which of these screws we need to use, if any, to hold these things on, okay? So we've got these 2 and only 2 long ones left. And then we have a bunch of these ones, okay? So now I can't see a nut zert in these holes. But remember guys, we had a special bag. So I'm gonna go with, these are definitely not going to be the correct ones here because we only have 2 left. However, there could be plenty here. That would give us enough. So I'm gonna put these next to the spares, assuming that they're spares. And I'm gonna assume that this is going to be what is used to hold these in. Now, is it this here or these along with the nuts? I don't know yet, but as you can see, these definitely go in and nut on there, okay? So that's the tricky part. When you build a plane like this, it's not always immediately obvious, okay? They do look like pokey ones.
2.3 by 10 was the shorter ones we thought.
Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do that then.
Okay.
Remember, sometimes when you build these models, it is process of elimination. It's the only way you're going to get it figured out with any level of 100% certainty. Okay, so 2 millimeters. So we put this bag over here. We'll go ahead and start by dumping out a few of them because we need 8 of them this time. And let's see how they fit. First of all, if you start doing this and you realize, shoot, I feel like I'm reaming out the hole, or it's too tight, or it's gonna rip it, or something like that, you better be careful, okay? Now, once this is done, I can flip this around, guys. I can lift this up and flip it around, and then I can put the last screw in. But this will at least get it started. I don't have that totally torqued down yet.
Did that seem?
It seemed very appropriate,
okay.
Yeah.
They
so
seem
then
big for just that, but.
Well, but see, that's the thing, is that this is a structural part.
Yeah.
Because it's actually holding the wing. And I guarantee you during some of the maneuvering, this is going to actually matter. These wing struts usually matter on the planes. And you want to know how I know? Just look no further than the cabin.
I was going to say.
The cabin PC9 or
Porter
PC6?
PC6.
Yep. Which is ironic because China Hobby Line also carries a cabin model. And they did that sailplane that was super good.
The Pulse.
Yeah, the Pulse, which is like our best cabin so far. Okay, so let's get these 4 in here. And that's going to satisfy all of the screwing here. I'm going to take these 2 screws, lay them off to the side so that we can make a determination next. Those are Phillips. So now I can flip this all the way around, and that gives me access to the last screw. Now, my predisposition is to make sure that these match what's already there. And so I am going to go with this screw, okay? So that what that means is that these 2 screws, I don't know where they go. Maybe they're gonna end up being part of the float equipment, but I'm gonna put them on top of the spares bag.
Okay.
Maybe they were planning on you dropping them. I don't know.
Well, but see, there were a couple steps when we read through the manual that were already done for us.
That's right.
And then sometimes we get extra hardware because of that change.
And so if you wanna know a way of making a build very difficult, just include extra hardware that is sort of unidentifiable and doesn't match anything.
Yes.
Okay. It's like, okay, so I'm holding that on with my finger and got it started. Once I get it started, I'll move my hands away. Now you could do this without it being mounted, but I will tell you this, it's making it quite easy to put that in. That screw is not quite the same size as that, so why would it be the same? Okay, so those are ready to go now for the next move. Now, keeping in mind that we have quite a bit of screws to actually mount the wings to the plane, okay?
Okay.
So we're gonna lay this one now that it's complete over here, just out of the way. And we also didn't have the leading edge slats. If there was some sort of a hardware adapter that we need to use there, it's possible we didn't have access to it, okay? So now this bag has the other single screw. I'll show you on this one. I'll go ahead and run the screw in while it's off and see if it's any easier. I don't think it will be. So these are incredibly small screws. I'm using the 3 millimeter Phillips here. So guys, remember, if you're looking for hardware that you see, not hardware necessarily, but if you're looking for the screwdrivers that we use on the channel, these were actually a gift from one of our subscribers. And so we just use them. They've been working out really good. We've had 2 different times where people had given us screwdrivers previously, and then just the other day we had somebody send some dental picks, right? Is that,
Yeah,
I mean,
like
that's still
O-ring picks.
Yeah, not dental picks, but you guys know what I mean. And so we always appreciate gifts like that. It's nice. So, but we never know if people want to be called out in the videos. So we never say their name. Well, we might say a first name.
Yeah.
But we're not going to say your first and last name. So if you'd ever send a nice gift or something like that, we're not going to try to embarrass you. But we do appreciate it. It's very nice of you. And so he had sent those, and we'll have to, next time we use them, we'll have to say his first name only. That way he knows We got a nice handwritten note. It's always nice when people send the handwritten notes and stuff, and it's cool because obviously on YouTube it's kind of like thankless, nameless, faceless, whatever. And
Yeah.
we used to get a lot more complaint to praise ratio, probably just because when you see 100% of comments, and it really takes the wind out of your sails when people say something really nasty, and you get that still once in a while. But we've also learned to not give a crap
Yes.
about it.
Trying to figure where you were going to go with that appropriately.
Yeah, try to be nice. But at the end of the day, you can't make everybody happy. You find that out.
Nope.
You find that out even when you do your best. And then, of course, everybody makes mistakes too, including me. Make a lot of mistakes. But a good way to deal with that is just film it, put it online.
How many of those little ones do you have left?
There's a total of 5.
So we could still use them for something else.
Maybe.
Okay.
That's a little bit scary. It's going to make it challenging. Okay, so I think now would be a good time to go ahead and mount the wings, except the hardware for the wings is on the top. Well, that's fine. We'll just have to flip over the plane temporarily. Now, keeping in mind that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 big screws that are going to hold down the landing gear. But again, I believe that was all part of the landing gear. Now, I'm just torn. Is there going to be a pass-through bolt and nut? No. That is most definitely going to be a regular screw that's going to bite, like a wood screw, kind of like what we've been using.
Okay.
Because this is too thick for us to use bolts and nuts.
Okay. Do we need to put these black adapters on before we cover up the wings?
That's probably a good idea. Yeah, so I don't mean to jump around here, guys, but this is the reality of building planes. Sometimes you run into this. Oh, the other thing I did is I took the prop out of the bag, and I believe it's gonna end up being this one, which we'll show you that process, but just to be fully transparent with you, we try not to do any of this stuff off camera, but it's just sometimes it's totally impractical. Okay, right here, we've got these. We've got these to mount, and frankly, I am not sure which hardware that we're gonna end up having to use. See this? They show that.
That does not look like the same screw that we used.
Yeah, when they give us these ambiguous instructions, you gotta keep these in order here, hon, otherwise it's gonna get very confusing. I think it was, it was up here. Of course. Oh. Yeah, that's the detail you get.
Mounting plates, 14 millimeter. So they're gonna be pretty long.
Right. I'm assuming that this is it. I mean, we do technically have only 2 of these, so that leads us to.
But if these came with all the rest of the gear.
Yeah, I just don't understand, because look, if we had 4 of these, 1, 2, 3, 4 for the main mounts, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 for the rest of them, well, then I guess I just fail to understand this. But look, this would be for the through holes here, and there'd be 4 of those. Oh, crap, and then that leaves, look, then that leaves 1 spare. 1 nut spare, but then what is this nut for? Oh, for the wheels. Yeah, so that goes on the end to hold the wheel on, wheel retainers. So then you end up with 1 spare nut and 1 spare bolt. I think we gotta go with it. I mean, the process of elimination is a process that usually works. Yeah. And so we just kind of have to go with it. So I put those over in our spares.
Okay.
So that means that these machine bolts are gonna be the 4 bolts. No, look, 1, 2. There's only 2, 3, 4 that hold the top to the bottom. Then we're gonna have 4 that hold this to the plane on the bottom.
This says install the mounting plates to each side of the fuse. This 2.6 by 12 4 pieces would be the smaller ones, because then it says bolt a landing gear assembly to the fuse. 3 by 14 would be the bigger ones. So bolt, 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 and then you use those same bolts here to attach those. So I think it's these.
Well, but they've confusingly given us enough to do it either way. I don't think that machine bolts, I mean, this is a good fit, don't get me wrong, but I don't think that would be wrong either. I just think that you could do a better bolt. I mean, this is a pretty critical thing.
But we need 6 of those.
Well, how do we need 6? We only need
'Cause we
1,
need
2.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Right.
5, 6
7,
on the other
8.
side.
7, 8.
Oh, 7.
But if that's what bolts down through the frame, let's see if there's a nut zerd in the bottom of the plane. That'll answer the question. So if you guys don't know what a nut zerd is, it's a nut. Ooh, geez. It would be a nut, and there might be a nut zerd on those. I can hear it. Listen. That's a nut zerd. So these are machine bolts. Okay, then we have to decide if there's nut zerts here. If there's nut zerts here, it's going to be a pretty immediately obvious. That goes up, right? Whoops.
Yes.
I don't have a screwdriver to drive this right here. That does not feel right.
I think it's the smaller ones.
I don't think this is right. This one's not right. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to use these machine screws down here, okay? And then the penetrator screws up here, which is super annoying because that means that's going to be left over then, because this is going to mount down the main body and then these are going to mount the struts. So we're left with 4 spares?
Well, maybe. We're not done.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I need to find a screwdriver. A Phillips number 4 this time, or Phillips rather 4mm. Okay. Yeah. So we need to actually drive these next, which might be a 3mm. Ooh, that 4 feels pretty good. Let's do this. Let's do these. See if it works. The good thing is this shaft size is smaller by a very small amount. So if we made a mistake, we can always take them out and go up a size to the machine bolts, okay?
Okay.
And this is part of the guess and check of building models from Chinese instructions. Okay, so pass that through. So I can turn it and then I can start, whoa. That'll match with the damage.
Yes. Yeah, it'll match that one.
From the plane coming out of the box. That's feeling pretty good.
Pretty good.
It does, admittedly, oh yeah, that bite's good. So I'm fine with that. I'm happy with that. I would be happier if it was a giant bolt head that would actually go down. And you know what? Oh my goodness, are you kidding me?
Well, there are 2 dents here.
Do you see what I just did there?
No.
That is
Stop
ridiculous.
doing that.
So frustrating. So easy to do that, guys. I almost feel like getting spackle and just filling those holes just to show people how to do it, because it's so easy to do. But it's really frustrating when you script your model like that. Okay, so it's just doing the upside now, because it's upside down. I'm going to start with the bottom. Get that started. Because you have to apply pressure as you're spinning these in. It's not like you can just spin. You have to actually press it. Okay. All right, so that worked pretty good. I wish your jigging would have been tighter on this window. I think it would have made it look a lot nicer. Not a deal breaker by any means, but it's still kind of like, really? Come on, guys. All right, so going back to, I'm just lay that there in case I need it. We need to have the wings mounted next, I think.
Yes.
So in order to mount the wings, we need to know what hardware we're using. Well, we know what hardware we're using for the wing joiners. This is pretty simple stuff, okay?
And our wing spars are the same length. Did we already talk about?
They're exactly the same. The instructions call out a considerably different length.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit nervous about that, but I don't know what else you can do. Also, just full disclosure, there is a pass-through here for something. Show the people. See?
Yep.
I don't know what it's for. I'm not sure. Oh, this one goes over here. And I'm going to drop down the... Hon, can you grab that other side, please? No, the far side. Thank you. Just hold it. Let me get these started. Slide that in. In fact, we can use that to help hold up the plane. And then these need to slide in. jeez. Okay, where did the other wing end up? Here it is. Keep a hand on there for me. We'll just let that fall down. And I'm just gonna, okay, let go. Never mind. Okay, so we just gotta get this started. Gosh, that stuff didn't line up as good as I had hoped. With that flap down, it makes it easy to do this. Okay, so it's in, now it'll balance, okay? And so now we need to put 1, 2, 3, 4. But I think instead of like worrying about the top, let's go ahead and put these in first. Just because they're gonna be obnoxious to work around.
Okay.
So I'm gonna get that one to tip by tipping the plane, and then this one to tip. And all I have to do is just right here, pull this out, drop it down, line it up, and then slide this on. That is pretty dang easy.
Well, that lined up pretty good.
That's gotta be one of the easiest.
Yeah, those pins are usually...
That was really easy. It never goes that easy, guys. I'm just trying to decide if it would make better sense to kind of like, I'm gonna follow the contour of the plane. Hey, the bug assault
Yeah. Dude.
simulation. Look, watch this. Booyah! Gone. And then watch this. Just the thing about this is if you use this bug assault, make sure the salt fills into the pickup. And you see that? It went down. Watch when I cock it. It goes up. So it lets you know it's cocked. There is a safety, but like we don't use that.
No.
There's always some bug to shoot. So.
Yes.
Okay, as you can see, it worked, which is pretty awesome. I didn't think we were gonna get to demo that because after the camera died, my son came out and shot one. And I was like, we were supposed to shoot that on camera.
There's always more.
It's just ridiculous.
When you live in the country.
What does it come to? This YouTube channel. We're doing is shooting flies. Okay, so we're gonna actually relocate the plane slightly. Okay. So it's out of the way of all that junk. And then we'll just let this into the edge here so we can see these 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, I can see nut zerts. Show the people. So if those are nut zerts, camera crew, the options are we're definitely not considering any of that crap over there because that's all landing gear. But guess what we are considering?
Those.
Or those. There's 5 of these and there's a ton of those.
It's gotta be the bigger ones.
Really?
I mean, bigger? Wouldn't you want bigger? I would.
I mean, for the wing, probably.
Yeah.
But my issue with this is it's not immediately obvious and sometimes you can't reach. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna probably end up starting with the bigger ones. And does it say? Oh, geez. Insert the main spar, blah, blah, blah. I mean, they got the spar length wrong.
Provided 3/8 is short.
Oh, goodness gracious. So like I said, there's 5. So process of elimination means that I end up with a 5th that is a spare.
Then what is the bag of 27 for?
Maybe they're for floats. That's the problem when you have a float equipped plane, you never know. So I'm putting, oh geez, I dropped all of the non-extras. 3, 4. So I have 4 of them now, okay? If I have 4 in my hand, 2 millimeters drive is my guess. Yep, no. 3 millimeter. So I'm gonna just grab my handy dandy kit here and grab a 3 millimeter, 2.5 rather. I bet it's 2.5. And yeah, that's it, 2.5. So guys, when you're building these planes, I cannot stress this enough. I've already said it a number of times. There is no obvious solution for hardware. And it's been this way since the beginning of creation, since Adam and Eve, okay? They were like, let's name this animal and then what size was the bolt from the Chinese airplane. So I'm gonna just tell you right now, that is not lining up because the wing is not all the way pressed in.
This one back here seems pretty good.
Okay, so let's do that and then we can try. Yes, that one did. Good catch, thank you. That's gonna help. So that's torqued down. Now watch what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna grab this, show the people.
Oh.
See this? It's not quite lined up. Yep. Now watch what I'm gonna do. Go all the way back so they can see what I'm doing with my hands. I'm gonna pull this forward and that did seat it.
Okay.
And yes, this whole thing moved and it was very crunchy sounding.
Okay.
Now watch this. Booyah. Very nice. Okay, machine screw on plastic still makes me a little nervous because you can see this one's pulled way out and that one's pulled way out. So we might need to do one of these where I flip the whole plane so that we can bring this to a more manageable spot. By the way, if you don't have a plane stand and you're thinking about getting into this hobby, but you're thinking of trying to save $20 on a plane stand, just do yourself a huge favor and get one. BrianPhillipsRC.com/supplies. There, it's in and it's in. It will be one of the few tools that just, you kind of need a plane stand if you're gonna build a handful of planes. It's gonna make it a lot easier on you. And I can tell you this, since we work on an island, we film it. Anybody that's got back issues, you're gonna want to get as close to the edge of the counter or table as you can. And once you start getting the plane mostly assembled, you can start doing this, which makes it a lot easier to be able to stay stood up. See that? It's going.
Won't have put holes in your wife's blanket with your P51.
I mean, you can do that if you want, but I would suggest against it. So I'm gonna tip the plane. Now watch this. Now that I've tipped the plane, I'm gonna do that same thing because that isn't starting. Okay, watch. See how it just moved the screw when I did that? Now, admittedly, on foamies, you usually don't have that problem, okay? You just don't. Because it doesn't take that much torque to push them in, but then dynams, so then you have to do surgery to assemble it.
Yeah.
By the way, that feels like spinny as all get out. Okay, good. It's finally bottoming out. Oh, that was a bad feeling. I felt like it was spinning and I'm like, oh, what am I supposed to do then? Now, I will also talk about this for a moment. I feel like this back end is not down all the way. There's a pretty significant lip right here. So I'm gonna go in here and just try to go a little bit tighter. Maybe it's the same thing. You don't wanna overdo it because there's no going back once you overdo the heck out of it. But it doesn't feel like it's bottomed out all the way, and I can tell that it's not. But it's like, geez, I mean, I'm strong enough, I can strip out a plastic joint. On a nutser, this was not all the way down. Wherever I stopped, it is not all the way down. And I'm hoping that when I torque this down, it pulls that whole assembly in. But I have a feeling that it's not lined up totally, or something isn't quite right. Because that side over there went way down in there. You guys see how many turns I'm getting out of this? It's like when you work on machines for a living and you realize, hey, I know my own strength. I can break a bolt of this size, no problem. But I can't break a bolt of that size without having a cheater involved. This is kind of where I am right now. Because frankly, you don't need much to hold these wings on. They're held by the pocket of plastic really good. Like to the point where you could probably just use these as a pin, as a retaining clip, okay? But you'll notice I'm getting a lot more turns.
Yeah.
That's because as you align it by torquing all the rest of them down, it's pulling these pockets more open. I think this one's all the way down. Yeah, it's all the way down. Okay, guys, that was a little bit disconcerting. That's a lot of penetration. And usually when I get good penetration, it's a good thing. But on this, it was a scary thing. All right, so let's talk more about the next step. We have landing gear to mount on this plane, unless you want to have retracts. I don't know if we call those retracts. We'd call them fixed knot gear. Be a belly lander with a 16-inch prop. I don't think that's going to go well.
Yeah, probably not. Maybe
Okay,
once.
so let's put this back. Yeah, I mean, you take off okay. Okay, now we need to mount the landing gear. Should go relatively smooth. I knew this was gonna go like this. It was gonna go like really, really tediously slow, and then all of a sudden, like 10 minutes later, it's built.
We'll see.
3 hours later.
Yeah.
Okay, so camera crew, let's look. So obviously we need to put this on. We've determined that we're gonna use these, okay? Which, you know what? I'm tempted to say that this hardware has been pseudo replaced by this hardware, which would potentially stand to reason, and that this landing gear came with hardware, but they've now upgraded the hardware to be hex drive.
There's a thing somewhere that says in the hardware bag or in the gear bag.
Okay,
like it
so,
said it somewhere.
Okay, so let's just talk about this for a minute. Chinese manuals do not do a good job of communicating these things. These are gonna fall into the pockets. They look awesome. I'm very, very pleased with this hardware. Excuse me, the landing gear. But I am not pleased with the instructions therein to actually assemble this, okay? I am concerned that these are gonna be hard to drive because they're Phillips, whereas I could use nicer hardware, because where are we gonna use all the rest of that crap?
Well,
I mean, that's a fair question at least, right?
it is. And I don't see anything on
Look, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more. What else are we putting on here, hon? Do we need 10 to put the prop on?
Yes.
That's not going to make much
Put
sense.
one in every hole on the
Okay,
battery
this is
tray.
what we're going to do. We're going to take these Phillips screws here.
It does say, hey, if you do the floats, secure all of the struts on the float using 4
1, 2,
strips.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That would be 8 of 10 of these. But listen, you know what else we have 8 of? We have 8 of these. You need to move that paperwork. Thank you. See those? These are gonna hold our wheels on. So let's just put these by the wheels now that we're kind of over here.
Okay.
Okay. And what I'm saying is you have 8 plus 1 spare. Okay.
There's 8 of these.
So listen, if you used 8 of these instead, you would have the nicer hardware. Let's see if the nuts line up. If they do, I'm just using these better ones. So why do I want to use these? Because they're hex drives and they look nice. But is this going to work? This is going to dictate the answer to my question potentially. Yes, and that means we're using them. So let's use these.
So if your nuts line up, then you win.
So 2.5
Again.
millimeters. Yes, hon, 2.5 millimeters. Let's see if it goes. Yes.
Okay. If
I
the
like
landing gear rip off, then the camera crew was right.
No, these are tight. Listen, we're not dealing with the erratics.
No.
Which, by the way, if you guys didn't know this, on my second landing, right after the maiden, I ripped the landing gear off. It was not a bad landing. It was a very okay landing. It was not perfect. It was imperfect, okay? Stop questioning me. But it was not imperfect enough to justify having landing gear rip off. Let's put it that way. So I later found out that some others have had problems with that. So is it still an awesome plane? Absolutely. Do you want to think about maybe putting a little bit extra glue on there or epoxy? That might be a good idea too. Or just do perfect landings all the time into perpetuity forever.
Yeah, why can't you do that?
I don't know. I guess I just suck. Okay, so there, look, that's in. Now this is gonna be in. Now, if we ever get floats, we could potentially put the hardware in there to preserve the hardware, okay? You understand?
What if we need that hardware to build a house someday?
That's true. I mean,
Or 8 screws short.
wow, that's gonna suck.
Really
I
disappointed.
hadn't considered that deep thought. Okay, so listen, now that you've distracted me with that very important information, I'm gonna eventually need my nuts over here. But let's all talk about this for a minute.
Let's.
I do not want this to come undone, okay?
Do
So listen, that could come undone.
you really think that's going to come undone?
I absolutely believe it will. And did you not replace the Loctite when you took the Loctite out of here the other day?
I'm pretty sure we brought up a new one.
Where is it?
Should be in the same spot.
You put it in the wrong spot, but it's here. See, guys? So this is a Loctite. It was not provided with the model. Camera crew's gonna grab a paper towel while I get this popped opened. Thank you. Oh, I already had a napkin with glue on it. Sorry. Okay, so this is just blue Loctite. Nothing fancy about it. And so I just gotta shake it. And then these have a tendency to want to shoot all over the place, so just be careful. I'm serious.
I've been there, done that.
Well, maybe. Yeah, see?
Jeez.
Like I said, and you thought I was just being a smart aleck, which I wasn't that time. So you see that? I'm just going to let that follow back down where it came from and right onto those threads. Because, yeah, why would you not Loctite that? Now, I'm not a huge fan of Loctite on foam models. You want to know why? Because Loctite solvent breaks down plastic. This is not plastic, okay? And it's not attached to plastic, and you don't got to worry about the plastic in it. So now that hopefully won't come undone. Now, are you going to be able to break it free? Yeah, obviously. But I don't want it to break free by vibration, and there will absolutely be vibration. Okay? So now I'm just going to do a little bit of this here. Yep. That's kind of a lot of Loctite. And that's intentional. And I'm walking it that way so it doesn't get on my shaft. There's nothing worse than a shaft covered in Loctite. So I'm just going to absorb any Loctite that I overdid it with. Okay, right here and right now. So it doesn't make a giant mess. Okay, so now, the only reason I'm using Loctite there is because it's metal on metal. And if it's not metal on metal, then I'm not using Loctite on it, okay? And that's important because a lot of times people will be like, oh, you should use Loctite on that spinner assembly. And I'm like, yeah, bad idea. If you want the spinner to blow up, definitely do that thing. But beyond that, it would not be advisable in my opinion. Anytime the Loctite might come in contact with plastic, except for maybe a nylock on a shaft. But even then, why are you Loctiting a nylocked bolts, you know?
Right.
I wouldn't suggest doing that just because it's stupid, generically. But you could Loctite the bolt and let it dry and set up, and then you could later do it. Or you could do a drip of glue. I'd rather see a drip of CA on threads and just put it together, okay? All right, so did they say which way this goes?
I don't know.
Okay, well then it doesn't matter. We'll just put it whatever way we feel like, okay? These are collared top and bottom of the ball link, so it doesn't matter. We can do that either way. Okay, so I have a singular 2.5 millimeter drive, exactly like we used there. I'm gonna be prepared to pass this through, so I'm just gonna bring that in. I'm gonna feed this through. Of course, I'm not gonna be able to pass it because I can't get the tool through. So I'm just gonna go this way with it. And if I just had 7 hands, this would be super easy. Just imagine all the crazy things I could do if I had 7 hands.
I have a lot less work to do.
Ooh, that is, the shaft might be a little too wide, I wonder. No, it's going. It's just making me thread it in, which tells me that it's probably a little bit tighter fit than the other one, okay? So look, that's hang low, ding dong. That was our contact, remember? That's one of my favorites. Okay, so I'm just gonna let that sit there. And I don't know if I actually have the right size nut driver, but I'm gonna just go out on a limb and say it's definitely not 8 millimeters. And it's probably not 7, but it might be 5.5. Probably a little bit tight. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, it is 5.5. Why do the Chinese like always use the same sizes for everything? It's hilarious.
It's all made in the same factory.
It's not made in the same factory, are you kidding me?
All the nuts and bolts.
No, there's just a million factories in Shenzhen, China. It's like it's one of the biggest industrial sites on planet Earth. That's why they make so much stuff. That's why they're all desperate to copy each other. Because it's like, I mean, it's a big thing. It's a huge industrial complex. And if you guys didn't know this, I work on industrial scales for a living. And so I work at industrial sites all the time. That's like what I do. And so that's how, well, that's not how I got into this, but it's how I learned to do a lot of the stuff I do. Like annoying people by taking too long to do everything.
Yes.
I became an expert at that. Okay, anybody who's worked with me in real life will be able to add to that, I'm sure, in the comments. Okay, so passing through. This time I can screw it from the correct direction. I mean, you got to, I mean, if you get an opportunity to screw it the wrong direction, take it. Okay, so I'm gonna take the 2.5 and then the 5.5. Yeah, that's good. I just don't know if I'm gonna be okay with this down here.
Why?
It's just because the bolt goes the wrong way. People are gonna think, what's wrong with you? But the cowl gets in the way. So I just don't see a way around it, to be honest.
Okay.
Okay, so. Okay, pretty cool. It's a little bit softer spring now that it's all assembled together. So,
Probably the Loctite.
you think the Loctite's the problem?
Yeah.
I think you're wrong, but it's okay. You are still filming me, so that's good.
That one went through easy.
Yeah, kind of. Because now I got to try to line up this nut, and I've got no hands to spin it with, but that's all right. It's all part of the show. No, I don't. I just, like I said, I just need 6 hands to do this. It's no problem. There we go. Ah, look at that. Perfect. Now, guys, don't be afraid to torque this down to the extent that it actually collapses that framework onto the collars of the ball link there. Watch what's going to happen. It's going to squeeze my ball links. If it squeezes your balls, then you did it right. See, watch. It's squeezing the balls. No, it's squeezing the collar, and the ball is still free to roam wildly. Okay, I'm just going to load this one in so that is ready to go. And then I need to switch hands, so I'm going to put the screw in my right hand. I'm going to bring this up, pass it through the collar. Then I'm going to lift up everything and pass it through again. Very nice. Very nice. Oh no, my nuts has come out. Okay, so I'm going to put this on with the nylock away. So it's going, the nylon portion is back there, which is what you want to do. And I'm going to go like this. Torque it down. Compress those nuts. Okay. Ooh, very nice. I like it a lot. It's better than any rubber band suspension I've ever seen. Now, I have 2 additional bolts, which I'm going to go back to my pile at some point, and I'll have to probably put these in bags. But we do need to get the wheels on, so let's go ahead and do that next. This might actually be 8mm nuts, or 7. Nope, maybe there's 7. 7? Yes! What are the chances? Now, I'm torn. Do we leave access to the filler on the inside? Or do we leave access to the filler on the outside? I'm going to go with the inside because then this has a cleaner look on the outside. But truth is, you do have to get to it. So what do you think, Camera
Can
Crew?
you not get to it from the inside?
Well, yeah. Yeah, because it's going to be upside down on the table or something. I'm not going to. Okay, so now I'm going to torque this down. You see when it starts breaking, as soon as it's free, that's when I'm going to stop. But man, oh man, that's...
That's it?
Well, I mean, first of all, that's awesome.
Well, I mean, it looks cool.
It looks awesome, but I'm just
not.
concerned about the threads because there's not very many threads.
Is that a nylock?
Oh, that is definitely the right way because that puts it more outboard. See, there's like a spacer built in here. Yeah, these are both nylocks. But the thing is, like, the nylock is only as good as how many threads are holding it.
Right.
So it's like, as I back this off, you can definitely tell. You get to a certain spot. Can you make it so you can see my hand spin? Like maybe from over there where like the work is happening. See how I spin this? It's oblong. So from tight, it does not move. Loose, does not move. Does not move. Does not move. Free. Starts moving free. Starts moving free. Moves free. You have to make sure it moves free, but that thing did not get bit in the wheel very good. So if you didn't know this, there was a time when the instructions had you actually putting that on. But look at that oblong thing. That one's better.
Sometimes they're just that way.
Not on airplanes usually. I don't know. We'll just go with it. It's fine. Okay. I am impressed with how not painful the second half of the build has gone. It's not done though.
I know.
I know. That's the crazy part. It's been an involved build because we still have to put these on here, which sucks. But the truth is, it just doesn't make practical sense to put these on until we're done with radio setup.
Yeah.
Do you want to know why? So I need this for the next step, which is going to be putting the prop on. Now I'm just going to caveat this by saying, if you don't know what you're doing, if you're fairly new to the hobby or just returning, you might want to wait on this step, because you can just wait to put the prop on. It's not going to be a big deal. It's not going to take that much effort to do it. Okay. So what we have is we have this weird washer, modified washer here. And we have the nut that we took off earlier when we were testing the reverse thrust. And then we have the spinner base, and then the spinner, as well as the spinner screw that's going to go in and actually adapt everything together. Okay. So we're going to have to drive that in with a Phillips screw. Now, the other thing is, yep, the Phillips screw, it looks like that size 4 millimeters would be about right. And we shouldn't need any of the other stuff. So we'll just lay this down here, have that all ready to rock and roll. And the first step, of course, is to take one of these and figure out which one is going to work to support the back half or the front half of the prop. It depends on the style. This one is going to receive one of these. Okay. So it looks like this one. How do I know? Because I already tried it. And then all you do is just kind of wiggle it and it will break off. And then you're left with the sleeve collar thingy. This is going to go on like that. And you could do that without a spinner altogether if you want. But I need to get that, now that I know what size it is, I can actually slide that in there. Now, some people will like put a drip of glue or something. I'm not going to do any of that crap. I'm just going to put this on. Okay. Then I'll put this on with the little sleevey thing. Okay. Make sure we're free. Look at that. That is really close to hitting, but it's not. So that's the key. Then we're going to put this on to hold that back. Now, no, there's only one of these. You don't need one on the front because there isn't one on the front. There's one on the back, okay? And then the nut is going to feed on there. And this is a very short nut. It's a jam nut. So jam nuts are thinner, and that's fine because you're going to have less threads there. But it would be nice. That is a pretty extreme angle, goodness gracious, on the right thrust. Okay, so now I'm going to try to hold the prop while I tighten this and see if we can get lucky, because this is going to be very difficult to get my fingers into this, hold the stator in here. So this crescent wrench, or sizable wrench, is going to torque down, and it's going to help me. That is extremely sharp, by the way. Be careful. I'm going to grab the front side of the blade. Oh yeah, it's at least it's letting me torque it down, which is nice. Okay, so that went super smooth. Some people are going to want to stop there because they don't want the front spinner. I do want the front spinner. I think it's going to look good. And this is nice because you don't have to key it into a particular position, which always seems to be a struggle. And so I can get this, back that off. As I back that off, it's allowing me to, I missed the hole obviously because the spinner is not square. There it goes. Spinning, spinning. Ugh, goodness gracious. I have to take this screw out altogether. I have to get that to seat down a little bit better. Camera crew, hold a finger under there. Just keep it. Thank you. Very good. Sorry, I would normally do that all by myself, but this time I'm just struggling. It's wanting to fall. Okay, perfect. Got it. You can let go now. Okay. So now you could Loctite this if you want it because it's metal on metal on metal. But it's really not necessary. It's not going to do anything except for hold that spinner cap on, okay? All right, so then this becomes a spare part or garbage in our case. I keep these because what happens is you get some other prop that you need it for.
And it won't be the right size.
Exactly.
Thing.
So then you can be frustrated at that point.
Yeah.
All right, so just to say this out loud, I think that the plane is technically built. The exception to that, of course, being the control horns, linkages, and, you know, a little bit of radio setup, cable management, things like that. But that looks really nice. That is very pretty. Okay, so where does that leave us for now? We have some lights that need to be installed on the wingtips. okay? These wingtip lights, there's got to be a way to actually change the setting on these things. Look, I just pulled this up.
Oh.
And I cannot tell. If there's no buttons, and there's 2 screws that hold that. These are very big LEDs. I'm excited to see if they work as good as I think they might.
There's no way to test them with...
The way to test them is to plug them in. And frankly, I don't really think it's going to be that big of a deal. You're just going to plug them in and it's going to be the way it is. All right, let's just put them on. Let's just put them on. If I have to yank off the double-sided tape, I can do that.
Right. No.
Because of that, I'm just going to stick them in. So make sure you get your pins aligned. That's going to set the stage for the position. It's very obvious which direction they're supposed to go. But like that double-sided tape is barely reaching. So it's not even really doing that much. And then I got a little bit of schmutz on here from when my China glue was working earlier. And if I really wanted, I could take that off with a little bit of kicker. See a little string of it there too. Okay, so same thing here. I fear that these are just going to be rando lights and they're not going to be like nav lights that are proper. If that's the case, I'm going to be pretty disappointed in that. But it's better to have a white tail light and 2 rando lights.
There's a light on the bottom too.
Oh, there is. Mm-hmm. Okay, sweet. Okay, so that's plugged in. Yeah, that did not feel like...
Doesn't seem...
Like the adhesive is not deep enough to actually hold it on there. But also this one just doesn't...
It is.
Are you sure I'm going into the pins?
Oh, I don't know about that, but I can see the adhesive.
I'm going to actually... This is going to seem kind of dumb. But I'm going to go ahead and bend one of these pins out just a hair so it creates... You know, like when you got one of those 2-pronged outlets and you're not quite hanging on to the extension cord.
Yeah.
I'm just going a little bit wider. See if I can get that. And you know the other thing I'm going to do now? I'm just going to take and double this up. Instead of it being long, it's just not necessary to be that long. I'm going to go like this instead.
Okay.
Okay.
Makes sense.
And then I'm going to see if I can get those pins in there. Oh yeah, that's too much. Dang it, of course. It's just too thick now. I disappoint myself sometimes. These awesome solutions I have. That's why you watch Brian Phillips RC. I pretty much screwed up for you so you don't have to do it yourself. And you're probably thinking half the stuff I was thinking was what you were thinking. And you're like, oh, that's why you don't do that. We remove any doubt. Okay. Not probably the best design I've ever seen for LEDs, but whatever. It is what it is. We'll see how it looks.
They exist.
They do exist. And they have the one on the tail, which is pretty sweet. Okay, so where are we leaving things for tonight? First of all, I'm putting all these little doohickeys for the rest of the remaining control surfaces into this bag. They did give us spares. So there's 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 screws, which is good because we're gonna need 4 screws. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, and we have a spare of each. Okay. Guys, spares on small hardware like this are a must-have. And so I'm actually quite pleased, but these are going to be needed, so I'm just rebagging those. These are going to go to our spare bolts and nuts pile, which is pretty nice that we're getting all these spares. Again, we'll probably never use them, and that's perfectly acceptable. And then also we have all these spares over here, folks. These spares, of course, are going to be plentiful. But this is also probably going to be necessary when and if we decide to do floats. So one thought, it's just a thought. You don't have to do it this way. But one thing that might be helpful is to actually run these screws in and store them in the plane. It depends on how you're going to use your plane. I'm not going to be interchanging floats, so that's going to become a spare part for me. And because I have so many nuts and bolts and extra parts and things, they're probably just going to go into one bag, okay? But you can see we have a lot of spare hardware. Spare hardware is the bane of a mechanic's existence. This is not spare. It's going to be consumed when we put those on. So there's no doubt about it. And this stuff will be over here and ready to go when we're ready to do radio setup. And then the 2.5 millimeter drives are a thing of the past. We should be done with that. So in looking at the overall build, we also have this, which is going to eventually be dropped in, and that's going to hold our batteries. And they have markings on here, which is kind of handy. Very thick, robust straps. They do slide through, which is really helpful. If they don't, then they're glued. It's so annoying. We're going to start with the China Hobby Line pack. So I don't know which direction this goes, but let's just see if the straps are big enough to even hold this. Camera crew, help me please, one hand. Thank you. Very good. Okay, you can let go now. That was good. Thanks. So we'll just strap this in through caution of the wind, see if it goes the right direction. Okay. It's either going to go that way or it's going to go the other way. Based on the receiver that I'm anticipating we'll use, we may or may not have telemetry for the pack voltage. I haven't decided yet, but let's see how bad it is to get in here. This is going to be relatively easy to get off without any tools, but I tend to use tape to hold these on. I don't know if I can bring myself to do it on an actual canopy like that. Not sure how I want to do that just quite yet. And then also I just want to point out the fact that all this crap is passing through all over the place. And I do not know how this is going to work. Because look, that's where the battery goes. Okay, so if the battery goes there, where are you going to put your electronic speed control? And how is it going to be held down so that everything is out of the way? Great questions. Obviously, all this junk, which is not too bad, it's not super plentiful, needs to go back to where the receiver is going to ultimately be, which is going to be back here. Okay. So let's say it just temporarily gets thrown back there. Of course, it's going to be held back by plugs. And same thing with this. We've got this power cord here. We're going to need to have some sort of a Y cable that they did not provide. They provided a couple extension cords, but we're going to have to plug in the two lights that aren't part of that control mechanism. Mm-hmm. So we need at least one Y cable, if not a trifecta cable. So like a landing gear splitter that would come off and just share the power from any of the ports. Probably like the rudder or the elevator. Probably not the elevator because it's a primary flight control surface, but maybe we'd take like one elevator, or excuse me, the flaps. That would be the one I'd want to die if I had to have one die.
Yeah.
Okay. But then, as you can see, we've got to figure out where the heck are we going to put all this junk? Is that just going to get glued to the side? Again, these are questions I don't like to have to answer myself. I would have liked them to have that worked out for me. I think it's kind of cool that we have this. Is that supposed to be running the lights?
There's no JST type plug on there, is there?
No, it's just going to go into a servo plug. So yeah, so we're going to need servos. This is just lights. Maybe this indicates which direction. That's probably a UBAC.
It's probably some dumb flashing thing that we're going to have to fix.
Yeah, well, we'll figure that out shortly. It's not going to be that big a deal. And then the other thing too is I think it's pretty cool that they give us the ability to quite easily split the flaps and the ailerons. Now, I believe at this point, my temptation is to just split the ailerons, okay, which is going to be pretty easy to do. And that should keep us within our channel count because the thrust reverse didn't work. But I'm still going to test the thrust reverse with the receiver just to show you how to do that if you're going to do it at the end instead of at the beginning like I did, okay? Also, there's plenty of room back here if you were to have like the ESC go back, but my issue is like, how am I supposed to manipulate all this crap around? Obviously, this is not going to be a factor, so we don't have to consider that. And then let's say that these things are going to go in and you see this little clippy doohickey, that's where this thing goes.
Oh, I see.
Yep. And so I need to set this back in here. Sorry, folks. That keeps falling down. It won't be a problem once it's all plugged into the receiver. Should be pretty easy, actually, once it's in there. Okay. But that one likes to fall. I'm just concerned I'm going to forget to plug that one in. So this is going to go like this and turn.
Turn, okay.
Okay. So it's actually out. We have tons of room in here to get this in and out. Now that's assuming you're going to go in and out to the same position, which it looks like it's going to be locked in one position. And then once that's locked in one position, and just like that other plane that we had, it's going to be very awkward to get in here and do this. depending on where that battery ends up. We're gonna have to shelf line that thing. And then this thing is gonna go in there. And like, look how hard it is to reach that down there.
And you're supposed to take that out every time?
Maybe, I don't know, you wouldn't have to, but I guess, how are you gonna get it in and out? The battery. See how it's not lined up? Mm-hmm. Take my forceps, see if I can get it. Yeah, we had the same exact problem on that other model, didn't we?
Yep.
Oh, jeez. Well, that's annoying. So we're gonna slide that forward and take it out. And then like, what are you supposed to do with the ESC now?
Right, just flop it in there anywhere.
And I'm not saying that like, that's the end all cure all, like you should not get this plane because of it. But I will tell you this, those are some of the minor details that turn into major annoyances when you're building a plane.
Is the ESC supposed to go in this pocket up here? There's like a whole little pocket up here.
You mean like where the back of the motor is?
Well, I know,
very difficult to see, but there's a pretty good sized pocket up there. That's a good point, camera crew.
You also have to run that wire all the way back to the receiver.
No, I know, and it's long, so that would be fine. And they did give us a couple extension cords. But my issue is like, okay, so that just isn't gonna fit in there.
No,
it's too big.
Put that battery tray in.
Yeah, like what are we supposed to just, there's nowhere to go under this thing.
That's what I was looking at.
So like if that was mounted up like 2 inches, you could have the ESC under it. But it's like, how would you just glue it to the side? Which is probably what's gonna have to happen. Is that this ESC is gonna have to be stuck on the side, and then that's gonna limit a bunch of your battery options, you know? But yeah, I mean, you could technically put it in that cavity if it were small enough, but it's simply not. See? Or maybe you could put it in there and have it at a bit of an angle. I don't know. I mean, you could do that too. That would be fine. But it's like, at the end of the day, maybe you go something like this. That wouldn't be a terrible option.
If you can get the battery in.
Then there's this fiberglass here that reinforces the nose. Mm-hmm. But it's like, yeah, I was gonna say, you'll have to be able to get the battery in, and then you'll have to reach in here every time and try to manipulate that part, okay? So yeah, there's a couple of different concerns. And then this can be fed up under here, all the way to the back, which makes for a pretty nice clean finish. Yeah?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah.
But then it's like, okay, how exactly do you attach that? There's not really a great way of attaching that unless I go around this member, which I'm not a fan of doing this either, but I'm just gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Is I'm just gonna take this and I'm just gonna reach around. See if I can get in there with the foam. Yep, that's what I'm doing. See this? Look, I just made a hole with my forceps, and I'm gonna make another hole with my forceps. And then I'm gonna get a zip tie and I'm gonna go around that. And that's what I'm doing now. I'm not saying you guys should do that necessarily. But if not that, what exactly is the question?
And
So look, because we got to do it at some point.
I know, but yeah.
Fold it, fold it. No, it's not going to be a problem. You got to work around it no matter what.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying this is the only way that it'll work, but I'm saying this is the way that it will work, at least for the time being. And that's a flat. Okay, so I'm going to bend this one more time. And I already made the hole kind of like roughly about where I want it. So forceps with a bent tip. In and around. See that? And then same thing. Open up the forceps. Be prepared to grab it. And this is where it's really frustrating for me as a guy building it, is I got a camera that's literally blocking the place I need to be to see what I'm doing. Go over my other shoulder. I can't do it that way. Okay, so we'll try this. And I need a pretty good size zip tie. Again, the zip tie, I'm providing the zip tie. Not a big deal, but I am. Just full disclosure, I don't like to use stuff that didn't come with the model if I can avoid it. Especially I guess this is a plug and fly after all. So you have to provide your own stuff to a certain extent. Battery, receiver, stuff like that, you know. Come on now. Okay, so I believe it's through. So now just go in there and grab it. Yep, there it is. See, now it's through. Mm-hmm. So now that is going to hold the ESC where I need it, which is out of the way, kinda, sorta. And then I'm gonna take this other JST connector, which I'm sure I'll figure out where it goes about the time I have totally secured it.
Yes.
But I'm gonna bring this JST back here. And if we use that with telemetry on a 637T, then we will go ahead and possibly use that to grab our tap point. But I'm not even sure that's on the right spot. Okay, so this zip tie is just gonna hold this now to the structural member on the side of the plane. And then use some sharp Knipex. This is another tool that somebody sent because I'm too big of a cheapskate to buy the Knipex brand. They're really nice. Okay, all right, cool. So that's in there. And that's gonna hold that in place. And I've got it such that that is up top to make sure to gouge as many people as possible.
Perfect.
Preferably nearly deadly before the end of the shelf life of the plane. Okay, so step back, please. I've got to try. We need to get some shelf liner on here too. Shelf liner, of course, if you don't know what that is this stuff. And that holds the battery so it doesn't slip and slide super easy. And of course it'll slip and slide, but then if you put a little bit of down pressure on something like this, it'll hold it in place. Very easy to apply, very inexpensive, not included with the model. I got a roll like this for like $10 or $11. I've been using it for like a long time. Look how many rolls you've got on there, and this is about half gone. This I got at like Menards or Lowe's or something. And we have links if you want to buy it from the supplies links on Brian Phillips RC. So now, if you know which battery you're using, my suggestion is to make it about the right size for the battery. And so I'm going to be a little bit wasteful here just because I've got a weird cut going on here lately. Like I said, that's about like 1.5 cents worth.
Yeah. Because
this stuff is designed to go like under, you know, in your kitchen, maybe your bathroom drawers where you've got utensils that you don't want to slam around as you're opening and closing drawers. Now, you see all those little vent holes? Those vent holes are not to be totally ignored, except that I'm going to completely undermine their performance with this. So if you're concerned about undermining the performance, you could use a different type of shelf liner that's like this kind. This is the stuff we linked to. It's Holy. But I found that like the adhesive will eventually kind of work its way through it, and it gets to just being a big mess. Okay, so now you don't have to actually glue this down, but you can. And so we usually do, okay? If it gets to being a problem, you can literally just rip it off. It takes 10 seconds. I have rarely had issue with this, but I'm not saying that I've never had an issue with it, because there have been a time or two where I've had to remanipulate. Like I got it on the wrong spot for where the center of gravity worked out. And like I said, just barely any China glue. It doesn't take very much to hold this stuff down. And so I just kind of spread that around. That's plenty good. It's going to be just a little bit tacky. Remember, it's going to be held by pressure of the straps holding down. Okay. So then, because this battery is going to be somewhere within the confines of the straps, in most cases, not always, I'm going to just drop it right there. Boom, done. Okay. Yeah, blocked all my markings. I don't care. Ask me if I care.
Do you care?
I don't care.
I didn't think so.
Don't care at all. And you can see that some of the adhesive is available to stick the things down here, but it's not going to matter because, like I said, or like we've all agreed, this will eventually be inside of here at some point from here to here. Okay. So now, without the additional complexity of having the battery installed, I want to see if I can even get that tray at all to go in the best of conditions, AKA no battery, to cause the extra difficulty. And so that's our next move, is we're gonna just see if we can get the dang thing to fit. By the way, you'll wanna keep every one little piece of this, because about the time you throw that away, you're gonna find a battery that has some weird spot that you need to do. The other thing that this works nice for is if you have a weird mount, you can cut this and use the China glue between the layers, and you can make a nice little sandwich that will make up for indisparities in the foam. But so it's really good to use under receivers and things like that. So I'm just gonna throw this away just so my wife doesn't murder me in my sleep. Now that I've given you terrible advice. Okay, so this is gonna go here and then spin, right? Hypothetically?
Hypothetically.
But now that we have this thing sort of out of the way, again, we're all in agreement that like this wire is going to not be an issue in about whenever we get to the radio setup flat. That won't be an issue anymore because it's going to be held up and it's going to be golden. It's going to be taken care of, self-soothed, and all problems gone, okay? But for the moment, it is problematic and annoying because it's in the way. And so I'm just going to tuck it back there so that we can knock something else into our way instead. But I need enough clearance so that I can put this in here. So let's go ahead and just see if we get that tray to fall into place. Again, this wire is going to be out of the way. That wire is probably going to get glued to the side of the plane. Okay, so press that down, slide it back, and you want to know what's going on?
What?
The straps are in the way. The straps are preventing it from sliding down.
The Velcro straps?
Yep, that's what's going on. Almost certainly. Yep, it's the Velcro straps. Did they not think of that when they designed this? I'm gonna go with no, they didn't.
Okay, it's sticky stuff all over your shirt.
That's a pretty good assessment that would be a factor, but. Yeah, the straps are definitely what's causing this dimension to be incorrect, which is why it's not allowing it to suck tight into place. So I have to do this just for our little test. Note to self, when designing battery trays, maybe design one that works. There, it's snapped in. Fancy dance. Slide it in. Oh, for God's sake. Did you see how that just fell down? Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. Okay, watch yourself. I gotta flip the plane upside down. Now, I gotta do this in such a way that it doesn't fall down to the fuse. This is gonna be so awkward. I need you to move back. Where did it go? You gotta be kidding me. Or is it in the cowl? Nope, look where it is. It's on the motor.
Oh.
Oh my goodness gracious. Film please, quickly. Yes, I have to hold the plane to do that because I don't want it to fall out. Okay, so now we'll try that process again, that flawless process that we just enjoyed together. So as you can see, this fancy battery tray is going to be maybe not as easy as I want it to be to use, because as you can see, it's not wanting to go in very well, but once it does, that will hold the battery in, okay? So are there other ways to do this? Yeah, is it the wrong way? Not really. Was it a giant pain to get that together? Yeah, that should have been easy. It was a pain in the butt. So I'm disappointed. That being said, again, all these little, micro disappointments are not necessarily deal breakers. And, like mounting the ESC, not a deal breaker. The fact that we've got the JST plug, not sure what to do with it, not a big deal. We may end up using that to tap the telemetry lead if we put a 637 in here. We've obviously got a battery tray now. We've obviously got our leads to where we can get back to this back access. That's going to be pretty cool. It's going to look nice. But it's like they've got a lot of things on this plane set up nicely. And then there's just been a few loose ends that are kind of like, yeah, it'd be nice to not have to fight that.
Yeah.
Is it the end of the world? No. Have we had a lot worse? Yeah, like every single Dynam ever.
Yes.
And by a factor of 1,000 times. So it's not like a difficult thing. And to be honest, it's kind of like, reminds me, frankly, a lot of Hobby King models. But they've been getting a lot better. Right. So we've been having pretty good luck with them. In terms of quality, I think it's good. I think it's a well-designed model. There's just a few different loose ends that just kind of like the guy must have been on vacation and they decided to release it or whatever. I don't really understand this except flap and aileron. I think what this does is it extends the other side if you need to extend it. Oh, you can go from the Y cable back to where everything else is. But then that only works
if you're not going to separate them out.
Yeah, because that would work from the Y cable. So it's just, again, we're only going to be separating one of the two, so then we could use both of these if we need them. So they've thought of a lot of things, just not all of the things. That's better than most builds, actually. This is a pretty big plane too, and it's got a lot of complexity. So, you know, expecting it to be totally smooth and problem-free is probably a little bit unreasonable. But I will tell you this, I'm quite excited to fly it. And I literally thought we were going to be flying this in daylight today. That's how much longer this has taken than I expected it would. But man, oh man, that's going to look so good bouncing down. It is really bouncy. Now, I'm going to tell you one other thing that concerns me. When you get planes that have soft tires, like pneumatic soft tires, and suspension, I think a lot of the suspension gets lost in, you know, the pneumatic tire. And so from my perspective as an RC pilot, being able to see a tire that deflects is really cool. So I want to probably lower the pressure a little bit, but that it becomes a bit of a maintenance item. Now, also, I just want to point out the fact that this model does not come with a pump, okay? So it's kind of also a big deal. Now, you can quite literally use this in your mouth and blow the tire up. It's just awkward, okay? I would have really liked to see at least a basic, not super nice pump, but like something pump in the model of this echelon. That would have been a good detail. Okay, so if you're following along at home, this is the point where we're gonna transition to the radio setup. And I made a deal with my wife earlier. And so that deal means that we're gonna do that radio setup, not now. So soon enough, you guys will see it in real time. This Bison XT, which I'm not really sure what XT stands for. I think it's supposed to say like
Extreme.
Extreme, is that what it is?
I don't know.
I don't know. I stopped trying with Chinese lingo
Names.
a long time ago. The radio setup is going to be a relatively basic radio setup, but it's going to involve a lot of wiring and just making things work. Okay, so stay tuned. Also, I just want to remind you, if you're watching this build and you think, hey, I've got a similar model, it's a plug and fly, but it's not exactly the same, you can always follow along and just fill in the gaps, guys. We've done hundreds of these videos in plug and fly configurations where people can follow along. They can learn what they likely need to know to be able to get in the air. That thing is already wanting to pop off. It's probably not a good sign.
Those are making me nervous.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, you know, would there be a world where we would have like another screw holding that?
Do we want to see what they do first?
Yeah, and then we have to go chase into the woods for them. You know, we know how that works too.
No, I mean just once we get it receivered.
Oh, you mean see how
if
they
you're gonna
work
even keep
before
them
we
on
would
there.
like CA them on or something?
Yeah.
I think probably what we're going to end up doing is we're going to end up taking a drip of CA and kicker, and we're just going to hold it tight, put a drip of CA, and then spray some kicker and be done with it.
Probably so.
And it's just going to be like enough to hold it on, and then I can just break it off if I need to take it off. I mean, how often do we remove LEDs on any plane? Almost never.
Only if they're wrong.
Yeah, right. Well, we don't take them off in that case. We just complain a lot about
That's
it forever until the end of time.
Sure. Yep.
Okay, guys. So that all being understood, I appreciate you being here with us for this build. It's taking a little bit longer than we wanted, and radio setup is coming right now. Stay tuned. YouTube. Okay, so we're back. Choices. AR8360T. This is the telemetry port that we would plug into the backside of the battery, or rather in parallel to the battery lead if we're going to do that. The same can be done on the AR637T, which is 6 channels, pluggable, 20 channels. 8 channels, pluggable, 20 channels. Or you can do a port reassignment and you can make this into 1 additional channel, or a port reassignment, make this into 1 additional channel. But that's a complicated task. I'm not going to ask you to do it. And it would only work if we added an Avian ESC instead of the ESC that's involved. The AR631, same thing. This is a 6 channel. You lose the telemetry plug, so you don't get the battery pack voltage or the flight pack voltage that you would get on the 637TA. You also lose the barometric function. So if you wanted to have a vario, I don't know why you'd need a vario on here, but you could have that. We are not going to use either of these because we think the 631 is capable of doing what we need to do. And so we're going to go with the 631. The 630 just drops off the antenna. It's like $5 less. So I figure this is good for this application. We just happen to have more of these. Okay. So the 631, 630 would be interchangeably okay on this model. 637T has the end pins instead of the top pins, like the 631. So if you do a 630, you've got a couple of different choices there. I'm not going to say that one is right and one is wrong, but I am going to say that we're going to use the 630 today. So the 631 today, because it's going to accomplish all the goals we need to do. And we're also going to just double verify the thrust reverse when we get to that point. Okay. So without further ado, we're going to start that. In order to pop these open, I was using the needle nose to pull this staple out. And then basically the manual is useless. It's not going to really tell you anything that you might need to know. But it is included in the packaging. So if you find yourself reading it thinking, what the heck, why does this not have any useful information? Don't feel bad. You're going to come over here, please. So these slide out. Be careful of the antenna. The book drops down. And if you have an older version of this and you want to have the additional channels beyond 6, you can do that by updating the firmware up to version 3.xxx or higher, okay? So I don't know where yours is, but I know where ours is. This is a plus, so it's already got at least 3, version 3 in there of Spectrum Airwear, okay? So if you have to update the firmware, it should be no problem, but you have to do that yourself. Suppose you pull an AR83, or excuse me, an 637 out of another bind and fly, that becomes a TA. So it's just like this, but it loses the barometric pressure function. So you lose the vario, but you can factory reset those from forward programming. And say you had a crash plane, you could use it in this. Same thing with an 8360T. Like I said, this is what we're gonna stick with today, okay? Hopefully we haven't overwhelmed you with too much information, but at least get you in the ballpark, okay? So in order to set this up, normally we'd build a profile and then we would start landing cables. And you're like, well, how do you know where to land cables? You know where to land cables by going through the profile process, okay? So I'm gonna take this out of the way. The receiver's gonna go up in here somewhere. So I'll just slide this back and out of the way. And our first process is gonna be building our profile, okay? So this is a radio setup portion of the video. This is where we're actually gonna do some of the radio setup. Canceling back brings you to the model select, add new model. It's not a helicopter, so you want to scroll over to acro, that's an acro, and create. Okay, so we've already done that. We've already done that. Model name, so this is where we're going to type in the name, and this is the Bison. Who makes this again?
I I don't know.
Well, let's just call it the Bison XT, I guess. So we'll be right back. All right, so we typed in China Hobby Lines Bison XT 1750 millimeters. Okay, so we'll hit back, aircraft type. This is where it gets a little bit tricky because you have to sort of define what your wing type is. So in this case, it's not dual aileron, it's not flaperons, it's one aileron and one flap. Or it's two ailerons and one flap. Or it's flaperons and then you add flaps, which is kind of weird. It doesn't always work that well. So I think this is probably the mode we're gonna do is two ailerons and one flap. And then we can still set flaperons up in this mode, okay? The tail is just a standard vertical tail, no big deal. And then we'll select the image. We have like a cub or something like that. It's gonna be close, like that, okay? Then we'll do flight mode setup. We're gonna set the switch to switch D. That makes the assignment there. Then we can go to spoken flight mode. This is where we can type in what's gonna display on the screen, cancel, cancel. I'm gonna set this to AS3X, which stands for Artificial Stabilization 3-Axis. This, again, is not actually setting up the mode. It's just setting a label that's gonna be readable as you operate the controller, which is really handy. That's gonna be tied to this position in the upward position. Then it's gonna speak that. I'm gonna scroll down and it's gonna say AS3X mode. All right, so this is where AS3X mode is, just past safe. Then we're gonna set this one to off. So I'm gonna type the word cancel, cancel, and then it's gonna be OFF. This just means that the system is gonna be off in this one. You might set up 2, you might set up 3, whatever. Whatever, however you wanna do this. This is totally up to you, but just full disclosure, if you're brand new to flying RC airplanes or you're still relatively new, we're gonna give you a great basic setup that you can copy and apply to almost any model, and then you can adjust from there, okay? So AS3X mode, then off. It doesn't say it in this menu, but it will when you're out in the regular mode, okay? So I'm gonna highlight this. I'm gonna type, for the readable part, I'm gonna cancel, cancel. Then I'm gonna type in safe, sensor assisted flight envelope, which is for auto leveling. Whoops. And then we'll scroll that back in for the audio vent. All right, so then we have safe way down here. Okay, very good. Then channel assign, we'll go into channel assign. It looks like this is where you could tell where to plug things in. We should also go to monitor mode once we're done. It looks like B is set to aux 7 for some stupid reason. I'm gonna disassociate that. I am going to also point out something that all these things, whoops, I'm gonna disassociate that. I'm gonna leave the rotary knob on aux 8. Remember, that's not a pluggable channel because there's only 6 channels, okay? So the cool thing is we have 20 channels between these two things, but that doesn't mean that they're all pluggable. So I'm gonna use aux 8 for that, and then I'll use aux 7, either tied to switch D for the flight mode, or just scroll all the way over to flight mode, which is right before inhibit. And so channel 7, or aux 7, is now tied to that switch, which is then tied to flight mode. You could also just put D here and it does the same thing. Okay, but this also tells you where to plug everything in if you wanted to at this point. Now, if you wanted to just throw this in here as a, yeah, see, there is not going to be a plug available for thrust reverse. But what we'll do is we will take and plug in, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this. We'll probably go to flap. We'll set a flap mode, just temporary test on channel 5, okay? All right, and then, which we'll explain a little bit later as we do that. Warnings, we're not gonna mess with. Okay, so now we can go servo, excuse me, not servo setup. We'll go to rates and expo. We're gonna set this to switch F. So at that setting, we're gonna have 5% expo, then 10% expo. This is just a preference thing for most people. And then 20% expo with the rates dropping down to about 90. Okay, we'll do that for elevator. Then we'll set this one to also to switch F. You're probably thinking, well, why don't you split those out to 3 switches? Well, you could do that if you really wanted to make things hard on yourself. Whoops. But in my case, I rarely ever switch this anyway, so it's really not a big deal, but I set them all the same and they're all tied to the same switch. If I get in the air and if it's not touchy enough, I go up here and it's more touchy. Then I know when I land, I got to set the elevator to that, 5% in this mode, because then all the rest of them will be good, right? And then the same is true for rudder. So you have the 3 primary controls, which would be pitch, roll, and yaw, okay? And you want to control those and make them either softer or more precise, depending on the amount of expo. So the more expo, the softer the controls are going to feel kind of around the middle of the stick. And that's why this chart shows that. That shows the stick input to the actual output, okay? So if I move the rudder at 29, 30%, it's going to put 21% out at a 90% rate and 20% expo. It's a pretty big change. But then if I'm in this mode, if I move to 30% or 29%, then I get about 25%, okay? And if I go up to this, if I move it to 30%, then you're going to get about 28%, right? So it's just going to change the amount of output compared to the stick input. And what that does is the perceived center of the stick, especially on throttle, you tend to kind of have trouble keeping that square as you move through the sweep. As you get more skilled, becomes less of a problem. But that's where we're going to start, in the middle for each of the 3 axes of primary control. Differential throttle cut. We're going to set up throttle cut right now. Set it to switch H. Look down here. It says -100. Yep. So see how it went to inhibit? Highlight that. Highlight that. Switch H. Acknowledge it. Now look down here. It's working right now. Now it's on. Throttle cut's on. You can see it's -100 all the time, regardless of the condition. As soon as I turn off the throttle cut, you can see it's working as expected here with respect to the throttle stick. Now throttle cut's on. Everything is working, okay? Flap system, we want to tie to switch B, but we don't want to make the decision about how that's going to be set, because we have flaps, elevator, and crow, which is kind of cool that we have that all set up, so we don't have to screw with it. Now there's also different ways to set up both directions. So you could have like a full length flap effect or crow, but I'm just going to go with crow as my predominant setting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up down here in logical switch. That's how we do it. So switch 1 is going to be switch B, and then switch 2 is going to be switch C. So now I'm learning that in this position, we want these things to be 3 unique positions. So that would be like 1, and that would be 2, or some combination of the others. Then when I have that switch pulled down, that brings us over to this column. Then we have that's going to be 3, and that's going to be, that's going to be 4, okay? And then down here, we don't really have another way we want to do it, so we're just going to leave those as 0, okay? So if this switch is up, then you're going to get output 0. If it's here, you're going to get 1. If it's here, you're going to get 2. But that's the same regardless of if crow is on or off. So one of these modes is going to be crow is on, and one of these modes is going to be crow is off, okay? So now watch what happens. Now we go down to flap system, and we change this from just switch B to now logical switch. Okay, check that out. Now we have all these different conditions and these conditions. Pretty cool, huh? So in this mode, with that forward, that's normal flight mode. So we want the flaps to probably be at 0, okay? So we want them neutral. No, we want them to probably be at -100 or minus 100 or plus 100. We don't know which direction yet because we haven't actually hooked them up. So I'm gonna set this to 0 for now. We're gonna leave it, that's gonna be in the middle of the range, and we'll set the rest of this up a little bit later. But we do know that we want the speed to be about 2 seconds, okay? And we still need to do our test on flaps, okay? Then timer, let's turn on a timer that's gonna be a countdown timer for, let's say 5 minutes, just to be on the safe side for now. That's active with a 1 out, meaning anything over 25 seconds, 25% starts the timer. I want a voice call out at 1 minute. I want nothing at 20, and I want a voice call out at 10 seconds with a tone and vibrate at expiration and a tone every minute thereafter. Okay. So it starts the timer, counts down. Cancel clears it, throttle cuts on, throttle cuts on. Also, we haven't set up any sort of thrust reverse or anything yet. So at some point we might have to do that just for our testing, but let's just go with, we're gonna test it once we hook it up. So now we can go to monitor mode. Here's monitor, so we can see we need throttle, then right aileron, then elevator, then rudder, then flap, then left aileron. Okay, so we know where to plug things in. Now this is gonna be a little bit tricky because we have to do some plugging and we're not sure about the exact position yet of the receiver because it is a spatially aware receiver. We'll have to eventually mount this down. If we get into a position where we're not sure we can fit our hands in there to like glue this, then we'll just glue it at that point, okay? So we'll just pull this over close to us and we'll see if we can see what we need to see. Okay, so we've got this. That's our rudder and elevator. This is a light, okay? So I don't know why that goes back there. I think we should just untape that and slide it through this hole because it's gonna be in the same hole as everything else. Okay, so then we've got the lights there. So we can actually land these cables, but we need to make one more decision, and that is, how are we going to power all the lights, okay? In this case, you need to turn them on somehow, you need to power them somehow. So we're gonna have to provide our own Y cable because they didn't give us one. So you can plug into the bind plug if you only had one, but we need more than one. So we have probably in here some sort of a Y cable, which we could use with another Y cable, and then we have some that have like trifecta cables. So there's like 3 of them, which would be used for like a landing gear maybe. So we're gonna pause, find that, and come right back. Okay, so if you don't have a quadruple one that happens to say lights, then you might need to do something different. But I also have this one that's really long that has 3 plugs on it. And then if neither of those really work out, then what you can do is you could do just a Y cable and you could Y off of other channels. However you decide to do it, it's between you and your discretion, okay? But having 2 Y cables will give you 3 plugs, okay? And you can come off of the bind plug or you can come off of something else. It's really up to you how you end up handling that. But again, this is a bit of a miss in my opinion because these planes should come with the minimum to operate the minimum features, okay? This is a plug and fly, so one could make the argument that they don't know what you're gonna be using, but I'm gonna cry phooey on that. They should be including it, okay? At least Y cables, guys. Okay, so there's the 3, there's the 4, and there's the 2 2s, right?
Okay.
So if I have 4, I know for sure I can get it done. So what we're gonna do is for now, I'm a little bit tempted to go with this long one because that for sure will reach us, but that is a lot of extra cable management. So I'm gonna defer toward, I've got the 4 splitter, okay? So the 4 splitter can plug into a bunch of different spots. It can plug into any channel. If you do 4, you can plug in the existing, whatever it was, rudder, let's say. Then you could plug the lights, the separate light controls into these. That totally takes care of it. But if you're going into, say, the bind plug, then you could use the 3 plug. And all you have to do is just line up. See how that's brown? The brown goes to the negative. This is silkscreen, so negative plus S. So this would plug in with the negative going to the brown or the black going to the negative and then the white going to the signal. So this would be 3 ports that do carry signal in, but we also split off and branch out power in parallel. So you can power 3 different circuits of these straggler circuits, if you will, okay? So the alternative would be, you just come in here, this happens to be the rudder. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna use this is the rudder. So you could plug this into the Y cable, and then that would plug into the rudder. Where do we plug the rudder? Well, it says ironically on port 4. So port 4 is actually the 5th plug. You put your brown down, okay? Then you could plug in your lights here, or your lights here through something like this, okay? But remember, if we're gonna do it that way in our application, we actually have to take this and we have to come off of the bind plug with one of them. And then from the bind plug, we're gonna go to another splitter, which is gonna give us 3 potential plugs. okay? All stealing power from the same port. Remember, all the power is coming from the BEC the same way, no matter what. Okay, elevator goes to what port? Port 3.
3.
Okay, so port 3, the yellow is gonna go up, the brown is gonna go down, okay? Then the light, we can plug that into one of these. We'll just plug it into this one since it's right here. Brown is up in this case, so I'm gonna plug this in. And then you have the black going to the brown and the red going to the red, okay? So that's gonna steal power. Then we have this one, which is the rudder. We already had that plugged in mere moments ago, but we're gonna plug it back in again. That's gonna go to port 4, okay? So now all the stuff back here is plugged in and we're ready to receive 2 more lights. Of course, this says flap, but it's not gonna be flap, and I don't really read those things too often. But just to avoid the confusion that that might cause, I am going to go ahead and just tear that off of here, okay? So with that being torn off, just like it's not, geez, good Lord, that thing is hard to take off of there. Okay, so we can take that label off, and that'll be slightly less confusing, but in good conscience, I can't leave rudder here, so we're gonna have to take that off as well. Okay, so in order to take that off, I'm just using the forceps. Forceps are an awesome tool. If you don't have forceps, check out brianphillipsrc.com/supplies, or just head over to bprc.me, same place, short link, bprc.me, and then navigate to the supplies tab. It's up at the top, super easy. Okay, so now I'm gonna take off this canopy, and cockpit area is accessible now. So we should be hopefully done with these. We'll see if we have any problems. We'll be able to get back to that. Throttle cut's still on, good. Now, I need to make some decisions on where all this wiring is going to pass through. So in this case, I'm gonna actually pull the throttle out so it's out of the way. And I'm gonna make some decisions to go through the top portion because I can, and it's not gonna hurt anything. And that's pretty much where I think it's gonna have to go to reach, okay? It'd be kind of cool if I could go down and under and back through, but I just don't see having enough length to make that happen. So this is one of the 2 light circuits. So again, it's not one of the 2 light circuits, but one of the multiple light circuits, okay? This goes out to the wingtips. So we're gonna plug that into one of these with the black going to the brown. Brown is down, as you can see there. So I'm gonna just slide that in so you can see brown lines up with black, red lines up with red, and white goes to orange. Okay, very good. Now we have another thing here, which is the flaps. The flaps are currently Y cabled together through this apparatus, and we're gonna leave that. And the ailerons are also Y together, but I'm gonna just go ahead and pass these together, along with this being a light. This is gonna pass back through that hole. See that, how I lifted that up with my middle finger? I want to pass this back so that I can pass it out that bigger hole. I think it's gonna be more appropriate for cable management reasons. So guys, here on Brian Phillips RC, sometimes I get a little bit picky about my cabling. You guys might not. If I am too picky for your taste, I apologize in advance, but I'm not changing. Okay. All right. If you want to be less picky, be less picky. If you want to be more picky, be more picky. That's the beauty of this Hobbit. Hobbit is a mix between habit and hobby. I keep saying that on accident, but I think it's actually the correct word for the experience. Now, you're going to notice that that does not reach all the way out. I was hoping to pass them all at the same time, but that ain't going to happen, okay? So I got to go with this light circuit first, because I cannot reach the other 2. And this light circuit is feeling like maybe it's also going to be difficult to reach, but I think I can do it. So remember, this light circuit is going to plug in now with the black up, brown up. These are going to plug in. And you can see brown to black, red to red, okay? Very good, so we've got all those plugged in. So now I can only pass this so far down. It's gonna be like here, it's gonna be very difficult to work on. So I think what's gonna happen is that these 2 extension cords that came with the model, well, they at least thought of that. So aileron 1 is gonna be this one. Doesn't matter which one's which actually, but I'm gonna make that one, aileron's one of them. That's gonna be the right aileron. So we could actually mark this as such And then we could find another extension cord if we wanted, or we could use the one that came with the plane that says flap, okay? So why don't we go ahead and use the one that came with it that says flap, okay?
Okay.
So this one says flap. Just out of, trying to do this out of good practice, I'm gonna say this is right. How do I know it's right? Because I can tell where the right side of the plane is. So it says right aileron. And then I'm gonna write right again. Okay, then this one says flap. And I'm just gonna go right down here and just write left ail. And you're probably thinking, why are you correctly writing it on both sides? Left ail. The reason I'm writing it on both sides is because you don't know which side you're going to be looking at once it's all connected, okay? So this one's obviously going to be the other half of that equation. Now, interestingly enough, you could plug in an LED here. So I may have to take back some of my words that I was complaining about earlier, because you could actually plug in an LED here and do the same thing that we did back here. But I'm not going to do that because I don't know for sure that I can reach them. But we could maybe reach this bottom one. That would eliminate one of the Y's.
That also assumes you're splitting out your ailerons.
Yeah, right. Well, plus I just added another extension cord in here just to be able to reach them back. So then the other thing that sucks about that is now I've got this flap that needs to be extended to be able to reach out. But admittedly, once we get these plugged in, we might be able to shorten the cables back up once we've got some cable management done, okay? So full disclosure, these cable extensions may not be necessary, but either way, we're gonna just pass them back like they are. They look pretty necessary to hook up. Okay, looking at the screen, which one's right, which one's left?
Right aileron on 2.
So if you'll look up here, port 2, which is the third set of plugs, third set of pins, and the first set of pins being the bind plug, and then this is 6.
6, yeah.
Okay, so there's 6. Now, we've got one thing that we haven't plugged in, which is throttle, okay? And we also have flaps, okay? We have not done that for good reason. And you see this one? It's tangled. Because it's tangled, I'm gonna undo it here where I can. And you can see I'm doing some crazy stuff with my hands to make all that happen. Now, brown is up, black is up. It's replugged and now untangled as well, okay? So you have nice cable management started, but not finished. Now, we gotta get the flaps back there somehow. I don't think they're gonna reach, but let's try. Yep, it's not gonna reach unless I put this in here and plug it in with my hand inside. That ain't gonna happen. So we need to extend that again, which is, again, a little bit frustrating, but at the same time, if you did it exactly the way that they planned, then you'd have no problem. This is an extension cord, it's a bit long. This is another extension cord that's a bit less long. If you don't have an extension cord that meets your fancy, you could also take another Y cable and use the Y cable to extend it, okay? But in my case, I happen to have this extension cord should be about the right length, and that's gonna hook up the flaps. Now, I'm kind of kicking myself because the one that could have said flaps would have said flaps, and then I could have used this virgin plug that's unlabeled as the other aileron. But you know what, to all their own, it doesn't really matter. Ultimately, it's not gonna matter. In 5 minutes, we're gonna be plugged in. This is going to be the flaps, so that's plugged into to port 5,
yes,
right?
Correct.
Okay, so port 5 is gonna operate the flaps, and then port 2 is gonna be, or port 1 is gonna be throttle, which is back here. Now, you guys are probably asking the lingering question, holy crap, that isn't even gonna reach, is it? Got to be kidding me. We aren't gonna be able to. Okay, so I'm gonna have to extend this one too.
I think you're gonna need a longer one than that shorty that you just used.
Oh, really?
Too. I think so.
Okay, well, this is throttle. This is also the BEC, so I'm just trying to make sure I don't like use some rinky-dink cable. There's a female to female and a male to male. Those ones are kind of nice to have. I think I'm gonna go with this one is probably okay. I've got a long one here.
Really long.
This is probably enough, hon. I think this will do it.
I think that, yeah, I think so.
So the thrust reverse is gonna be, we can't test it with the prop down like that, by the way.
Right.
So black is brown. So you plug that in. Okay. So then this is gonna go all the way back. We're gonna have to do an extension cord on the test for
Thrust reverse.
thrust reverse. Yep. And so on that one, since I know it's a test and it's unlikely to sustain past the test, I'm just use this long cable because it's gonna get pulled out more than likely. We've already sort of ruled it out. Okay, so this time the yellow goes to the orange because that's just signal only. And remember, we already tested this, but we tested it with servo testers, and I just don't know if I can trust with certitude that I didn't miss something. I don't think I did. I think the way I tested it was correct. Okay, so we can tell the super long one's gonna be the one that has the test for us, okay? So that's gonna go into like the flaps port here in a minute, okay? So the one that's super duper long, that's our test, okay? Then this is gonna go into throttle. It's gonna stay in throttle, but also you can see again, it's like it's not gonna reach otherwise. So really that would be one of those things where this would have made sense if you could reach it in there, but whatever. It doesn't really matter because once we get this spatially aware mounted, it's fine. We can tuck the cables in, we'll be golden, okay? This is gonna be used for thrust reverse testing, okay? So in order to continue on, let's go ahead and get the thrust reverse testing out of the way. Keep in mind, we have a prop. It's gonna be armed. It's gonna be dangerous. And we gotta be careful. Throttle cuts on. We have not bound this. We don't need to worry about the spatial awareness, but we do need to worry about the prop. And we definitely need to worry about the safety therein. So how do we keep safe around such a huge prop? First of all, we control the plane. Second of all, we control the batteries. Third of all, we control the binding procedure. We make sure we don't put ourselves in a dangerous circumstance. It's all pretty safe and easy to do. But I am just gonna warn you, if you don't do it safely and you get cut, I don't really wanna see pictures. Please don't send them. It's gross, and I don't wanna see people's hospital pictures. I don't want you to be in the hospital. I don't want you to get cut, but that is a huge prop. If you can't handle it, take it off right now. Stop, nobody's gonna make fun of you. We're gonna support you in your decision, okay? But I will tell you this, we've done a lot of planes. I've been cut once, and it was on an ultra micro, thank God. And I've had pretty good luck because I am a careful type of guy. I have procedures in place that I tend to follow. And it may not look like it on this channel, but I am actually a pretty precautionary type of guy. That thing came out, that's good. Now I'm gonna slide forward the battery tray or backward or whatever direction it needs to go. I think it needs to go forward so that we can get this battery in. Yep, it went forward. Now, the next big maneuver is to get this battery mounted onto the tray. We sort of undid this strap, or we tightened the strap down so that it would hold the slack up on the back of the tray. So I'm gonna pull that out of the way now. And that broke just now. So as you can see, that broke.
I think we had that problem on the last one.
What a piece of crap. That is so annoying. We'll be having to glue that now, I guess, which is gonna add time. Probably going to make this not happen. So now that we've got that on there, we can go ahead and pull this battery tight, supporting it underneath with our fingertips, and then pulling that tight with our thumb and then sliding it around. Now that we have the shelf liner in there, it's not gonna slip and slide, and that's always handy, okay? So these are pressed in here, and look, that will get held down when the battery goes in, but we're probably gonna have to glue that. In fact, we're gonna have to glue that right now so that we can actually get this project done. So if this happens to you, don't say that we didn't warn you. But at the same time, our intention is to not point out every ridiculous little defect that happens. It's more to help promote a hobby that we love. But this stuff does happen and it is annoying. And yes, this CA is not thin CA. It's actually medium CA, and I have a cap that was good that I used, okay? So I'm not gonna do this on the wood table because this stuff will kick off and potentially burn the finish on the wood. So I'm gonna lay this over here. I need my forceps if you don't mind. So this bottle is mostly dry. And so you see that stuff is gonna start to run barely. I'm gonna dip in there and get that. This side is the side that popped free. So I'm gonna take this toothpick, I'm gonna grab onto it, and then I'm gonna use my kicker, have that ready to go so I can put that onto the joint when I'm done. And I'm gonna reach way down into the recesses of this glue bottle and drop the toothpick, which to be honest with you, it's probably not worth trying to retrieve, but if I can get it, I'll get it and that'll be great. Nope, I couldn't get it. So I'm gonna get a new one. Okay, so I got another new one and I'm gonna reach in and hopefully be able to get a dip. You can see it down there in the corner of the box, or the box, what am I saying? Corner of the tube of glue. And you can see it's real thick and crappy because that's what happens when it's almost done. Yes, I do have a brand new batch of CA. So I put a little bit of CA there, a little bit of CA there, a little bit here, a little bit here, and a little bit there. Not quite enough to do the job, but remember at the end of the day, we're just trying to hold a battery tray together. We're not trying to hold together the entire plane. And then I can use some kicker to set off the glue. And we might actually have so little on there that it won't even work. But looks like we got it. Okay, good. So that's good. Now I just got to do a little bit here, and that'll be a pretty easy process. I'm just going to do the exact same thing that I did before. It looks like I got a little bit of glue up here in the entryway, and I'm going to go down and grab a little bit more. I don't know if you guys can see that in the video. But as you can see, we got just a little bit of glue and then a string. And yes, we do actually have access to different types of glue. I don't use a lot of CA, but when I do, I mean, we use CA when we have to, obviously. There's quite a bit of CA that we use in this hobby. Okay, press this down. Get that tight and in place so that the joint is strong. And then I'm just gonna use this to kick off the CA, okay? So that's kicker. Then I'm gonna press that down, and I'm just gonna run a little bit of kicker in there, that tiny little bit of glue. Hopefully we'll hold that down. Okay, so guys, there's nothing quite more annoying than being in the midst of a build up against the wire for me being the sun setting, okay? So I'm super excited to fly this plane, and I really wanted to get this done last night, but it didn't work out. So now we're on night 3?
No, 2.
2. Okay. All right, so continuing onward with our build, now that we have gotten that small distraction out of the way, the fireball is falling behind the hill, AKA the sun is setting, the day is ending. So I just have to be careful not to get in too excited and make a big mistake that ends in injury. So that's what I'm gonna do next, is I'm gonna put this in. I'm gonna lay it down very carefully. Are my forceps over here, camera crew?
I got them.
Okay, get them, please. So I've just got this ready to plug in, but not plugged in, okay? And that's dropped down. Can you come up here on the top so they can see what's going on? You see how that tray dropped down? And then this slides back. Can you see it, hon? I can't tell.
Yeah.
Get in there. What is going wrong here? Feels like it's fighting me on the... There it goes. Did it go that time?
I don't know. I can't tell.
Okay. It didn't go. Okay, now it's back. Now it's in position so I can slide in this lock, which probably is not going to line up good enough to go in. As you can see, it did not go in. And yes, that is trying to break the wood. I do not like this box. I'm actually pretty annoyed about it because this is now the 3rd time we've had to fight this, and we've only done it 3 times. There was one time that it went in, and I'm about to break it, but it's probably good enough for the test what we're gonna do next, which is binding and thrust reverse. Okay, so throttle stick is down, throttle cut is on. This is not bound. Camera crew is going to be safe. I'm gonna hold this transmitter back here so I keep control of the helicopter airplane. I'm gonna make sure that it doesn't try to fly off into my TV. I'm gonna make sure that I don't put my hand in this area. Okay, so first things first, out of the way of my belly so don't hit it. Second things second, I'm gonna plug this in. Arms the system. I have hold of it. If something went horribly awry, it would start full throttle. I would wait till the battery dies. Pressing this button, it's now in bind mode. This is not in bind mode. So I'm gonna click, I'm gonna scroll down to bind. Right there, I'm gonna go, yes, bind. Now we wait. Bind complete, things are alive. Things are working, the ESC is arming. This is where you would wanna be extra careful. Until we trust the system, we trust it's going to try to kill us. Okay, we have a timer. We have movement, but it doesn't translate. We have movement, we have throttle is not working, which is good. Throttle cut is on. I'm gonna continue to hold the plane until I shut off the throttle cut and give throttle. There's forward thrust, throttle cut's on, and it has worked. Throttle cut is down. Now, I need to trust the system now, okay? So now I'm gonna go down here and I'm gonna go to flap system. I'm gonna set flap mode to plus 100. And I'm gonna go to plus 100 and minus 100. This is not for the flaps. This is for thrust reverse, okay? So this is just a cheat to test, okay? So I'm gonna disassociate the flaps. The flaps are on this port, right? Port 5.
Port 5.
Okay, so now they're disconnected. So that's flaps. Flaps are here. This is our test. Our test needs to go with the orange forward, okay? Nothing should happen. We've already corroborated this. We're just further testing it. Throttle cut is on. Throttle cut is now off. I have secured the plane. There's forward thrust. That's minus 100. That's plus 100, okay? Throttle cut is on. I'm gonna actually walk out of the menu. I'm gonna walk over to monitor 1. I do not know why it goes to monitor 2. That's one of the most annoying features ever. There, look, now flaps is going up and down. It's doing it slow, so I need to go to flap system. And I'm gonna change this from 2 to fast or normal. I'm gonna go back over to monitor. Okay, so you see flap and flap. See, there's minus 100, plus 100. If it were going to reverse, this would happen on one of the conditions. It would be going forward, the other condition would be going backward. There's forward thrust. That would be reverse thrust. Now we've cut the throttle to nothing and we've given throttle and it's still forward thrust. And we're back to the other mode. Come show them, please. See this? Minus 100 on flaps. There's forward thrust. There's plus 100, even all the way back to 0. Sometimes you have to do that on FMS ESCs. Okay, throttle cuts on. It's been tested. We can now trust it. We now know that our thrust reverse is not being activated through that channel. We don't need to worry about it. We can abandon any effort to further explore that feature. So I'm gonna plug this flap back in. The flap servo is gonna drive back over to some other weird condition. Now I'm going back to the middle so I don't overdrive it, okay? All right, so now we can take this out. That's no longer needed. We'll throw that in our pile of stuff. Now we have all the control surfaces hooked up. So we have elevator, correct direction, rudder, incorrect. So we're gonna click, servo setup, travel, highlight it, move over to reverse, rudder. Rudder's in the correct direction, elevator's in the correct direction. Okay, good. So now the next thing we have to do is we have to get everything to neutral settings so that we can actually start testing them. But at some point we're gonna have to stick this in. So let's do one other test. Throttle cuts on, we've already tested throttle. We know that we can trust this now. The prop is turned to the center. Don't worry about the timer just went off. I'm gonna drop down the extension cord for the power. I'm gonna tip this up. Okay, stay back there. So we have ailerons, 2 of them. We need to see what direction they're gonna move. They're moving, okay? The flaps are moving. They're not overdriving at 100% plus and 100% minus. That's a good sign. That means we won't have to hopefully fight it, but we don't have those set up right. So I'm gonna just pull the flaps back. Okay, so at this point, we can click and go to flap system and see what position we're in. So it looks like plus 100 is gonna be deployed down, okay? Minus 100 is gonna be our normal flight mode. So we can flip-flop those, okay? So under flap system, This is going to be minus 100 for normal flight mode. And then takeoff flaps are going to be closer to 0, okay? So like the middle somewhere, which we'll play with. And then in this position, we're going to have plus 100 is going to be full forward on those control arms, and that's going to pull the flaps down, thus deploying them, okay? So takeoff flaps, let's go ahead and change this to like minus something. Let's go like minus 70. It's probably just a little bit of deployment. That's probably not enough. Let's do minus 50. Okay, and we're not even worried about the elevator yet, but we are going to worry about it right now. So that's going down. That's what we want. So now that we know that down is correct with a whole number positive, we're going to do 6 and 9. Okay, so 6 and 9. And we're going to set our speed back to 2 seconds now that we're done testing the throttle, the thrust reverse. Okay, now these numbers could be about the same for Crow. So we'll set up Crow, regardless of Crow. We probably didn't even need this setting because Crow is going to be the same for takeoff flaps. Okay. And the only difference is you don't need as much correction for Crow. So I'm going to do 3 and 5. And then the Crow percentage at landing flaps is going to deploy the ailerons, but we're not going to set that feature up yet because see, there's unique positions depending on if you have Crow on or off. So this will be Crow off, like normal flight mode, and then this will be Crow on. Okay, so we'll set up 2 Crow settings there, but we don't know what direction things are moving yet, so we got to get that established before we even worry about it. Okay, so we're in normal mode. We're in normal mode. Remember, all this stuff is going to be applied through AS3X and Safe, so it's all going to work all the time, which is really nice based on our wing type. You notice this is a solid light. I'm surprised that's not flashing. This is a solid light. That's fine. And we do have something over there, do we?
No.
We have nothing going on here. So I don't know what the deal is. If we're supposed to turn these on somehow magically. So you're saying that wing doesn't have anything on?
No, neither of them are on the wingtips.
Okay, so I got to think about that for a minute. Let's look and see what's going on. Stay where you are. This plugs in, and it looks like this is black, goes to black, or goes to brown, and that's fine. Now, it isn't impossible that that is intentional, and it's supposed to plug into this JST, but if that's the case, I'm not privy to that, and there is no JST plug there. It's not impossible that a JST would reach and plug into that. Let's test that theory now. Remember that long cable I threw? Here it is. Mm-hmm. I don't know that a JST will plug in here. I don't think it will. But you can see this, hon?
Yeah.
Negative. No, it doesn't fit into the slot, so we can't be depending on that. So that's good because that would be totally dumb, okay? I don't know why they're not on. I'm not sure what the deal is.
Are there lights that are working that we can switch?
Maybe. So we'll go to one of the tail lights here. This is one of the tail lights. Did it just shut off? Okay. That's probably a reasonable test. So now I have to try to unplug these, but they do not have enough length, really. That is annoying. Goodness gracious. Unless that operates on a pulse width modulation spectrum. And if that's true, then when I move the ailerons, these will come on or not, okay? Because we're plugged into what channel? Rudder?
I thought you were in rudder.
Well, except, no, I went to bind. Okay, so we're gonna go off of the bind plug for that one. That's what we're gonna do, is we're gonna leave those ones where they were, okay? So I'm unplugged from the bind plug. I'm gonna plug in the black to brown here. That was for the tail light back there, so no harm, no foul, okay, great. And then this one that is currently plugged in to controls, this one is going to be plugged into, gosh, I have to redo all this stuff now. Sorry, guys. This is going to plug into this Y cable. Brown is down. Okay, brown down, brown down. Okay, good. So then this will be operated off of the same Y cable now. So we'll actually just, brown is down. We'll just plug this in. Now we have to take power and signal, evidently. I'm assuming this is going to have a signal relationship that makes it turn on or off. And we're going to plug this into, which port are we going to use? Let's plug it into flaps. Flaps is the most likely to make sense, okay? So we're going to plug this now into flaps, okay? So that's a multi-position, and I have the flaps currently unplugged. So deploying flaps, and you see a change. So you have to give it pulse width modulation. This is green and very nice, and this is red and very nice.
But it has
so you need a channel to control those lights. Or do you? The answer is maybe, okay? Again, you could use an 8-channel receiver and you could use one of the pluggables for that, but this is just ludicrous. I almost can't believe it. But I can't believe it because it's definitely happening, okay? So the flaps are definitely commanding that. But now we have to actually control whether the lights are going to be on or not based on this controller. Or we need to undo this controller and see if these are capable of running without. I don't know if they are, okay? So in order to test my theory, I have to disconnect the whole circuit, okay? I have to figure a way to reattach this to a different extension cord now, which is going to be a long one because I don't want to fight it, okay? Fortunately, these are relatively easy to undo. They've got one retention clip on one side. Nope, this one isn't the retainer style. So it's now unplugged. So I'm going to take my extension cord extender, and I'm guessing that, yep, brown is going to be toward the camera crew. I'm sorry you guys can't see that better, but brown is going to black. Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. Okay, it's now plugged into the extension cord, and now we're going to attempt to plug that into any regular pulse width modulation without any pulse width modulation impact, and they turn on. It's on, and it's working perfectly. So what we know now is that you can send a signal to these to make them work or not work. That means I need another extension cord or a Y cable.
And we don't want to use that giant long one.
Yeah, but we need a Y cable anyway so we can split off the additional channels. Are we back to the 4-banger?
I was going to say.
I think we are.
I think we are.
So listen, we're back to a 4-banger now, okay? My apologies, a little bit of back and forth here. This is part of doing the hobby. The only reason I'm pissed is that sun, that fireball, just went over the horizon. Anybody who's seen a Brian Phillips RC video, and you've seen when the fireball goes over the hill and I'm excited to fly a plane, I get a little pissed off, okay? I'm pissed off because I wanted to fly this thing and circumstances were such that I made adjustments to make this thing happen, and then it's still not gonna happen because of some stupid little feature that I didn't even want, and all the control horns / other decisions. Okay, so now I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna attempt to replug all this crap in to my stupid little extension cordy thing. And I'm gonna struggle to do it too because they're so freaking short. But brown is down. I'm gonna make it happen because that's what we do.
So that was the light on the bottom. It's on now.
Okay, great. And then this one's probably the one.
Probably the tail light, I think.
Yeah, this one's the tail light. And guys, if you're like me and you get frustrated because you have like big boy, big girl responsibilities you have to do before you can play with your toys.
Yes.
Leave it in the comments below. That's my real world. I know you guys have the same problem because you probably have to work for a living just like me. Welcome to being an adult. Sometimes it's awesome, sometimes it sucks. Most of the time it sucks. Brown is toward the camera crew and away from my, okay, so toward my right side. Guys, by the way, this is not a really long cable. I could have set this up. I could have plugged this in at the other side so I had an easier access. I can also reach my hand in here and do this. Okay, so if you're struggling to do this, and you're like, why did they make this so hard? Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you on that. So now, where's the last one? There's the last one. So this one evidently goes to this side or something.
The red one is on now.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to unplug this one now. But you can't tell. Yeah, that one's gonna come undone. That one, oh geez. That one's got the super long extension cord on it, so I can pull that back through. This one just really, it's challenging to unplug. You know, sometimes these connectors are not super nice to you. And other times they're no problem. So guys, at the end of the day, we're here to help you find success. We hope you can see through some of those moments of frustration. They're not with you, they're not with the camera crew. They're mostly with myself for the decisions that I made that allowed this to happen. Okay. So, look at that. Okay, it's all plugged in. The lights are on, it's amazing, wow. Now, the other thing is we were talking about CAing those earlier in the video. We also now have a controller that I don't care about. I'm sure it does some cool thing that I don't care about. I just want a battery tray that works.
Also, the lights are in the correct orientation.
Cool.
They're
very, very bright.
They're very bright.
I like the lights a lot. I just wish I wouldn't have had to waste my time on that. So now, let's talk about some things. Everything is working except for the battery tray, critical, and the receiver mounted, critical, okay? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and mount this thing. Now that we know we're gonna have enough length on stuff, I'm gonna go on the side like this, okay? Just because I can, and it's gonna be relatively easy to work it, and I don't really care if it's exactly perfect or not. By the way, I lost my right aileron label.
Yes, I saw that.
And so we got China Glue with us here tonight. Welcome, China Glue. Welcome back to Brian Phillips RC. So if you guys don't know, you can use China Glue to glue these things to the side. It works pretty good. And yes, you can rip them off later if you were to crash the plane. I'm just sort of torn. Do I want that to just be down in the middle? I think I want to put it down in the middle if it'll reach. Also, this antenna is driving me crazy already. So I'm gonna just slide that back in the tail. That should be better. Oh yeah, that's way better. So you guys see what I've done here? I've got this, and it's gonna be in a position where it's very easy to just stuff that right there and just stick it down, okay? So it's gonna be like in a perfect position. It's gonna be no problemo. It's gonna be super easy. So I'm just gonna rip off one of my partially used Q-tips, because why would you not save your Q-tips?
Especially when they're covered in glue and sticky stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
How many fuzz on it?
Well, it doesn't right now because it's covered in glue that's now set up. But what you can do is you can rip off the outer layer, and then you can take and run this big glob, the globule of glue, which is a thing. And you can slather the globule right there where you want the receiver. Now that's not enough glue because I am getting down to the end of this thing of glue, okay? So I'm gonna spread that out. It's gonna go right there, and it's gonna be there, and I'm gonna do more. Okay. So there it is, okay? Then I'm gonna take this, and I'm gonna go a little bit of glue right here. I'm just gonna stuff that, whoop, whoop, whoop. I'm just gonna stuff it in to the arena of fitment. Right there, and I'm gonna just be careful that all that glue doesn't stick to my wires, okay? Then, when that China glue sets up, guess what? Once it sets up, I can stick that thing down and it will stay put and it's gonna be there for the long haul. And when I say the long haul, I mean the haul through the beautiful skies, and it's gonna be great. So the next maneuver is letting that sit and cook off for a minute or so. We're gonna let that happen. As we let that happen, we need to make a plan for what we're gonna do for all of the control arms that are going on the ailerons, okay? So in order to do that, we have to know what direction they're gonna go. How do we know what direction they go? We're gonna move the sticks and see what direction things move. We also have this thing, which we are probably gonna need to label. So I'll put this by the batteries. That'll remind us to do it here in a minute. And there's not much cable management going on in there because it's pretty hard to get to it. So now that that's set up for just uno momento, I'm just gonna slide my fingers in here and just slip that into position, just like so. And then I'm gonna slip this antenna, the singular antenna, through the hole. In the hole, it's in the hole. Okay, very good. So then I'll have to occasionally press that down and kind of make sure that it's situated, you know, sort of square in the body of the aircraft, okay? Now, with China glue, if you don't get it down, it's probably going to pop back up. It's going to be an issue at some point. If that happens, you literally just let it set for a few more minutes and then stick it back down. If the problem persists, you need to apply more China glue and then it'll work fine. We're gonna take a sec, clean up, and come right back. All right, so just checking again. You see how it's lifted? We're gonna press that back down and we're gonna pick back off where we left off. We've just been doing a little cleanup here for a minute. And I've got a pair of straight tip and bent tip. And I just wanna show you what I'm doing here. This ESC lead comes off and it goes back here. But I need to get this out of the way because I don't wanna fight this the whole time I'm flying this plane. And I don't wanna wonder about it. So I was thinking about maybe throwing a zip tie back here. Can you go over so you're in front of my chest and shine it down there? So you see what I'm talking about there, guys? We gotta do something because that is not gonna be acceptable. I'd really rather not have it up here. And I don't see like a super amazing way of doing this, right? So there's a couple different ways. We could either glue this down the side or we could glue this up here. I mean, really, it's not gonna matter that much. I think we could go under, but I think that's just gonna be very difficult to actually manipulate it under there because we don't have enough length to do that. So option one would be put some China glue on there so that we can remanipulate it into position, or we put a zip tie back here and we pull it tight. I am not sure that the zip tie is gonna work, so I'm gonna kink this a few times so that we can get it to fold back on itself. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come back here. I'm gonna pass through this long slot. I know you can't see for a minute. You'll be able to see here in a minute. Okay, see how I use my forceps now to go up under here. And then I can turn that back into the opening. And then, oh, dang it, grab it. I gotta reset. Fortunately, you can get two hands in here. Okay, and then once you get one hand in there, camera crew, I don't know if you can see anything from that angle.
I can't now.
Okay, so I got that with one hand. I'm using the second hand to torque this down, okay? I need that to be flat so that it's out of the way, and I need it to be tight. So I'm gonna hold that flat with my finger, and then I'm gonna come in here with my forceps, and I'm gonna pull this, and I do not know if I'm gonna get enough purchase to actually get that to work, but I'm gonna try. See what I'm doing? Okay, now I can undo that. And then if I want, I can pull this through and that feels like it might actually hold. But even if it doesn't, it's fine, it's good enough. This isn't like a super scale plane, so I'm not super worried about it being exactly right. I just would prefer it to be as pretty as it can be without some giant time commitment. So there you have that. All right, guys, so my next move is, now that we have that taken care of, we also have these big wires draped down, okay? See the wires draped down? that's gonna drive me crazy, and it's gonna wanna yank this receiver off. So I'm gonna just take my finger, I'm gonna stick it in there, and just pull some of that back, and see if we can get that back to this spot. Now that we know that we kind of have things landed where they need to go, we can start manipulating the cabling in such a way that things will hopefully be secured and not pop out. But I also, again, don't want to like have a big problem because I undo cables from extension cords and whatnot, okay? So there's a couple of these that are really long, and there's a couple that are not very long. And there's a couple, and sometimes you just got to start pulling them and see which ones will go for you and which ones won't. Like this one, for instance.
You're pulling your receiver off.
Don't worry about it. Okay, so now I can stick the receiver back down. Camera crew warned me that I was yanking that off of there. So we'll stuff that stuff in here. And there are some different ways that you can tie up and keep those cables from coming undone, but I think we're gonna go with it's probably okay right now. I don't think it's gonna be of massive consequence. I'm gonna pull the cables that can go to the back. I'm gonna give them like a little half twist and just drop them down in there, okay? That's probably what's gonna happen for cable management on this plane. There might be a little bit more depending on how I feel at the end of the plane, depending on how well it works. But at this point, oh, there is something that's unplugged up there. What is that? There's one cable that's unplugged. What the heck is that? I don't know what that is, hon.
Do we have an extra, well, the aileron has that little Y cable that we didn't plug into.
That could be what it is. Yeah, and I bet that's what it is, hon. That's a good point. And you know what? We could have plugged the lights into that, and that would have, you know, kind of filled up that plug, if you will. But it's not hurting anything to have that hang down. I just want to make sure I am identifying if I had missed a connection, okay? So now I'm going to take that, and I'm just going to wrap it around all the extras, okay? And then once I get to a point where it feels like it's sort of tight and there's nowhere else it can go, I'm gonna take another connector and I'm just gonna kind of pull it through the knot, if you will, okay? Now it's gonna look a little bit kind of crazy at first until you get the right amount of tension on it, and then it's just gonna kind of be a bundle. Now you can undo that relatively easy, but it's not gonna undo from just upsetting the aircraft, putting it upside down once. Maybe from doing crazy heavy 3D it might. So this is one of the lights, so I'm just gonna see if I can run that around and do the exact same thing. I'm gonna use this cable connector to actually act as my key to lock it in place, which is so far so good, working pretty good. And you can see the cable management is imperfect, but it's perfect enough for my taste, okay? Might not be for yours, you can do it different if you want. And that keeps things somewhat tidy up here, but we do just wanna keep an eye on the receiver periodically during this process as that glue starts to kind of really get tack on it. And if it comes loose, we'll know, okay? We're gonna also know because we're gonna check the control surfaces here in a little bit. So for now, she's closed, okay? Now the next move is I gotta plug in the battery so that we can continue with our build, okay? So throttle cuts on, throttle stick is down. We need to make sure we check that each time so we're safe as we work with this giant 16-inch prop. But we should be able to plug it in now without too much risk. And you know what? That extra lead, that's the type of thing that you can use also to lock in your cable management if you're careful by going around and then just kind of, you know, forcing it to keep it in a knot, you know? So if you go around a couple of times, it's gonna be a nightmare to undo it because you can't see what you're doing, but it doesn't really matter because it's not gonna be a factor. You're not gonna have to mess with it because you don't have enough tension on any one particular cable to really yank it out, okay? All right, so now we're gonna plug this in. And you can see we can get at the battery quite easy now. And we don't have to worry about that stupid ESC cable being a problem, and we can set this on its hind legs. And we can give it a moment to reboot. Okay, very good. 6 beeps.
No red light.
What red light?
This one.
Oh, no red light.
It's not on.
Did that come undone here? Yes, it did.
So
Okay, so we do know that this now is not going to be a reliable connection point because it's come undone, okay? So with that, I've got a couple of different ideas. I'm a little bit tempted to just tape the dang thing on there because you're not going to see the tape and it's going to be effective. That's what we're doing.
Okay.
I was thinking about gluing it on there, but after all this nonsense, tape is the solution.
Okay.
Tape is the solution. Those are nice LEDs. They do not really impress me in their mounting technique.
Yes.
It is very lame. Okay, so I'm gonna make my even lamer reinforcement setup that's gonna work perfectly good. See, came out again. Jeez. What a joke. Okay, so now that that's on, I can just fold that under. Beautiful. Now, if that doesn't hold, which it may not, then I will move on to my next method, which is going to be using some sort of CA glue, okay? So another pretty big piece of tape. This one's gonna get this side. This side wasn't near as bad for some reason. And by the way, I gotta say, these are blindingly bright. And I love the fact that they're very bright. And I am super annoyed that I have to tape them on. Ridiculous. But again, not the first or last time we've had problems with a plane that aren't disqualifiers, but still annoy the heck out of Brian Phillips RC, okay? We have built many planes that have left me longing to be flying instead of setting up some stupid feature that I didn't want in lieu of a feature that I did want. That seems to be consistent with our experience in RC. Might be with yours. That feels like it might have braking on. Why in the heck would they have braking? Or is it mild braking? I don't know. That feels like braking to me. Okay, so listen guys. Obviously everything seems good there, but we don't know if the center of gravity is right. One of the problems we were having earlier, this is back when there was a possibility we could fly still, before the sun went under the hill, is that this thing wasn't lined up, okay? This is the battery tray. I don't want to fight battery trays to get locks like this in. It's gonna drive me nuts having to deal with that every time. It's gonna drive me crazy. But, see, I can't even get it back. You wanna know why? Because the Velcro interacts with the thickness of the boards. So those little openings like this go in and they stop short. So then this stupid thing doesn't fit in there. Now there's ways to fix that, like you could shave some of this off, and that's one way you can do it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do it that way. Camera crew, look. Let's see if we can shave it with these. Nope, that ain't gonna work. So the alternative method, look at this beautiful sunset we're missing. Careful. See? Little bit of thickness, a little bit of thickness. Just gotta be careful as I get close to my finger. Okay. Now, you guys can see that that's a little bit thinned out. I have to do this the other way, but I gotta do it in a safe way. So I'm trying to manipulate my fingers so that I can have proper purchase without stabbing myself. And it's easier said than done in this order. I don't like doing that. It makes me nervous. I'm gonna go this way. You think I'm crazy for being nervous, hon?
No, I don't think you're crazy.
Okay, was I making you cringe inside?
Yes.
Okay, what about you, audience? Were you cringing? Cringe and leave the timestamp. Comments down below. Let us know if you were cringing or if you hate my guts.
You're a long time into this video to hate your guts.
Maybe they're desperate for help. It's not like there's other people going this deep into it, which they're like, I wish somebody else would. Okay, so let's see if it'll go. So far, it's a little too big for the hole still, okay? So guess what that means? More.
You could also adjust your hole, right?
Yeah, and you want to cut the one that's down there in the middle of the plane?
No.
Okay, look what I'm doing.
Saying options.
Hey, listen. All I'm going to say is I am doing this very carefully so as to not cut my index finger. You guys see how close I am to cutting my index finger with every stroke. I have to really be careful. I know it's cringeworthy. I agree. Okay. Now, let's see if we can stick it in the hole. I'm going to use pliers this time because pliers are going to give me more purchase of this thingy. Okay. You son of a blizzcat. It didn't fit. Still too thick.
You're gonna have to take a lot of thickness off to get that in that hole.
Who says?
Says the hole.
Why do you think it's going to take that much thickness though?
Well, because I can see how much overlap there is.
There's not that much overlap, is there?
For shaving small pieces of plastic off at risk of cutting your finger off.
That's like a 32nd of an inch, if that. It's just that I can't hold it in the angle that I need to. See, my issue is once I get it in there, then I got to be able to get the dang thing out, and it's in there. Okay, see? Now it's in there. Okay, so it's locked. Wonderful. Great, grand, wonderful. Okay, it's in there. Great, grand, wonderful.
Okay.
Now, the next move is we're going to put this stupid thing back in. It is crazy to me how you could take an awesome plane, just suck the joy out of the installation process by making that sort of
Small
feature.
little thing.
Like, it is crazy when you go into so much effort, to try to remember every detail. Look at this. Look at this, what I did.
Is that not gonna fit now?
What did I do? Is it this wire? I think it's the wire. Let's push that down and see if it drops. Did I like bump something with when I put a tool in there? Feels like it's biting. Or am I hitting the ESC? I think I'm hitting the ESC. Ugh. Or was it the wire? I bet it was the wire. It's gotta be the wire. Except I don't see the wire hitting. Well, whatever, guys. It's something's hitting, but it's going all the way down.
Hitting the battery with the foam?
No, it's not. It's above that. Okay, let's just go with it's fine. Okay?
Okay.
So now what we need to do is the unthinkable. We have to set up the ailerons, linkages, and the flap linkages. Okay? This is always the step that's like, oh, we will make the Americans put it together. Even though they paid. It'd be just like that. That was the meeting. I actually took minutes from the meeting. And to be honest with you, there's really not a lot of excuse for this except for maybe the flaps because they don't know exactly how far your flap action. Why is it going fast?
Okay, when you changed your setup, it changed the speed in one position, but not all of them.
Oh, flap system. Look, watch this. No, that's 2 seconds. Why?
But you're gonna have to change it in like all of them, I think.
That's so bizarre. I've never seen that before, but maybe that's something about using a logical switch.
That's all I can think of.
Wow, I didn't know that that was even a thing, guys. Look at that. Thank you for catching
I
that,
noticed that
camera
earlier,
crew.
but you were talking about something
You're
else.
so smart.
I
See,
know.
that's why I married you.
Yeah.
Was because of your RC prowess.
Yes.
Had nothing to do with other package offerings. Nothing to do with anything else.
I'll remember that later.
Okay, so remember, in this mode, nothing happens. I don't know if I'm a big fan of that. I almost feel like I should replicate normal mode because that shuts off flaps altogether. I don't like that. So, guys, let's talk about that. In logical switch setup, now that the sun is down, there's no end to this video.
Well,
It's just gonna go
you're
forever.
gonna run about out of battery in a half
See
an hour.
this? I'm gonna make that the same as normal.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that's normal mode. If I have this down, that's crow, and that's normal again. Okay? Otherwise, flaps would like not work. Okay? Do you guys understand what's going on? That's normal flap, takeoff flap. Okay? And then if I turn this on, then it becomes crow, takeoff, and landing. But like really, we don't even need that one. It's gonna be the same as normal. So that could hypothetically also be 1 if we don't want crow. Because crow is usually only gonna be for landing.
Yeah.
So like right now, we actually had that set as 3, but we could change that back to like 1, and then it would just be like normal landing flap mode. Or normal takeoff flaps. Nah, but we got them separated out now. So we can actually change it to a different function if we want. Also, this looks really busy, but it's really not that bad because all you've got is basically the normal flight mode. Then you have the crow mode, and then you have whatever this is, which is the same as that. That's all the same. That's all the same. But in the middle, you've got crow. There's nothing magical about the way I set up those switches. You could have had this be crow. You could have had this be crow extreme. And then this is just normal. I don't know. But you are limited to the number of positions that you have set up. Because watch this. Even if I go to logical switch setup, I just want to show you this. See how it says 4? So let's say that we were over here and we wanted this to be truly different, and then we wanted this to be yet another one, so that'd be like 5. And we wanted this to be 6. Okay, watch this. Oh crap, you can do it.
Oh, it does.
How do you even get to those? Oh, it's like scrolls the screen for you. Holy jeez, there's a whole bunch more of them. What the heck happened there? Whoa.
So you could have a lot more.
I didn't know you could do that. Okay, well, okay, so in flap mode, okay, so this is gonna be like crow normal and then crow extreme. Crow 10%. Crow 30%. So then I have to go in this mode. See, now that's normal speed again, so we have to go back to 2 seconds.
So are you gonna remember all this?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's going to be terrible.
I thought.
That's why we film it, so I can go back and review it.
Right.
Okay, so then in takeoff flaps, this is going to be -50. This is going to be so ridiculous. -50. But it's only 1/10 as ridiculous as whatever Two Brothers is doing.
Yes.
You know that, right?
I know. I don't film his videos, though. I'll let his wife do that.
Okay, so 3 and 5. Is that what we were doing for the crow settings?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 and 5. And then this one's going to be -1. Oh, no, this one's +100. Again, because the flaps are going to be the same. But, I mean, they could be different. But this is extreme crow. 100%. And then this one's going to be like 30. No, we'll do 40 because this is extreme crow. Okay. So in normal mode, you've got takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Wonderful. Okay. Everything works. Then in normal crow, you've got takeoff flaps with a little tiny bit of crow, and then landing flaps with some crow. And then extreme mode, you've got tons of crow and takeoff flaps, which would be dumb. And then you have the landing flaps crow, which is insane. Okay, so back to normal mode. We'll flesh that out here in a minute. But for the moment, we're gonna be in ailerons. When I roll this way, that's gonna push up this aileron, which is gonna, and that's gonna make that one go down, which, is that right? Because then we'd be rolling the aircraft. Oh, look at the stupid antenna came out the hole. Are you kidding me? Okay, so this is gonna go up. This is gonna go down. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. So, ironically, we got those right. So we need to connect this, and we know that if we're neutral on the sticks, this is centered, okay?
Okay.
Does everybody understand how we accomplish that?
I mean, I don't, but they probably do.
What do you mean you don't? You've done this hundreds of times with me.
I can't picture it in my head if it's right just by when you move the servo. I mean, I know what it's supposed to do, but My brain does not do that. I'm a girl.
What does that have to do with it?
What? We're gonna have to do like one side and then like charge while you do the other side.
Why? The battery's dying again?
Yeah.
Oh my
talks
goodness.
a lot, and it's not me.
Are you talking? What?
It's not me.
Who talks a lot? So look, guys, we have two that are longer and two that are shorter. I don't know which one's which, but I'm gonna guess the ailerons. Yeah, so it looks like the flaps are shorter and the ailerons are longer. So this is gonna be like what we did before. This is gonna go to the outermost hole, hypothetically.
There's very specific instructions about which side you're supposed to attach them from. Are you going to listen to that, or are you just going to do whatever you want to do?
Well, why don't you tell me what those instructions are since they're so critically important?
I don't have the instructions anymore.
Okay, so I'm going to put this in here. Why the heck are there critically important
I don't know if it's
instructions?
critical. It was just in there. Something about port and starboard and...
Yeah, well, I don't know what all that crap means anyway. I'm not in a boat. What do they think I am, a fisherman? Port is something about red not being wine, or I don't know. I don't. Just trust me on this. This is what all the Englishmen tell me. They're smart people.
Port is the side that you dock on. When I know that much, but
Yeah, I know, because we saw that in a show somewhere.
yeah.
Which I would like to refer to that as I read that somewhere.
Yeah, you read that somewhere.
It means I saw it on YouTube.
Yeah.
I read once that Brian gets pissed when the sun goes down.
Yeah. I
So
read that
the
too.
Englishmen to make their commentary about Brian Phillips RC. I read somewhere once that some get pissed when the sun sets because they want to fly their toys. Okay, so that's... Now, we need this to be square, but it's very difficult to do that because the flap is not set to the squared home position yet. Ugh. So we probably have to start with that, unfortunately. That sucks. Okay, well, we'll do that first then. So, same thing here. I'm gonna actually grab this, right like that, so I can spin this. Oh yeah, ooh, wow, that feels good. That's why it makes a bunch of marks on my fingers. All right, so now that that's, don't get jealous.
I'm not.
Jeez. Okay, so on the outermost hole.
Are you sure that's the right one?
Obviously, it's.
Yep.
Wait a second. Yeah, that is the right one. Okie dokie. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to go back to a further in hole. Nope. Okie dokie.
Well, how much more can you twist it in? It's like way out.
You're asking me how far I can stick it in?
Yeah.
I mean, as far as it'll go. Till it breaks the hole.
Don't break the hole. Just
Well,
stop
listen, if
before
I
that.
stick this in hard enough, it's gonna break it.
Well, don't go that far.
Watch. I'm about to bottom out, and it's gonna be bad.
It is not.
It's totally gonna bottom out. All right, so we're just gonna slide that in there. Oh my goodness, it's like not even close. Oh my goodness. God. Why does everything have to be such a pain in the butt? Oh my goodness. So this is all fine and dandy. But then look, oh, it's because it's backward.
It's back.
It's backward on this type of Fowler flap. Son of a biscuit lover.
What do you mean?
It's backward. It's backward. The function is backward. That's why.
So is all of your 97 steps on your
Listen.
logical switch backward?
No, it's just half of them. It's all right. We can reverse the servo and fix all that. Or we could do it the right way and fix it in the menu, which is probably what we'll do. Okay, so let's see if we can get this in the hole. Oh yeah, there. Oh, thank you for popping out. Oh, jeez. Goodness gracious. Ooh, that might be about, oh, nope, nope. That's past center. Okay, so I gotta go out from there a little bit. So we're gonna go out 2 turns. You guys see that collar needs to go in that way. You can turn on the light if you can't see. Yeah, we're not
kill our
there.
battery then faster.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Maybe we should fix the battery problem.
We're gonna have to.
Okay. So stick this in the hole. And then we go in the hole here. Oh, jeez. We did take them in the boardroom of the Chinese meeting today. That was pretty amazing. That's something we don't do on every video. We just do it on half the videos. Okay, out again, out again. Jeez, way out now. Okay, so listen. The reason you have to go this way is because this is countersunk and it's gonna sink right in the hole. In the hole. Okay, there it goes, folks. That is not quite lined up perfect, but it's probably as perfect as it's gonna be until such a time as I grab my nuts. So if you see my nuts, you can see that I have my nylon going that way. My nylon nuts. And then I've got what it appears to be the wrong screwdriver here. So I'm gonna get a Phillips screwdriver. That was a 1.5 millimeter. Now I'm gonna go back to a 3 millimeter Phillips, which, as mentioned earlier, that is going to drive this in. Hey, did you turn off the light or did it shut off on its own? Okay. Yeah, well, it's kind of dark in here. And if I'm gonna play with my nuts, we need to get the light in there so people can see them. See that angle? This is an awkward angle, and I'm having a really hard time getting purchase of my nuts. Oh, for God's sake. You see the tip, the screwdriver? I can't make the angle work because there's nowhere to put the handle. See, it's too far out. So if I go here, it's, oh my goodness.
You need a little shorty.
Are you saying if you had a shorter Phillips that it would be better?
Well, I mean, not in most applications, but.
And what if you had like a way longer one? That'd be awkward. Okay, so let's see if we can get this here. I think we're getting it. It's going. Yeah, it's going. Remember, I gotta go until it's pretty much tight. When I say pretty much, I mean totally. Wow, that was amazing, folks. And it's not even all the way lined up. Ooh, look at that. Yep. Okay, I'm pretty sure I got that to a point where I was trying to overdrive. So now let's talk about what I screwed up. Before we finish this, I'm gonna have to, gosh, this is gonna be such a pain in the balls. Okay, I cleared the timer. First things first, let's go to flap system. Flap system. Okay, so in this mode, that is right here. So that needs to be the other way. So that's gonna be full flap deflection. And then we're just gonna copy it out. And I like, to be honest, I don't really even want it to go all the way down like that. I think it's stupid. It's not right. So I'm gonna go like -30, okay? Then for takeoff flaps, we're gonna go like way back, almost to home position. Good Lord, see that? And then I need to collapse this back and scroll this up to the home position. This is gonna tuck it all the way into the home position, which is 100%, and you can see it's not all the way parked, okay? Which is really annoying because really what needs to happen now is I need to make that negative, that 100 even wider. So now servo setup on flaps, I'm gonna go to like 110 and that gets me to the home position, right? So there's some takeoff. Of course, it's now screwed up because I changed that 110%.
Nope, that's your.
Oh, what?
You're changing your landing flaps.
I'm sorry, guys. I was supposed to be changing this one. So now I can get that one to be like takeoff flaps. Okay? And then I can make this one landing flaps. Okay? So we're gonna do 130 and -30. So this is gonna be 100. If you guys are lost, I'll I'll be going through this here in a minute so you can see. Then we're going to do 30. So we're just emulating the exact setup from the other mode. I'm going to jump down. Then the screen will become visible. And then this one needs to be what?
Negative 30.
So it needs to be negative 30? Okay, negative 30. Okay, so then in extreme, oh wait, we don't have any of these. Why did they bring those up?
Well, I think it's just the second screen.
Wait, this isn't, you told me wrong. No, it should be 30, then negative 30.
30.
No, it should be 30 and then negative 30. Then what's this one?
I don't know what that one is.
Did I do an extra setting?
Do you have a 6?
I have 0, 1, 2. Oh, 0, 1, 2. So it's 0, 1, 2. So 0, 1, 2. Then 0 is the same. Then 3, then 4. Then in this,
5, then 6.
5 and then 6. There is no, wait, there is 6. That's extreme flat mode. So this is supposed to be minus 30, right?
Yes.
Except that doesn't move anymore. Do you see that? Am I not? Oh, I'm in 5 right now. Now there's 6. So now I'm in 6. This would be minus 30. This is extreme mode. So we'll do 80. What did we do for the other one? So it was 100, then 30. It's always 100, then 30, then minus 30, then 30. Wait a second. I'm so confused. Why is there... Okay, I got to go back to logical switch. Look, we have 0, 1, and 2. Then we have 0, 3, and 4. Then we have 0, 5, and 6. Okay? So 0, 1, and 2, that's normal flight mode. Then we have the normal crow. There's...
That should still have...
That should be 30.
Yeah.
That should be 30, not 100. Sorry, guys. I apologize for being completely screwed up on this one. Because this is the ordinary crow, not the extreme crow. So this one's going to be negative 30. It's going to be the same as the one above. Okay. Then when we go to the extreme crow, we're going to go... We're going to go to the same as above. 30. No, I did 10 up there. So we'll do 20 here. And we'll just see how it flushes out, okay? So in extreme crow, we're gonna have quite the landing flaps, okay? Very good. So now home is still home all the time. No matter what mode you're in, the regular flying mode is the regular flying mode. Okay, great. Well, if that wasn't confusing enough for you, there's more to come. Now I need to center this so that the aileron is lined up with the flap here, okay? So now I can set that up. That needs to go in just a hair. Okay, so that's in all the way now, like literally at the bottom of the sweep. That's where it's gonna be. Feels like it's pretty good. So we'll find out if that's good enough. So we're gonna put the bolt through or the screw through, pass this in, and then we're just gonna hold the nuts by hand this time. Pass that in, see if we can get it started, and then just make sure that we're really close. We are really close. Okay, then on this one, I can hold my nuts differently. And I can actually hold the screwdriver still and then drive my nuts this way. Okay, very good. Yes, and yes. Oh, that crow's not very much. Okay, so we'll screw with that after we get both sides done. So you can see it's lined up perfect. Now, out of respect for the camera crew and for the battery that's dying, how are we doing on battery?
Well, if we pause, I'll charge while you do the other side.
We'll charge while we do the other side, and then we'll come right back. All right, so we got these ones on and we got those ones on. So as you can see, they're both working. When I push this way, it rolls that way. When I push that way, it rolls that way. Elevator goes up, elevator goes down, yaw left, yaw right. Takeoff flaps, landing flaps, okay? Now, takeoff crow, landing crow. Now, extreme, takeoff, crow, landing crow. It's not enough. I need to do a little bit more playing with this, but let's see what this is gonna look like. Okay, so the takeoff crow and the landing crow. I think the takeoff crow is probably fine. Let's go up a little more. Let's go 70. That's 100% crow, are you kidding? That doesn't seem like enough. But it is, because the servos are hitting. So that's what you're gonna get, okay? So then for standard crow, we got takeoff crow. Let's go to 30. And then for landing crow, just like standard crow, let's go to 80, okay? So now we have regular takeoff flaps, regular landing flaps. I feel like the regular takeoff flaps are too much. So let's back that off. Let's do it like this. Okay, so we got takeoff flaps, now landing flaps. Okay, very good. So then I'm gonna mimic that on the crow. So there's takeoff flaps. I'm gonna try to match it. So there's 50. So it's the same. Then for landing flaps, this is with crow, mind you. So I'm gonna go a little bit more with the crow. Then with the extreme crow, takeoff flaps. Let's make takeoff flaps just a little bit further down. And then landing flaps, I still feel like that's too much. Like, even though it's extreme, I think it just seems like so much. And we were doing minus 30 for the other ones. I think minus 80 is just too much. I think I'm gonna go like minus 50, okay? So we have 3 different modes. They're all set up. The camera crew has filmed it. Could you see it?
I want you to go through them again so I
I'm
can
gonna do it
just
like
see
this.
your screen.
I'm gonna do it like this so
Okay.
you can see it, okay? All right, so all the way up. I'll just scroll off the screen so you can see all the numbers. Okay, so in this position, then takeoff flaps, then landing flaps. So that's conventional. Of course, in all modes of action, the ailerons continue to work, okay? And we have a little bit of correction here and a little bit more correction there. Okay, so that's standard flaps like we would do on every plane. The HATS flaps. Now, crow, takeoff crow, then landing crow, and we have a little bit less deflection for elevator correction, okay? So it's quite a bit more. And then in each mode of action, the ailerons continue to work as usual. Now with extreme crow, we have, okay? And I actually think that's ridiculous. I'm sorry, I'm turning this down a little bit. It's too much. You get to a certain sweet spot and it just goes way down. But the weird thing is, see how far down it is? Huh. It's just strange. You know what it is? It looks more crazy because the ailerons are gapping. Okay, so I'll do the extreme crow at 45. Okay. All right, so now we have all that stuff set up. Obviously the rudder's going in the right direction. The elevator's going in the right direction. The steerable is working well with the springs. So this plane could technically fly right now. Let's check throttle cut is off. We got forward thrust. That is a lot of power. Throttle cut's now on. Waiting for it to stop so I don't whack into my faucet. And then I'm gonna turn this plane. Now we need to set up forward programming. Okay, so forward programming is where we activate safe and AS3X so that we can, well, AS3X and then later safe, so that we can have auto leveling and stabilization, okay? This is a relatively easy process, but it does take a specific order to do it, okay? So first thing we're gonna do before we continue is it's been a little bit, so we'll just check and see if this is still stuck down. Yep, it is definitely stuck down and it's not moving. I could probably pick up the plane by that. It's on there good, okay? So I'm confident it's gonna be fine. So at this point, we're gonna go ahead and do the forward programming. Clear the timer, scroll down to forward programming, gyro settings, first time setup. Make sure all your crap's set up. Set it level, continue. Set it on its nose. That's not on its nose, by the way. Continue. That looks like the orientation I recall. Mm-hmm. Now you can do that manually if you don't want to set it on its nose. Like if you have a really big model, it doesn't always, bode very well for doing that, okay? So we can continue. Gain channel select. We already know it's aux, but it's not going to find it for whatever stupid reason. Aux 7.
No, gain channel.
Oh, this is gain. I'm sorry, guys. Maybe it will find it. It did find it. My apologies, guys. This is gain channel. Then apply. It's going to reboot. This is where if you had a throttle issue, it might spin the prop, so just be careful. There's a small disparity on this rudder, but it's not big. So you notice the one dance. Return to forward programming. Sorry, I gotta move in a little bit so I can sit. Okay. So now we're gonna go back to gyro settings, AS3X settings, AS3X gains. So you can see how it says mode 1. It's not changing, okay? So I gotta figure out how to set my F mode setup. Flight mode channel. So I guess I'm going to have to highlight it and scroll in aux 7. Next. Turn that off. Okay, very good. So now we can go first time safe setup. Verify it's set the same, which it is. We're going to be setting it in this mode. Continue. Flight mode 3, if that number doesn't change when you flip your mode switch, then you didn't get it assigned properly, okay? So I'm gonna go to next. We have to level this to where it's gonna fly. Okay, so this is where it's a little bit tricky. We have suspension on this plane and we have pneumatic tires. So you have to be a little bit careful that it's actually level, okay? So actually level doesn't matter how much it's squatted. It matters if it's level, okay? So you can be squatted down and still be level, and you can be stood up straight and be out of level. So I'm gonna grab I think I might need 3 pillows, I'm not sure. Yeah, we might need 3 pillows. We grab one more, thank you. Or can I go on the landing gear? Nah, let's do one.
It's gonna slide.
Okay, so now we just slide the plane until we get it to the position we like. And this is usually one of these things where I have to walk around the plane. It's leaning to the right currently. Show them the plane leaning to the right. It's leaning to the right. Okay? You agree? It's leaning to the right. So I need to lean it like that to make it level.
Yes.
Okay? So in order to do that, you can shift your pillows. Sometimes that'll be enough, sometimes it's not. That actually looks pretty good.
That's better.
It's not enough though.
It's not, yeah.
It's close. And I gotta go forward a little bit. That's probably, nope, still not there.
Is that a tire problem?
Maybe. Tire pressure, maybe. I don't know, I think it's just the way it kind of sits down on its suspension. I bet yeah, that's probably about right. There's totally something flying over.
Yeah, helicopter.
Let's see it. Oh yeah. Oh, those are the bad boys.
You won't be able to see them.
Yeah.
You can totally hear them.
Yep, I think that was
Hawks.
4 Blackhawks.
That
But that's
loud.
okay. Now there's 4,000
Mosquitoes.
black mosquitoes. Okay, sorry. It's the only channel that stops the fly helicopters flying over. Okay, so I'm gonna level model and capture attitude. And it looks like the pitch is at 2. That means that's pretty dang good though, guys. If you're not perfect here, it's gonna climb in safe or it's gonna go down in safe, okay? I want in safe, I want it to go up on mains and walk around. That's what I want it to do. That's asking maybe a little bit, a lot of it, but let's go up just a little bit more. I think we need a little more. That's pretty dang good there. Okay, so the other thing too is I'm noticing when I did that is that the ailerons are down just a hair.
Oh.
Go back there where I was and look. That aileron is down less bad. That one is
lined up with the flag.
I understand, but that one's down. Don't you think?
A tiny bit.
It's down. It's down. I think this one's down just a hair, but it could be a little bit of a bend in the aileron too. Let's see if we can bend it. Let's just call it good enough. Okay, we may have to trim a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna level model and capture attitude again. See, now it's got a little bit of roll in it and a little bit of pitch in it. And that is because it's now leaned back to, it's leaning down just a hair.
Because you were holding this side when you did
I'm gonna hold it.
Okay.
Now it's 0 plus a pitch of 1. It's good enough. It's gonna work fine, okay? So now that we've played with that, I just wanna point out you can adjust these manually too. Okay, so let's go next. And we'll actually set this back down. Throttle cut is on. And in forward programming, you shouldn't have to worry about the throttle, but just remember, eventually you're gonna exit, okay? So if you don't check the throttle cut now, you might run into a situation where you exit and it's gonna give you a warning before you can come out of menu. If you make a mistake, you could potentially create a dangerous condition. Just remember, I don't want you guys to get cut. There's no reason to get caught because you can avoid it so easily. But they call them accidents for a reason, okay? So be careful. Dang it, moth.
Bugs.
Okay, so safe is going to be self-level and angle demand. I'm gonna open up the ranges on all the different directions. And this is basically gonna limit our bank and pitch angles. Off, inhibit, off, inhibit. You can have safe in more than one mode, by the way. Then we're gonna hit next and it's gonna apply it. Now watch, dance twice. One dance, 2 dances. That means it's safe is on, but not necessarily, I mean, it's active, but it's not necessarily on, okay? It is, happens to be on now. Return to forward programming. Now you can go down to other settings. That's the factory reset, by the way. Gyro settings, system setup. Utilities, gyro response test. Okay, so now when I move this plane, it's gonna exaggerate the correction factor. It's gonna correct, if I slide it this way, that rudder's gonna move that way like it's resisting. Okay, when I move it this way, it's gonna resist. Okay, now go back to where it was. Now it's gonna resist when I lift this up. Yep, it's gonna resist when I move it down. It's gonna go back to neutral where it was when we started. Same thing on the ailerons. Now remember, we have 2 channels for ailerons and 1 channel for flaps. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tip this and this is gonna go up to resist. Yes, it did. Now I'm gonna push it down, it's gonna go down to resist. Yes, it did. Looking over there, I'm gonna push down on this, it's gonna resist. Yep. I'm gonna push up on this, it's gonna resist down. Yes, it does. All the 3 primary control surfaces are working, but because we have flaperons And spoiler-ons, we have to be careful about this. You don't have to be in safe to do that, by the way. I'm gonna go back to AS3X mode or even off, and the gyro response mode will still work, okay? So, Extreme Crow. Let's see if it still works. Yes, and yes. Watching there now. Yes, and yes. Remember, you will eventually run out of throw. So the correction and the output from you will be limited, okay? Up, yep. Down, yep. Yep, yep. So all of the control axes are working regardless of the condition. Let's go to regular crow and verify, okay? So full deflection, yep, yep. I'm just looking across. Yep, 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 and yep. So we've now checked all the axis of control, throttle cuts on, board programming is basically done. Now, if it's not done, whoops, dang it, I didn't mean to relearn servo settings, but it doesn't matter because they're already set. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to AS3X settings. This is the other way you can test. Turn up the gain to 4x, okay? Turn the knob all the way up. Make sure you're in AS3X. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't because you might have to give throttle to initiate it, okay? See how nothing's working? Throttle cut is off, throttle stick is up, throttle stick is down. Now it works. You also notice the motor didn't, but the receiver knew, okay? All the way up on the knob, move, 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 move. It's move in the right direction, move in the right direction. Move in the right direction, move in the right direction. Now looking over here, move in the right direction, move in the right direction. It doesn't need to move a lot, but I'm gonna now wiggle the whole plane and I'm gonna turn my knob all the way up, halfway, all the way off. 25%, 100, well, 50%, 75%, 100%. You can tell by the amplitude of noise that the gain channel is working. Now I'm gonna move it with maximum gain and I'm gonna turn it off. Flight mode to middle. Safe, AS3X, off, okay? Safe, AS3X. Now watch, in safe, there's movement, there's off, there's movement. So you can tell there's a little bit less movement in safe. That's normal because we do have limited bank angles. I'm gonna turn my 4X back to 1X. I don't know if that's gonna be enough, but we'll find out, okay? Now I'm back to regular flight mode, throttle cut's on, verify that, throttle cut is on, and tested. Timer's cleared, throttle cuts on. Now, I wanna check safe by flipping this plane upside down and seeing if the ailerons and elevator are working to correct. The elevator is trying to pull out of a dive, elevator is trying to pull out of a climb. Now, on its back, you see the ailerons? Finding the quickest route to level? Yes, it is. Okay, very good. So, we'll just drop this down. So we know that safe is working and we know that off is working. And you can tell just by looking at it on the ground. When it's sitting on the ground, it's trying to bring it up to there, which is pretty cool. So if you were to taxi in safe, this thing may bring up the tail and just taxi around. It's pretty cool. I want to try it. But I don't use safe when I'm flying because I like flying the plane and I like AS3X. But without further ado, I can tell you that just a few hours over schedule, this plane is completely done. It has AS3X, it has safe, it has an offsetting, even though I rarely use the offsetting, but if I handed the controls over to an old timer that doesn't like stabilization, then they could fly without stabilization. We also have the tail wheel centered, which is something we had to mechanically do. We also have all the control surfaces neutralized, with the exception of small indisparities here because we have a full turn that we have to go on the control outputs, okay? We also made a small bend in here so that we had straight controls. We also made all the LEDs work. All of them are on, all of them are working, okay? We don't have to change a throttle or a rudder or an aileron or a spare channel on or off to make the lights turn on and off. That might be something you want to do. To me, that's annoying. I want the lights always on. Nav lights, yes. Strobe lights, sure, might as well. And I will always want them on. There's never a time I want to turn off the lights unless it's a landing light, and then it might be kind of fun to have like a flashing strobe or something like that. Which, by the way, we can do that with our controller on a spare channel. But do I want to use a whole channel just to turn a light on and off? No. But On the Draco, for instance, we have about like 15 different modes. Maybe it's not 15, maybe it's like 6 or 7. Either way, it's a lot. So you can use the rotary knob to actually pick a bunch, but you could also set up a logical switch combination, similar to what we did for the flaps, and you could change and have all sorts of different circuits, styles of lights. And that's really cool, that's fun, that's a value added. This is more of like a value somebody tripped over on the way to the bathroom because they had to take a sloppy dump, okay? Not excited by that, but these things are also hot to the touch. So my tape job may not hold up. I'm a little bit concerned about that. Touch them. I do have to say that the LEDs are extremely bright, and I'm excited about that. I also have to say, putting the air in the tires was something that I didn't expect you'd have to buy a tool to do. But then again, a tool for something like that is not a big deal if you don't have a basketball pump or a floor pump for putting air in, you know, your bicycle tires. You probably have an air compressor. But that is an assumption that I don't think that the manufacturer should be making, especially when those little air pumps cost like probably $1 or $2. So maybe they're more, maybe I'm misrepresenting that, but I can tell you with the millions of e-bikes we've done over the years, we've gotten a lot of different weird pumps that are really crappy and really cheap. So my suggestion to manufacturers that include a pneumatic tire would be to include a mechanism by which to fill them. Okay, I do appreciate that it's a standard filling and it doesn't have a regular air chuck style, you know, like what you would have. I don't want to have a valve stem that's too heavy. These are better, like the basketball style, the ball style. That's good enough. I'm yet to determine whether or not that's going to be good. We'll see how it does out in the real world. I do feel like the landing gear went together really well. We've obviously got the landing gear in there. We've got the springs in there. It looks like it's going to work really good. Big, beautiful prop. Doesn't feel very well balanced. We might address that right now, actually. And we also need to check the center of gravity. So let's do that also. But I think before we do the center of gravity, let's go ahead and see if we can't take care of the vibration. I'm going to show you how to do this. This is a quick and dirty method. It's not the correct method. It's quick and dirty. So please understand there are better ways to do it, like get a prop balancer, put the prop on it, and then see how it balances. And then you can take a little bit off one side or a little bit off. You can add to the other side. Okay, so I'm going to show you how I'm going to do this. The throttle cut is currently on. You need to be careful. This is a huge prop. It will cut you. We've talked about that a number of times today. I have vinyl tape. Why vinyl tape? Because it's a little bit heavier, so you can use, less of it. That did try to chop me. Look at that. That hurt.
Yeah, those are going to be sharp.
So be careful. Don't like fly by. And yeah, look at this one.
Yeah,
that one's actually sharp.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure exactly what the heck is going on with those wing fences. Okay, so first things first, throttle cut is off. Throttle cut's on. That does not sound balanced. So what I'm going to do is throttle cut's on. It's been tested. I am going to take a very small amount of tape. Remember, the more you put, chances are the more you're not going to need. So just do a small amount. I'm going to start with about 1 inch. Vinyl tape is heavier than regular, like clear tape. And what you want to do is you want to impact change as much as possible, but sometimes the imbalance is down here. It just depends on where the imbalance is. The other thing is your spinner can be imbalanced. Your motor can be imbalanced, but usually it's got to do with the prop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come out here. I'm going to stick this on the leading edge. I'm going to go as far as I can go and still get it totally wrapped. This may or may not improve circumstances. If it improves it, we're lucky. If it de-improves it, we'll go to the other side, okay? So now I can lay this out of the way so it doesn't blow off the counter. I'm going to secure the plane with my hand. I'm going to shut off the throttle cut and I'm going to give it throttle. Worse. Throttle cut's on. Worse or the same. It's either worse or no change. I'm going to go with worse, okay? Now, because it's worse, that means we have to peel this off. If we peel it off, there's a good chance we're going to have to redo a new fresh piece of tape to make it hold worth a darn. Because what will happen is after flying for a little bit, sometimes that tape will release. And if that's the case, then you might want to start with a fresh piece of tape once you determine which side is better. Remember, there's only two sides. It's either going to be better or worse. If it's worse, then take it off. If it's better, then leave it on. If it's a lot better, then try a little bit more. That's way worse. So maybe it's not the prop, maybe it's the spinner. If it's the spinner, then you have to take the spinner off and put the tape on the inside so that it flings to the outside of the spinner. I'm going to try a little trick. I'm gonna go back to the first prop I started with. I'm gonna go inboard, and I'm gonna just try this. Sometimes you get the imbalance down here on the root, okay? Because there's not much material up there. I'm gonna do it at the center, which is unusual. Okay, throttle cuts off. Maybe it's just, man, that is blowing air all over the place.
Yeah, it is.
It's crazy. Maybe this prop is not out of balance. Maybe it's just a noisy prop.
I'm really struggling to tell the difference. Usually I can hear it.
Oh, that second position was bad.
Worse.
Okay, I'm going to go here. I'm going to try again. Remember, leading edge. Now, if you don't have thrust reverse, it's a lot easier to do this because the thrust reverse will throw that tape. Okay, so I'm going to the other side. I think it's going to make it worse. Okay. Throttle cuts off. Oh, yeah, I can feel the vibration in the plane, too. See, that's the thing, is when you're holding the plane, you can tell if it's vibrating.
Right.
So what I want to do is I want to go back to the other side, but this time I'm going to do a little bit different scenario, okay? So instead of going to the prop, I'm going to go to the spinner, okay? Show the people. You could stick this on the outside. It'll stay for like, 1 or 2 seconds, but it's going to want to pop off, okay? If this ends up making it better, then we can open this up, stick that on the inside, and then it won't come off, okay? So we've now stuck it on the spinner. We're going to see if it improves things. It may or may not. Throttle cuts off. That is incredible. There's like air circulating all over the place.
Yeah.
And that is a lot of power. Okay. I don't notice a huge improvement. So we're going to try this again. Remember, if you don't see an improvement, you don't have to keep doing it. So I'm rotating it half of a turn and I'm putting it back. Now, if you find that it works, you have to then mark your spinner so that if you take the spinner off, you can put it back in the same orientation. Oh, that's worse. That's worse. Okay, so remember, if something is worse when you apply it over here than it is on the other side, then that means you could deduce that it's going to be better if you put it on the other side. But for whatever reason, this one isn't doing it. I've had this happen before with props, and I have fought, and then later found out that it was like a stator on the motor or some other weird thing that was off. Okay, throttle cuts off. That is insane. Holy
I know.
crap.
I'm worried you're gonna like knock stuff.
It's like blowing stuff all over the place.
Pantry.
Okay, so I am gonna do something I don't often do. I'm gonna take this off and I'm gonna just go back to nothing. The problem with doing that is now you've lost track of which one you did it. Okay, I'm gonna go, actually I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go halfway. So I'm gonna go right where the prop is this time. So it's in line with the prop instead of 90 degrees off, okay? It's important. If you don't see the problem, keep looking. You might find it, and if you don't, you could just do nothing. Definitely feel vibrations.
Yeah,
still.
that would definitely sound worse.
Okay, so now I'm gonna go to the other side where the other prop is mounted. And you gotta remember, if your tips of your tape aren't pressed down, you'll create enough turbulation. You'll actually create drag, and then it'll actually make it vibrate too. Okay, so throttle cuts off. I don't know. I'm going to have to go with, I might have been totally wrong on this. But that's how you do it. I mean, it's that simple. But by the way, it's profoundly better when you get it right.
So now do it without.
Now I'm taking it out. I know that
I mean, I know
if it's better, then I'll stand corrected and I'll be happy. There's still vibration. There's still, in fact, vibration. Okay? All right. I have to do this because it's going to drive me nuts because there is definitely vibration. Okay, so I'm going to do something a little bit more extreme. I'm going to take 2 pieces of tape, the same 1 inch long. Now I can redo this with a nice clean cut if I decide to later. I'm going to take and put this all the way out at the end. It's going to probably change the aerodynamics just a hair because it's thick. But I want to see if that makes a difference. And it's going to either make it terrible or it's going to make it nothing. Okay? Throttle cuts off. Oh yeah, vibration. Vibration. Throttle cuts on. Okay? So now I'm going to basically move this to the other side and see if it makes it worse. And it's going to be drastically worse on this side, I believe, because it seems to be the one side is okay with it and the other side is not. Throttle cuts off. Oh yeah, vibration.
definitely worse.
Definitely vibration. So, man, this one's a killer. I've had these before where they'll fight me like this. And they'll hide, and then you find the sweet spot, and it's like, holy cow, it made a huge improvement. So I'm gonna go back to this one. I'm gonna actually try something a little different. I'm gonna just go on the back face, okay? Which is not good because it's harder to get it to stay here. So now it's in the middle and only on the back, okay? Throttle cuts off. That actually seemed like a big improvement, which is weird. How the heck am I gonna balance that? So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to take two fresh pieces, a little bit bigger, and I'm gonna start on the leading edge and work my way back. And I'm gonna just probably call that good. I don't like having to do that. Some of you are probably gonna say, but Brian, it's not that big of a difference, just do it without. You could make that decision. That's probably not a terrible decision. We know which side we want it on. So I'm gonna stick this one on, and then I'm gonna stick another one on, then I'm gonna roll it over the edge, okay? That's a little bit more. Remember, this is just like kind of run-of-the-mill electrical thing. Nothing special about it, okay? It's just got enough weights to it. And so when I stick this on, you just need to make sure that you've got that front edge protected. Now, why vinyl tape instead of regular clear tape? Because it's heavier. It's gonna give you more bang for the buck. And you gotta be able to walk up and say, yeah, it's peeling up. I need to repress it or whatever, okay? So now let's see if this improved. Throttle cuts off, here we go. I'm having visions of the motor like ripping out of this thing because it's so powerful. Okay, what do you think?
I'm struggling with it.
You don't even think it's made a change?
I don't think it's made a big. There were a couple times I could tell it was definitively worse, but nothing has.
Yeah, it's always been. I agree totally, and that's what's killing me about this. Okay, I'm gonna do the crazy one. Okay, so I've got one here, and I just want to see if this still makes it bad. I know this sounds stupid, guys, but anybody who's ever balanced a prop that's being problematic like this will understand. Sometimes you got a little bit creative. That one's on the out, that one's on the center, okay? Throttle cuts off. That is an incredible amount of thrust.
It is.
Okay, all right. I know you're gonna think I'm crazy, but that seemed like it helped.
Was it less vibration in the plane? It didn't.
That's because I did the same on both sides.
It sounded slightly different, but then
now I'm gonna put this out on the tip, and it's just gonna tell me something else. Okay. Yeah, I know, and we're almost done, guys. So we also got to check the center of gravity, and then this plane is done. Okay. So I'm gonna go out most of the way to the end, and I'm gonna fold this around the tip. Now I have one on the end and one on the end, and you're like, but you've essentially done nothing. No. I've added mass to the tip, which changes the balance a lot. Man, when I hit that top throttle, there's just like wind in every direction. We throttle up planes a lot in here, and that is pretty impressive.
yeah.
Okay, now off. I don't think we improved it at all. I feel bad. But guys, sometimes you got to try it. I don't feel like we improved it enough to matter. And I don't want the risk of that popping off halfway through a flight and having a crazy imbalance. Throttle cuts off. There is just definitely. There's definitely something. I still know what it is. So I'm going to abandon my efforts in an unusual fashion. I'm going to give up my efforts on that because I don't think I can improve it enough to make it justifiable to go any deeper. I'm pretty sure there's something not quite square or true, or maybe there's a little bit of like out of exact centeredness, the prop being. I just wonder if I should pull it off and see if the prop is not on the center of the prop shaft.
I don't know.
Because that's the only thing that would be causing it at this point. On a brand new prop shaft, it could be the prop shaft's got a little bit of a bend on it, but I don't think it does because it seemed pretty straight. Okay, so now time to measure for center of gravity. okay? Center of gravity is 70 millimeters back. We still don't even know if this battery fits. Remember, we had to modify the battery holder. That's the other thing we had to do on this plane, which is a real pain in the neck.
Yes.
Timer's cleared, throttle cuts on, throttle is down. Okay, I'm zeroing my position, so I have that zeroed. I'm gonna go to 70 millimeters. So 70 millimeters on the calipers, good enough, 70.09. Then I'm gonna tip this up on its nose so that it's easier for me to mark because I gotta be able to reach back there and hit it. Now, what I do is I measure, with big planes like this, I'm gonna go in here like this. I'm gonna go out far enough that I can find my mark easily. And I'm gonna make a little bump, okay? So that bump is easy enough to feel, but I'm gonna mark it to darken the hole with a marker. But in the meantime, I gotta mark both sides. Get into big planes, you gotta work around them, okay? I accidentally zeroed this out, so I have to go back to 70. 0. Sorry, folks. So this is 70. Okay. And now I'm at 70.08, good enough. Did I go to that first simulated rib?
Yes.
Okay, so I've got a little detent in there now. So that detent is just gonna give me something to put a felt tipped marker in, so like a Sharpie. And in this case, when we do this with the marker, some of you probably think that's a tragic way to mark up a plane, but at the end of the day, it is very helpful to me. And frankly, I don't really have a problem with that mark there because I've never noticed them being a problem. Maybe you can set this back down and do it from under here. Yes, I can. Okay, mark it. Now, in order to check the center of gravity, I've got the 5000 6S installed. And the other thing is, I'm gonna be flying this on 5000 6S, so I need to mark inside. Throttle cuts on, throttle stick is down. Now I can feel the hole, and I can feel the hole, and we are, if anything, slightly nose heavy, okay? I would rather maiden a plane nose heavy than maiden a plane tail heavy. Now there's people that fly planes tail heavy, but I wouldn't want to maiden it with super tail heavy characteristics because it's going to be more risky. So I'm going to just write 5,000 milliamp hour 6S. And I'm just going to mark here and then back, okay? So that tells me where I can start from. It gives me a quick reference mark. But at the end of the day, we're pretty much ready to fly this plane. Now, as you can see, it's dark. We talked about this a little bit earlier. This plane has caused more effort than I would have expected that it would be necessary for a plane of this magnitude. I feel like it took 30 or 40% more effort than it should have. Some of these things should not have had to be installed by us. This I kind of get, but at the same time, like, why was that not put together in the factory? There's tons of room in the box. So there's no excuse to having control horns not installed, with the exception of back there, because you have to mount the surface.
Yes.
Okay, so that makes sense. Also, I mean, they could have probably had the prop installed too. I mean, there's a lot of things that they could have installed and had done. I think that most planes anymore, the factories in China or Malaysia or wherever they are, whatever Asian country it is, they are trying to save on labor costs just like everybody is to try to help pull down tariff interruptions and costs and all that crap. So I kind of get it, but at the same time, there's certain things that kind of irritate me about assembling planes. Again, this isn't an ARF. It's not sold as an ARF. It is a plug and fly. It's not sold as a bind and fly. So, you know, there's going to be certain steps you have to do in a plug and fly that would not make sense in an ARF. And there's certain steps that, or excuse me, there's certain steps in a bind and fly that wouldn't be expected in a plug and fly. And there's certain specs in an ARF that would be expected, you know. So it just depends on the finish level. I think that they're not really being dishonest with us, but it is a little bit annoying to us. Okay. That being said, would that stop me from getting this plane? And I think the answer is no. We've done a lot worse, stupider things.
Oh yeah.
I think that this plane has enough really positive characteristics that bearing with the build process is probably a pretty amicable thing, and it's reasonable. Now, what the heck is this? I don't know. It'd be nice if the manual, that is fairly useless, would have said more clearly what bolts go where, and why did we get like 400 extra bolts? That makes it so difficult. The process of elimination was pretty much out the window because there was not a really good process of elimination to use because we were left with so much extra hardware. Spares are good. I'm not ever gonna beat up manufacturers for giving us spares, but giving us a few spares is one thing, but giving us an entire set of spares with redundancy is not okay. Like, it's just confusing to us, or at least label them so we know, okay? So a lot of different technical issues. Also, not 100% sure how I feel about the livery. Now, is it bad looking? No, I mean, that's to all their own, but in matters of taste, the customer is always right. So if you think that this finish is acceptable, then more power to you. I think it's a little bit lackluster. The paint finish is very sloppy. There's a lot of overspray. This clear is not very clear, but it is sturdy. So I'll give them credit where credit's due. This is good, high quality plastic. It's strong. I'd rather have strong and a little bit less translucent, or a little bit less transparency. But I would like to see very clean lines, and I'd rather see a decal on here because that would be better to get the finish right. And why are we, where all the wires and stuff come through, that might be a good place to kind of work out something like a tinted window. So just a few things that we feel like would be easy fixes. I haven't flown it yet. Obviously, this is an Unbox build radio setup, so you guys are seeing it in real time with us. I have a sneaky suspicion once this thing goes in the air, I'm gonna quickly forget everything I just said in the last 5 minutes because I'm gonna think, what an awesome plane. But it's also 1,750 millimeters. It is a big plane. It is gonna be, there's a lot to it, okay? I love the fact that the suspension works. I love the fact that we have pneumatic tires. I love the fact that even with a 16-inch blade, we still have, half a fist of clearance almost. Well, no, it's only going to be a couple inches of clearance when we're up on the mains. That's going to be very tight. You could easily come down and hit that prop. So I'll have to be careful about that. Vortex generators are cool. I don't want to install them, but it's cool that they're in there. I don't know anybody who's not going to put vortex generators on their plane. It's not hard to install. It's just kind of like, if you're going to force us to install things, it would be kind of cool if we had some China glue included. Also, in terms of the build quality on the tail went together really good. The springs are high quality. The metal work is really clean on this. I like that a lot. I like the way that the landing gear mounted in. I feel like it's really well done. I don't particularly understand why they couldn't get the wire lengths better. Sometimes that's tough because, you go up to the next size and they might be way long. So I get it. And obviously the receivers are going to be our responsibility in a plug and fly. But then because this thing doesn't really come off, it makes it rather difficult to work with. Also, they've got all this really nice shelving in here, but you can't really get to it because this stuff doesn't come apart. So as a result, it's sort of ineffectual in my opinion. See all those shelves in there? I do like that there's instrument cluster. That's pretty cool. It'd be cool to see a yoke. I'm not really worried about it though in a plane of this style. But again, that brings me full circle. If we're gonna talk about scale details in a scale looking plane, I would like it to really hold true to that. And an unpainted white foam is maybe not the best look for a more scale, more beautiful plane. So that being said, a couple of thoughts to all their own. I love the squishy tires. I love the springs. I think they're gonna work okay. I'm disappointed the thrust reverse wasn't a feature on this ESC, or at least I don't know how to tap into it because the instruction manuals are thoroughly lacking in that regard. I think thrust reverse on bush planes is a really, really cool feature to have, especially when it comes to flying on floats. Also, where are the floats? Can you order the floats?
No idea.
Do they offer the floats?
No idea.
Nobody knows. So, China Hobby Line, if you're gonna sell planes that have float options, you're probably gonna have to sell the float options as well. Maybe that's something that's in the works. So again, not to beat you up, because we've had a relatively good experience with China Hobby Lines for planes, and any brand or manufacturer or distributor that wants to sell planes, we want to encourage them to do that. That doesn't mean we're not going to point out the obvious. It doesn't mean that we're going to give them a pass on things that we see as shortcomings. But at the end of the day, there's definitely things on here that my subjectivity might be a little bit different than yours, okay? That being said, this has been a long, arduous build, way longer than I wanted it to be, but also it is a high quality plane. I think it's gonna be a good one. It's definitely not a Dynam. Just because it takes a long time to build doesn't mean we have a piece of crap at the end. The difference between this and the Dynam is that the Dynam, you work, and then you're like, oh God,
it's still done. A Dynam.
Still not that good.
Yeah.
That's been our experience like 9 out of 10 times. Good thing about Dynams, they're cheap. Good thing about China Hobby Lines is they've got economical pricing for what you're getting. This is a huge plane, okay? It's not gonna be super cheap, but it's gonna be cheaper than what you're gonna get other similar size offerings for. Now, also high performance, we'll see. I have a sneaky suspicion this thing is going to wail in the sky because the amount of air that was moving around this huge space was insane. All right, that's all we got for you. Camera crew, you got anything to add?
I do not.
Okay, ways to support us. Buy in from the links. That's the number one way you can financially support Brian Phillips RC. If you want to support us other ways, we have Patreon for monthly support. Thanks for being monthly supporters, guys. We also have YouTube members and YouTube super thanks one time, as well as one-time donations through PayPal. Just remember, friends and family, keep it simple. If you're giving us a donation, we're not going to refund it. Don't plan on, okay? That is like the only feature that they offer. And what happens is PayPal makes it really a pain in the butt. So anyway, we appreciate you guys. We would rather you just buy an awesome plane that you love. Buy an awesome battery that you love. Buy a transmitter, a receiver, or maybe a charger that you need. Those are the best ways you can support us financially. So, the small gifts are really helpful and they are appreciated. But we love this hobby. We want you flying. There's a reason we do these long-winded videos, because we're trying to bring people up to speed as quick and painlessly as possible. So if you see me struggling or you see me frustrated, it's because I understand that you're going to be in that circumstance, and I just don't like that for our hobby. I want people in this hobby to have great experiences and to have limited difficulty getting there. And where I want to spend my time in this hobby is in the air at the sticks, okay? That's where I want it to be. Not struggling to fit a wire that shouldn't have been there in the first place, or figure out which Y cable I need to unplug and do for the 4th time. That's the sort of thing that irritates me. If you guys hear my irritation and you can't put that into context, I just want to remind you that it is because I know it's going to frustrate you. All right, that's all I got for you. China Hobby Lines, thanks for bearing with us. Thanks for choosing to work with us. We tell the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God, and that is a risky decision to make. So remember, if people are willing to stand behind their product, then they're more willing to take your money, I assume. Presumably, we should support those companies that will support us, and the way we can support them is by buying these amazing planes when you see something you like. That doesn't mean that this is gonna be for everybody. It doesn't mean that's gonna be for everybody, and I would normally point at 14 other planes, but they are in our building now, which is awesome. I got a new living room downstairs too, because the airplanes are over there. That doesn't mean there's not gonna be new planes that live over here for a brief moment while I am playing with them, okay? But at the end of the day, my wife has a house back, which is kind of nice. And you can still see a few helicopters over here.
Just means that you still have a wife.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is we have to get racks built over there.
Yes.
So at some point, we'll show you how we do that. I'm excited to do that process, but we are so busy with the damn gift shop build. And we've got some engineering that's going on right now on a suspended deck. And we've got a bunch of different things that we're working through, which we can't really talk about publicly, but you'll see sort of unfold or in the background. But right now, that's the kind of next cool thing that we're working on. We just got the cupolas up, we got the weather vanes up, and yes, I did use the hydraulic door to go up and then walk up to the top of the roof. That was pretty exciting. So much more coming here on Brian Phillips RC, right around the corner, in fact. And so we hope you guys will stay tuned. If you haven't already subscribed, do it. Click the bell for notifications so you're notified of new content. And also leave comments down below. There was a couple of times throughout this video where we asked for comments. If you guys aren't making comments, leave comments. Timestamp them if you have questions so that I can find out what the heck you're asking about. These are long videos. We've done thousands of them, literally thousands. I'm not exaggerating. Head over to brianphillipsrc.com. If you don't trust me, you can find another 17 or 1800 or 2000 millimeter product that's competitor product, and you can put it side by side against something like this. Right now, you don't have to wait for it to be filmed. It's already there for you right now. If you want to try to use the playlist search engine on YouTube, good luck. We can't hardly use it. So I would head over to bprc.me, find what you want, click that, watch, learn about it, and then you can find the playlist that way by searching for it verbatim. At the end of the day, we really appreciate you being here. We wouldn't have this YouTube channel if you guys didn't keep coming back. So thank you for doing that. There's a million people on YouTube that are doing stuff, or there's a lot of people on YouTube that are doing RC stuff. They're doing a good job. Some of them are just trying to sell something, and some of them are really trying to help prop up a hobby that we love so much. And so keep up the good work, guys, that aren't just shills. And by the way, for those of you that are shills that are still doing RC hobby products, I mean, I'd rather see that than some of the other garbage. But please, guys, let's stay away from AI. Let's not let AI do our creative work, okay? Because that is a one-way ticket to garbage. Just like when the Terminators come to shoot us. It's the same exact thing. So that's all I got to say about that. We've got several documentaries about it. Terminator 1, Terminator 2, Terminator 3, Terminator 4. There's more of them. So stay tuned. So much more from Brian Phillips RC. Thanks for watching.